Today on Divorce Court.
I am doing everything I can to keep our family together.
I don't feel like her family thinks that I'm good enough for her because I was not doing so good as far as like taking care of her.
His flirting, it has calmed down a lot, but he likes to show me that he can get whatever he wants.
Well, I feel like Elena could trust me because I never gave her anything to not trust me for.
I am definitely willing to fight for my marriage with Desmond.
Divorce is not an option, and I didn't get married to get a divorce.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Elena Bryson and Esmond Bryson. Mr. and Mrs. Bryson, you have been married for 4.5 years, but you've only known each other for 5. So you must have gotten married pretty soon after you met. I'm going to ask you, Mrs. Bryson, how did you get together and what has brought you here?
Well, we actually met in middle school, and he left, and then we got back together when we were teenagers. And at first, we didn't get together because of his lifestyle. I didn't want nothing to do with the lifestyle.
What kind of lifestyle was he leading?
In the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then after a while, he kept trying and trying and trying and trying. So we finally got together, and after 3 months, we got married.
Okay. Mr. Bryson, is that a fairly accurate recitation of what occurred?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So you loved her from middle school on?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I didn't, in middle school, I wasn't attracted to her. I actually used to make fun of her.
You just knew her in middle school?
Yeah, we was friends. We had a lot of mutual friends.
But once you met her later on in life,
yeah,
you pursued her?
Yeah.
And won her?
Yes.
How long did you date before you got married?
3 months.
3 months. What in 90 days said to you, I'm gonna make a life with this dude? Because you already had background on him that wasn't cool.
Yeah.
He was in the streets and you didn't like it.
Right.
So what did he do in those 90 days to turn you around?
It was just his personality, just everything, just his personality.
You gotta be more specific than that.
We had great chemistry. We just clicked right away.
Mr. Bryson, are you on the same page with that? It was kismet. It was meant to be.
Well,
that kind of thing.
Yeah, it was chemistry there. But most importantly for me, she wasn't easy to get. I had to work for it, and I wasn't used to that.
Right.
So that what made me more attracted to her.
Right.
So,
yeah. Because women these days don't make you chase.
Oh yeah, they don't make you chase.
At least as far as I can tell from in here. And the attraction of the chase is a great deal of it for dudes. Let me ask you this: once you caught her, when did you first start having concerns?
I don't know. At first it was just lust. I was just going off of lust and attraction. And then I started getting the motherly love from her, the affection that I wasn't used to. So that would bring me a little closer to her. And then she was more of my best friend at the same time.
What about your background made motherly love foreign to you?
Well, I grew up in a difficult household. I didn't really get affection from women in my life,
right?
In my family, and I was just in the streets a lot. And the streets
were tough.
Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah. Ms. Bryson, you say part of the problem that you're having with your husband is that he has so much anger built up from when he was younger that it's causing trouble in your relationships. Can you explain to me, give me some examples of how that's impacting you now?
A lot of anger. Just something so little, he just explodes and goes off.
Give me an example of what he's exploded about and how big the explosion is.
One example is we took a family trip to New Orleans. Some girls were flirting with him in an elevator, and he was flirting right back, right in front of my face. And I stayed quiet, and I had an attitude. So because I had an attitude,
he got angry.
My negative energy just bursted on him. So he just got really angry. He left me, so I had to find my way to the hotel. I was angry that I had to find my own way by myself in New Orleans, where I had no idea where I was. And once I did find my way, he was inside of the hotel. So we just got into an altercation after that.
Now, it was a terrible thing to happen. He never should have left you there.
Right.
But I'm not saying, you're not showing me huge anger over a small thing. What's the smallest thing he's gotten angry about? Give me a sense of how unsteady it is at your house.
Just almost every day, just us communicating. If we're communicating and I'm asking too many questions or just basic conversation, he'll explode and be like, why you need to know that? You don't need to know all that information. It just like shuts down the conversation, and I'm just stuck with no other words to say. It's just basic
Mr. Bryson,
conversation.
I understand one of the things that you remain angry about is her failure to change her name to Bryson at her job. I think she uses it socially, but doesn't change it on her official documentation. Am I accurate that?
Yes.
Tell me about the conversations you've had about that and why you're so angry about it.
Well, I guess it got a little bit to do with my insecurities, for one. And for two, she works with a lot of guys. So when she using her maiden name, they don't take our relationship seriously. And I just wish she would just change it. And so, I mean, we've been married for years. She gave me excuses about that she got to wait to the January, the beginning of the year, to change it. But we've been married 4.5 years. That's a lot of Januaries that passed.
Right. Mrs. Bryson, do you intend to change your name? And if so, why are you dragging your feet?
It's the reason why it's taking so long, and the reason why I have to wait until January is because it's on my medical records.
Right.
The reason why he gets upset is when I call into work, I have to say my first and last name and my information to call in sick at work. And
you have to officially change all of that in the system.
He hears that with the medical. He hears that when I call in with my job, when I go to doctor's appointments. So it's just like he thinks that everything hasn't been changed when it's only my job. That's the only thing that hasn't been changed.
Oh, all the other stuff has been changed. Just that one thing
Everything
hasn't
has been changed. My
Is that
Social Security,
accurate?
It's accurate, but I wish she would just represent me, my last name. I worked hard to get her to get my last name, so I want her to represent. That's all.
Okay. Women get into a fight with their dude. They come and run home to mom and dad and tell them he's awful, now when he's wonderful, they don't hear from you. You only sell them the bad side.
Right.
So eventually they're gonna hate the guy because everything they hear about him is negative.
Right.
Is that what you've done? Mr. Bryson, you say that her family dips into your business because she's running to them all the time. Tell me what it is that's going on and why you don't like it.
Well, every time we get into an argument, she likes to run to her family and kind of put me down, tell them all our business.
Right.
So they always just like to jump in our marriage, and I firmly
When you
believe.
say jump in, what do they do? Do they call you? Do they talk to you, or are they just in her ear?
They in her ear, and I think that she believes it. Some of the things that they say, they tell her to leave me. She shouldn't talk to me. She need a better man to take care of her and all this, and it doesn't do nothing good for our marriage because she just started looking at me like maybe they're right.
Do you run to them when you have a problem? Because this is what happens. Women get into a fight with their dude. They come and run home to mom and dad and tell them he's awful. Now, when he's wonderful, you don't run home and say they don't hear from you.
No.
But you only sell them the bad side.
Right.
So eventually they're gonna hate the guy because everything they hear about him is negative.
Right.
Is that what you've done?
Right, and you're exactly right. When I run to them, they only hear the negative. They don't hear the positive. But in my defense, I only absolutely run to a family member when I have to, when I absolutely have to. I don't...
How often do you absolutely have to?
Well, this year it's been almost 4 times, so...
What makes you absolutely have to? What occurs that makes it necessary for you to contact them?
For example, when I found out that he was cheating on me, yeah.
When did you find out he was cheating on you and how?
A year ago, almost exactly
What
a
happened?
year ago. What happened was he told me a story that he was going to have a prostitute, just one, that he was gonna have, and I believed it. I trusted him.
Even if he was telling the truth, Wouldn't you find that that horrifying that he would pimp out a woman?
Right. Well, at the time, we were really, I know it sounds horrible, but we were really struggling really bad. And as long as I knew all the information and what was going on, that was his story. And
so it turns out he was sleeping with her?
No. Well, at the time, not at that time, after.
He started to sleep with her after a while.
After I left is when it started, so, yeah.
Mr. Bryson, can you tell me a linear story here? What happened chronologically?
Okay, so she left, like she said, and that's when I started having a relationship with the woman, so it was enduring.
Well, okay. Well, so much I want to know, but I'm afraid to ask. I'm going to ask what the fight about, what the leaving was about, what the problem with the family is all about, and see how much I can get through. You weren't allowed to come to her family to
No, I wasn't.
Is it because they didn't like you, because of what she was telling them?
It was because
they didn't like you because you were black? What was it?
It was because, it was because I was black, and it was because what she told them too.
Ms. Bryson, you were okay with him being a pimp, but you finally got in a fight with him about something that caused you to leave. What was that fight about?
I've actually went to work a week later after he told me that he was gonna start this business. And I went to work, and a girl that I work with is a dancer, a go-go dancer at one of the clubs. She came up to me and told me, she was like, are you and Esmond still together? And I was like, yeah, we're still together. Why, what's going on? And I already knew in my head what was gonna happen. She told me that he was locked up with an older white fitness lady looking up in her almost 40s, and asked, if we were okay.
If you say that's old,
yeah,
I'm gonna hurt you both.
Oh, to us, to me, to him, actually. Yeah.
I'm leaning so hard on 60, it squeals every time I get up in the morning. She's talking about this old chick, 45. I got a son that age. Mr. Bryson.
Yes.
So that was what made you leave?
Well, yeah, and she asked if we were okay, and I have to sit here and explain myself at my job what's going on to this one person. And when I got home, I was like, we need to talk. And right when I said that, he, just like how he always does, get automatic defensive, and we got into another altercation. He left the house with his cousin. And let me mind you, during this time, he flew his cousin in. For the first 2 months that his cousin was here living with us, he never came home. Out of those 2 months, at night, when I got off of work, him and his cousin would be gone every night. He would pass the baby over to me and leave with his cousin. Wouldn't come home till 2 o'clock every night, except for 2 nights out of 2 months.
Now that I know why you left, why did you come back?
Well, there's
love, Your Honor.
Mr. Bryson, what do you think the main problem is?
Well, I was gone, but I was still in the streets, so I was just trying to provide for my family at that time. But we just had a lot of arguments and disagreements. It was the family thing for me mostly. She used to leave me all the time and spend half of the holidays with her family and have to leave me with my daughter and take her.
You weren't allowed to come to her family to
No, I wasn't.
Is it because they didn't like you, because of what she was telling them?
It was because
they didn't like you because you were black? What was it?
It was because, it was because I was black, and it was because what she told them too.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't never hear no positive things that come from me. They only heard the negative stuff, so,
But let me ask you this, Mr. Bryson. If you had a daughter and she brought home a street dealing, prostitute running, hothead dude for a husband, wouldn't you be concerned?
Definitely.
Ordinarily, I would tee off on him. There's a lot of stuff to tee off on him about, but I'm not gonna. And you wanna know why? Because I'm afraid that if I make him feel less than and powerless, he'll take it out on you. I saw his reaction when he saw you had makeup on.
Yeah.
That is a frightening thing to me.
Yeah.
That he is that insecure. So I'm not going to tee off on him. I'm going to beg you instead. I'm going to beg you to be the kind of man that you would want your daughter to marry. I'm going to beg you to be the kind of man that isn't okay with entering into a lifestyle you know 100% has horrible outcomes. I want you to be the kind of man who has a wife who feels safe and secure in her own home. I want you to be the kind of man that can look at her wife, whatever she does, she puts on whatever it is, you're not going to get mad about it because you're so secure in who you are. You're not concerned that she looks really pretty today. So concerned that you acted up behind the fact that she had makeup on. Ooh, what a frightening way to live under all that pressure. Home should be where you feel safe and sound and secure and whoo, I can be all off my game and I don't have to be on top of my team because my man is here and he's got me. But she can't do that. She goes home and thinks, oh my God, what can't I say today? Her family doesn't like you because you've done things to make yourself not likable. And I want you to remember the analogy I gave you about your daughter every time you deal with the family. If you want to keep this guy, which I'm sure you do, quit telling your family, you don't need more heartache than you already got. Yeah. Quit telling your family what's going on unless you're really ready to make that move. And Mr. Bryson, if you love her at all, go get some anger management so you can make her life okay. Because I'm that concerned about her. Do you love her?
I do.
Do you want her to be happy and safe and feel comfortable at home?
I do.
Are you willing to go to anger management or get some kind of counseling, maybe even marriage counseling, in order to facilitate that end?
Yes.
No, that's a yes. What my husband says to me when he's going to shut me up and wants to go to sleep.
No, I don't know about anger management, but I want to go to marriage counseling for sure.
That makeup thing scared the living daylights out of me.
She's just a natural beauty.
Absolutely, she's a natural beauty. But that should be, you're a natural beauty, you don't need it. But you got angry. That's the part that scares me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This matter is adjourned.
I would definitely love to go to marriage counseling. We got a lot of things that we need to talk about to somebody else, and we need a third person looking in to let him know that I'm not the only one telling him that he's wrong.
The judge said I had an anger problem, which I do, and I know I need to work on it, but at this time, I think we have other issues that we need to work on as I work on myself.
Today on Divorce Court, it's great when a couple has a support system of family and friends, but not everybody is that lucky. Today, we're going to meet a couple who came to Los Angeles with stars in their eyes and dreams of making it big in Hollywood, only to have those dreams dashed by the high cost of living. Now, they're living in their car, and they can't call home because home was destroyed by Hurricane Harvey. Let's see if I can't help this couple out.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Michelle Luna and Donnell Phillips. The two of you have been together for 2.5 years, but you are struggling mightily for a lot of reasons that have nothing to do with you. I mean, you've been through some extraordinary times, but I'm going to start with Ms. Luna. Why don't you tell me what's going on and why you're here in divorce court today?
First off, I want to say we moved from Houston. We moved all the way from Houston, Texas, which is over 1,400 miles away. We decided to come out here to chase our dreams in the music industry. But getting here, we quickly learned that cost of living is not as cheap as Texas. So for the time being, we've been living in our car, just making it work. And before we left, I were kind of skeptical, but this man here is like literally the love of my life. I've never loved anyone as much as I loved him, but it's just a few sketchy things before we left that I'm just not.
Well, I understand you now believe that he cheated on you even before you got to Los Angeles.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So before we left, I was actually going through his phone. I have full access to his phone. We share a phone, actually. So I was going through his pictures, and I actually saw two different girls. One girl it was two pictures of this girl. She had on no top, so she was completely topless, just a thong in one picture. And then another picture she had on a completely different thong, which led me to believe that she may have spent the night and something could have possibly happened. But that was one girl that I saw on his phone. So another girl, she was actually on his balcony and she was dancing, twerking actually. And he was actually zooming in all up and down her legs, all into her booty, all of that. And if you're in a relationship with me, why are you recording another girl twerking?
Okay. So, thong girl and twerking girl, Mr. Phillips. Give me your version of those events.
Well, Your Honor, both of those times, nothing sexual but happened between those females. I mean, to be honest, they took me on dates. They paid for my food. So it was more of, just using somebody. And I have my own suspicions about her and her ex-boyfriend.
You said you were using them for their money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you kind of romanced them for cash.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Would you have a problem if she was romancing dudes for cash? Next time, before you do it next time, think of it that way.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
tell me what she's doing.
Well, there was a time, that I accused her a few times about going to see her ex, just, off of suspicion. And, I kind of felt bad about constantly accusing her. And there was a time where, she needed her brakes done. And I said, well, babe, I got the money, here you go. She wouldn't take the money at all. She said, I'll take care of it. I got this. So that same day, she got into a car accident. And I ran all the way from the apartment to the car, and she was upset. And I can understand that, but it was something more than just that car accident. Mm-hmm. So I was digging and I was thinking, and that day, she sent me a picture, and it had two guys next to her car. I was like, oh, okay, didn't think of it. So I said, let me take things into my own hands and, just reach out to the ex and see, what's really going on. So when I reached out to the ex, he said, yeah, I've been hanging with Michelle, and he sent me a picture in her bedroom.
Ms. Luna, did that occur?
It did.
How did the ex get in your bedroom to take a picture?
He was actually taking me to and from work because at that time he was out of town.
To work.
So.
Yeah, to and from work. Doesn't involve the bedroom.
Right. Which I completely understand, but he went up for like a cup of water and I laid down and he took the picture. So
I laid down?
I laid down. Like, he didn't lay down with me or anything like that. It wasn't like anything sexual. It was really just like, I need you to take me to and from work, and that's it. We're not getting back together. We're not even friends. We're right now.
If you were concerned that he wanted to get back together, why lay down on the bed and let him take a picture of you?
I wasn't really thinking at that point. I could take completely responsibility of that. Right. I really wasn't thinking at that point. I wasn't trying to go too much into that talk or that conversation with him. Mm-hmm. So I guess that's where that came in. But I take full responsibility of that.
Yeah, because sometimes anybody do something,
Right.
Wow. Now that I think about it, I shouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
I want to talk a little bit about you coming to Los Angeles, because once you got here, things didn't go well.
Right.
Talk to me about that.
So when we came here, we came across a film school that essentially will put us in the direction where we wanted to be. When we moved here, we had no family, we had no friends, we had no connections, we had nothing. We literally moved out here on a dream, and a dream that will work. But when we came here and we enrolled in that film school, it was like, you know what? If all else fails, okay, we're in school, we can do a few deliveries, which is what we were doing to make income. Just doing delivery services, period, just to make income. But that would go directly back towards gas, food, daily necessities, things that we needed to survive. Mm-hmm. So talk came across doing a regular job, working retail, things like that. But I felt we didn't move to California to work retail. We didn't move 1,400 miles to work a dead-end job that's just we're gonna be a cashier in. So,
Mr. Phillips, you have something to say about that?
I mean, I did tell her that, you know, it would probably be smart for her to get a 9-to-5 job because I do a lot of freelance work. And I feel like with my freelance work, I don't have time, you know, to clock in at 9 and clock out at 5 because I might have a shoot at 5 and another shoot at 10. So I feel like me making that income that way could support both of our dreams if she had the 9-to-5 to, you know, cover other expenses.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't you want to do that?
I was totally with working a regular job. That totally wasn't the case. We both agreed on working regular jobs because we weren't getting as much freelance opportunities as we had liked.
Yeah.
So we had decided to start working those regular jobs. I started to apply for those jobs. Regular retail jobs, they will also send you a confirmation that you've applied for those jobs. Your login credentials, all of that. We are logged into our email on the same phone. So when he sees my confirmations, I should see his. I don't see any of that.
So he was, no, I got what happened. I got what happened. And I also understand that when that didn't work out for you, you two found a very creative way to address your financial issues. And I want to talk about that.
So we met this one girl, and she really didn't have a good vibe about her. So when I texted her, she was like, he came over, and he was like very aggressive, and he reached over, he grabbed me, and we had sex.
Mr. Phillips, would you like to address that? So, Ms. Luna, tell me what you decided to do in order to address your financial issues.
So I got a little creative, as you said. And what I brought up was a polyamorous relationship. All three of us would share the responsibility, and I didn't want to bring someone in that wasn't aware of our situation and basically want to build with us from the ground up, because that's where we're starting. So we've met one girl. She was.
Side note, you're bisexual, so you were open to this.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay with
I think that's important.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So we met this one girl, and she really didn't have a good vibe about her. We have personality inside of personality, so if you're kind of just sitting in the back, just like there, it's kind of awkward. Yeah. From that point on, we both made an agreement that we were no longer going to talk to her. We were no longer going to have any type of conversation, anything. No contact with her. And the next day, he texts me that he's on his way to the store. The store is like literally 5 minutes away from the girl that we said we were no longer gonna talk to house. So I'm like, okay, about 45 minutes pass, and none of my messages are going through. And I'm like, okay, well, what are you doing? He finally texts me back, and he said that he was hanging out with that girl. And I was like, oh, really? Okay. And at that point, he was like, yeah, she tried to come on to me. She tried to do this and she tried to do that. And I'm like, all right, if she started it, she shouldn't have a problem telling me that. So when I text her, she was like, okay, well, he came over and he was like very aggressive and he reached over, he grabbed me, and we had sex. I was like, really? Okay. How could you possibly do this?
Mr. Phillips, would you like to address that?
I made a mistake that I probably regret for the rest of my life. And it was
You seem to have a problem withstanding any kind of temptation. Any woman gets around, I mean, it just boom, straight to, you see a woman and your pants fall off.
It was just, I feel like I did a lot that I could have changed to not let it get to that point. And like I said, I was too excited. And it shouldn't have got to that point at all.
But at this point, I feel like he doesn't really understand what that did to me, because we moved 1,400 miles away from Houston. Like, literally, I can't just go back to my mom and be like, look, well, he hurt me.
I got you. And you think that she's too insecure for a polyamorous relationship, and that the fault lies on her end. Why don't you explain why you feel that way?
After this incident happened, I literally deleted that whole idea out of her head. I said, let's stop this. Let's delete all of the texts that we have from, the other females. Let's just focus on us. And she said, no, we can do it, but it has to be done a certain way. And I felt like her insecurities cause her to grow jealousy within certain situations. Even before I've ever done anything, it was always, you know, a jealousy derived from somewhere, and I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
So for her to, you know, say, oh, let's add a third person, it was like, okay, but are you sure? And
But, you know, and then you said, are you sure? And then you said, okay, fine. And then her worst fears were confirmed because you had sex with that person on their own. So clearly, she was right to be insecure because you can't play by the rules, even when the rules are grossly in your favor.
When he went to go have sex with her, he literally spent money that we earned together off of deliveries on condoms for her. So that really hurts because it's just like, why would you take money that we earned together?
Mr. Phillips, do you care to respond in a manner that won't make me lose my mind? So, Ms. Luna, tell me about your current living situation.
So right now we're living out of our car, and like I said, when we made that decision to come here, we were really taken back at how expensive it really is and how realistic it really was to achieve actually finding somewhere to live. We don't have a safety net. Like, we can't go back home if we wanted to. Houston was hit by Hurricane Harvey. So everything as we know it is destroyed by water. My family and his family staying in shelters.
Wow.
So we don't have no one that's like, hey, can you send me 20 bucks?
You can't call home and say I need some help because they need help.
Exactly. So we can't really try to take away from what they really need. Even if it was, we really didn't have much before we came. So when we moved here, we didn't know anyone. So we have each other. We had to make each other, like, we had each other to survive. Like I said, we've been doing deliveries and everything like that. So when he went to go have sex with her, he literally spent money that we earned together off of deliveries on condoms for her. So that really hurts because it's just like, why would you take money that we earned together?
Trying to eat, living out of a car, trying to eat, and you gonna take it? Wow. Mr. Phillips, do you care to respond in a manner that won't make me lose my mind?
I do. Like she said, when we moved out here, we knew everything. We knew it was expensive. We knew it was gonna be hard to, you know, find somewhere to stay. We knew all that. But like she said, we had each other, and recently it was something that made me really realize, you know, the things that I was doing, like you said, derived these insecurities. And we had a car accident recently. And
in the car that you were living in?
Our home, our moneymaker, our everything.
So now you can't even make deliveries.
Can't even make deliveries. And to know that, you know, we have nothing to go back to, we have to be for each other. There is no...
When you leave here today, where are you going?
Luckily, by the grace of God, we have a classmate that's allowing us to stay there, and we don't know how long that's gonna last. We know it's not gonna last long. So
is it a male or a female?
A male.
Thank God. Because you are not a man to be left with temptation. That's all I'm going to say.
But I mean, that really made me realize, you know, that I feel like she shouldn't have insecurities for the simple fact that I love this girl. She's beautiful, she's smart, she has a soul like no other. And
yet you still sleep around on her. That's why she's insecure. You can't keep saying you oughtn't be insecure because I love you, because your love for her is not enough to make you remain faithful. It's not even enough to make sure you'll make sure that you have sex with somebody and condoms to do it with before you make sure she's fed. So don't tell me she ought not be insecure. She ought to be insecure. Okay? Get that off your mind, because that's just wrong. You have to behave in a manner that makes a woman feel secure. Just not speak it, you know? Above the belt, you're fine. Below the belt, you batting zero. Don't get that twisted. I got a couple of things I want to say to you that I hope will help you out because I'm worried about you. Dreams are important. Going for what you want is necessary for survival of the spirit. It really is. But to do so without a good game plan puts you where you are. And you keep talking about dreams and goals when sometimes 365 days of a regular gig. I mean, you got 70, 80 years to go. You know what I mean? 365 days of a regular gig is not giving up on your dreams. It's just being a practical person. And sometimes you have to delay for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days to save up money to be able to pursue your dreams, because you have to do so in a manner that makes sense. Are you with me with that? You know what I mean? Don't just dream. My father was an attorney. He went to law school, but he worked in a linoleum factory until his law practice could get up. He never dreamed to be in a linoleum factory, but he had to delay what he wanted, even though he had the schooling for it. Because bad people to feed. Mm-hmm. You got to feed yourself. Mr. Phillips, I'm going to ask you to grow up. You have a problem with denying yourself immediate gratification. And until you can deny yourself immediate gratification, you're never going to be a man in whom she can trust and secure. You keep talking all of this magnificent, I love it, all this, and all these amorphous concepts about your deep love for her and all that kind of stuff, but women need practical things. You know what I mean? We need to believe and know we got a place to stay. We got to know if you run into a woman, the next thing you know, y'all won't be in bed together. And she has no reason to believe that. And so you have to make sure that you hold yourself accountable for what you do.
I want to change that.
Huh?
I want to change that.
Don't want to change it. Do it. Everybody wants it. Everybody working on something. All this kind of stuff. Make that a goal. Like, for instance, if you don't have any money, but you wouldn't walk down the street and take a hammer and knock a old lady on her head and take a purse, right? That's an absolute bar that you would not cross. Sleeping with another woman should be an absolute bar that you do not cross. Same thing, right? So next time you see a woman you're attracted to her, think about a little old lady on the ground with a knot on her head. And maybe that'll help you get through the moment without doing the wrong thing. I wish you both the best of luck. This matter is adjourned.
Right now, it's just gonna take time for us to get past the infidelities, the deleting messages, cheating, and everything like that.
I have to do a lot to change. I know it's gonna be hard for her to trust me, but I have to make a change. I have to make it work.
Today on Divorce Court.
John and I tried to start a family. It's been a really difficult road.
We went through a couple miscarriages, and it kind of like messed us up emotionally.
Money is our number one issue.
She likes to live the lavish lifestyle, so I tried to give her that because I was in love with her and, threw us off financially.
Jonathan likes to accuse me of sleeping with a lot of different people, but that's not true.
She cheated on me in the past, and it changed ever since.
It tears me apart that we're not on the same page anymore.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I'm not gonna get shamed on myself.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jonathan Chavez and Kelly Condori. The two of you have been together for 5 years, married for 2.5, but you do not want to be married anymore. You don't have any children together, but Ms. Condori, you do have a child from a previous relationship. You are, again, getting a divorce, and Mr. Chavez, you are seeking over $8,000 for a number of things that you say she owes you, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Mr. Chavez, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, we're here today because I just want to close a chapter in my life with this marriage. I do want to divorce my wife of 2.5 years, one of my best friends for 15 years. And it started back then. We met back in high school. Cute little chunky kid walks into cafeteria, sees a beautiful girl. I was infatuated from the beginning, even though I tried to play it like I wasn't. She
gotta be cool.
She definitely caught it on, though. I was sweating profusely the moment she grabbed my arm. For a while, late teens and early adulthood, we were friends with benefits for a while. We never really solidified a relationship. We never really went out like a long period of time. But what happened was I was in a relationship for 4 years. We had a little falling out. She basically threw me under the bus. And
now, which she are you talking about? The one you with the
my
relationship?
wife,
Okay.
my wife at the time. She wasn't my wife at the time. I was in a relationship with another girl.
Miss Condori over there. Okay.
Correct. She basically told my girlfriend at the time everything that I was trying, to contact her, maybe rekindle something. And we cut ties. I cut ties with her because my girlfriend at the time, like I said, I was 4 years with her. She just didn't want me speaking to her. So I gave her that benefit of the doubt, and I cut ties. That relationship ended short after, and about a year out of that relationship, I noticed that she had moved to Virginia, and I noticed she came back to New York. She was single, so obviously an old thing. I contacted her. We hung out, and we were intimate. We were intimate for about a week. And things got a little more serious. I've kind of got more serious. I have more feelings for her. I cared more.
You caught feelings, as they say.
Yeah, basically. And we got together. And a year into our relationship, she ended up leaving and cheating on me. And I didn't see her for a week. I didn't hear from her for a week. I saw her post on social media that she was with family members of her ex, siblings. So I knew personally that she had slept with him.
When did you find out that while she was gone, she was sleeping with some other guy?
The later end of the week. So like Thursday, she left like on a Tuesday. I would say by like Thursday, Friday night, I knew she was already hanging out with a guy, which was an ex.
Let's talk to Miss Condori for a moment here. Miss Condori, is that true?
Somewhat.
Will you tell me what actually happened? Because it sounds pretty bad so far.
Yes. Like he mentioned, he was in a relationship with somebody else, and his family, when I came into the picture, his family did not like me. They basically saw me as
the side chick.
Yeah, they all basically gave me the cold shoulder, the nasty looks, the nasty remarks.
Well, can I ask you something, Ms.
Yes,
Condori?
ma'am.
What did you expect if you the side piece?
Ma'am.
What did you expect,
ma'am,
your reception to be?
That was between us. Nobody really knew about our situation at all. The family just...
Oh, that's just because you were young and don't know no better. Mamas know.
No.
I know which women my sons bring around and who's doing what to who.
No, ma'am, it was never like that. No, ma'am. No, ma'am, it was never like that. His family just grew attached to his ex, and they would just naturally assume that they were going to be together forever.
Right.
So when I came into the picture, I was somebody brand new, and they just told him, like, you're moving on too fast. It's just been 9 months since they broke up. So obviously, we didn't care. We still, like, kept pushing on.
Right.
But it was a whole year of his ex being in the picture. We lived only right above his mother's house. So his ex would come to the mother's house to family events, family parties. That's how entwined she was in our lives. And she
Well, weren't you sleeping with him while he was dating her?
No, ma'am. That honestly, that is not my problem. That was between them and their relationship, and I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't sleeping with him. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. I wasn't sleeping with you. You were trying to sleep with me, and she caught you.
I slept with you at least twice during my relationship.
I didn't know you were still with her though. So
it was in the beginning. That fallout happened
I didn't know.
End.
We were in our sexual relationship wasn't, hey, how was your life? How's stuff with your mom or with your wife? No, he literally was like, I sent her home. We broke up, and I was like, okay, fine, we could do us, I guess. But he never really told me his situation with his ex at all during the times that we were messing around. Mm-hmm. But this is way before. I'm talking about in a relationship. In our first year alone. His family would attack me, his family disrespected me, his friends didn't like me, his friends disrespected me. And every time I would ask him about, like, I would tell him, like, your family's doing this, he'll be like, don't talk crap about my family, that's my family. And he wouldn't listen that
you were being hurt.
Yeah, like, your family is hurting me. Your family's treating my son like an outcast.
This is when you were dating or
yes,
were you married?
Yes, this is a year of us dating.
A year of just dating, and
yes.
they weren't accepting of your son and all of that. I understand that part of the story. I wanted you to finish that up, but then I want to get to the part where you explained to me leaving town for a week
that's what
and
I'm
not
getting
talk
at
about
too, ma'am.
If you're telling me that you're gonna go see your cousin,
who lives with the guy that she's thinking about working things out with.
and I see these messages and I see what you tell him, you did it while I was at work, you took my money to pay for the bus ticket, and then you went over there to go be with him. That's what I felt.
So, Ms. Condori, why don't you tell me how the relationship with his family progressed, and then end with the story about you leaving for a week?
Well, it got worse, and within that year, it got really worse, and it affected me a lot because it just they showed it to my son, the whole
the disdain,
the distance
dislike.
and everything, So he would also show his indiscretions with my son too. Like, he'll try to keep away from him because he didn't want to get too involved with somebody else and have that separation again.
Right.
So for a whole year, I've been going, I'm seeing this. And
This is the whole year that you're dating?
Yes, that we're dating as boyfriend and girlfriend, living together as boyfriend and girlfriend.
So how long were you going together before you started living together?
2 months.
So, Ms. Condori, get me to the point where you left.
Well, at this point, I'm feeling confused. I already have commitment issues as it is. So I was not in a good position. We just finished getting into a fight about his family, and he wasn't realizing how I felt at all. So, yeah, I went to meet up with my cousin. My cousin happened to be hanging out with my ex. I stayed there for a week, came back, and I told him what happened. I told him how I felt, and I told him that even though he did wanted us to still stay together, I told him I wasn't where I was at. I didn't know what I wanted, and I was confused. So we took we broke up for 3 months. We still lived together, but I wasn't.
You guys weren't together?
Yeah, we weren't together. He was doing his thing. He was dating other people. He slept with somebody else. And
I was sleeping with you for the most part.
Do you have a different view or recitation of the events that occurred when she got back?
Definitely do.
Tell me what they are.
Before she left, originally, I didn't want her to go because I knew her ex was there. I knew she was still speaking with him. I've read messages. We were really open. She could look at my phone, I could look at hers. But occasionally she wouldn't delete the things that she needed to delete, which is telling the guy, hey, maybe we can work it out before leaving. So if you're telling me that you're gonna go see your cousin,
who lives with the guy that she's thinking about working things out with,
and I see these messages and I see what you tell him, I'm not gonna want you to go, and you go anyways, and you don't do it maturely. You did it while I was at work. You took my money to pay for the bus ticket. You took, you know what I mean? Like, and then you went over there to go be with him. That's what I felt. And I've never got that closure. She's never given me a straight answer of, yeah, you know what? I was trying to work it out with him because of all the mishaps that we had.
I got you. Let me do this. I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond to that, but I also want you to discuss. My understanding is that your fights about these matters are so destructive that it contributed to the end of this marriage, and I want to talk about that.
We argue about everything. It's with him, his anger, it's literally tip it and he will go off.
Completely.
And he has called me a piece of crap. And it's not just a piece of crap. It's you're grimy, you're a spiteful B-word, you're ungrateful, you're unappreciative.
I want to talk about the way you guys fight, but before that, Mr. Chavez accused you of wholesale ratchetness in the manner in which you dealt with this other guy. I want to give you an opportunity to respond about the things he said about the way you did it. Did you use his money and to go down there and all that kind of stuff?
No, ma'am, I didn't use his money to buy the tickets at all. Actually, the only thing I did do was take $50 from him, and that's about it.
That's about it, but the rest of it you paid for on your own?
Yeah. So I don't know what he's talking about. It's literally $1.50 in mega budget.
Mr. Chavez, you say that she's destructive and angry and tears stuff up. Give me an example of how that
so there was one time that we were arguing, and it's always usually about another female in the picture or whatnot, and we had a shelf set, like a little shelf system, where we went to a wedding, and she took a vase and put all the pictures of the wedding, and it was a nice
Beautiful,
ornament,
yeah.
nice memory for us as a family. We have pictures on there, you know, old picture frames that we've had for a while now. And she literally came out arguing, and she flipped it. Everything broke everywhere. She tends to throw cups. She tends to throw her phone, and she's just very vulgar with her talking to me. She calls me a piece of crap all the time. A fat piece of crap, to be honest, because I've always been big. It doesn't bother me. I'm from New York. Snacks are for free. It's what it is. I've been.
I got you, Ms. Condori. What do you have to say about the nature of your
I've never called him
conflict?
I've never called him any of those names. Actually, in fact, he's the one that's extremely verbal. He's the one that actually, we argue about everything. It's with him, his anger, it's literally tip it and he will go off.
Completely.
And he will, it's not, I only call him a piece of crap because he has done it he has called me that so many times already that it has pushed me to the point that if he doesn't care, I'm not gonna care neither. And it's not just a piece of crap. It's you're grimy, you're a spiteful B-word, you're ungrateful, you're unappreciative, you don't do anything.
I will agree to. But the other
Mr.
ones.
Chavez, just take a step back. Usually both people are at least participating a bit in the foul words and the ugly language.
But
so do you own that you get angry as well?
Yeah, of course. Obviously,
and you're
yes.
yelling and hollering and everybody's acting a fool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Yeah, you got to own it.
All right, you're right.
you got to own it. Okay. I want to move now onto something I think is a very deep and difficult story for you to tell. There was a miscarriage and a great deal of damage done to the relationship in the wake of that miscarriage, and I want to talk about that. Ms. Condori, I'm going to ask you to tell me about what happened with respect to the miscarriage and how his and his family's response burdened or hurt you.
We actually had 3 miscarriages. We've been trying to have a family for a year. Jonathan doesn't have any kids. I know that's his main goal. That has been his goal since he was 16 years old. I had the IUD for 5 years. I took it off, and people usually tell you that you get pregnant immediately. So we kind of held on to that. But every month I would get my period, and it would be a huge disappointment. And he didn't realize that it took a toll on me, because I would get it, and he would just be like angry about it, that I wasn't pregnant.
That's not true.
So it would make me feel worthless. It would make me feel like I'm not doing something right. We got pregnant the first time. He jumped the gun, told everybody. Yeah, we were only 2 weeks. His family didn't take it as
a positive.
They
weren't happy.
Yeah, but we ended up having the miscarriage a week later after we made the announcement. The second time, actually, we were 3 months pregnant, and we made the announcement. And a week later, we lost the baby again.
Ms. Condori, I am so sorry. So very, very sorry. Mr. Chavez, were you supportive? And I'm going to say something before I say this. Oftentimes, guys come in here when a woman gets a miscarriage and can't understand why she's, well, get over it. It's a process that just didn't complete, and don't understand the depth and the breadth of her grief. Were you supportive?
Yeah, I was very helpful. You know, I made sure she was comfortable. We fought a lot, but it was more of accusations at first.
He really wasn't supportive. Mm-hmm. A week later, after I had my miscarriage of 3 months, we were arguing, and he left because I kicked him out, I guess, one of those moments. And he started adding other females, looking at other females' Facebook a week after my miscarriage.
That was after the second one.
Yes, it was.
It was after the second one.
No, that's I'm talking about, the second miscarriage.
Whatever miscarriage it was, how come you looking at other women a week after she lost your baby?
Absolutely. It wasn't like I probably did it out of just to get her angry, because she was kicking me out all the time. She was literally, and it wasn't it wasn't kicking me out at 8 in the evening, or where I could find somebody. She would pick an argument with me and kick me out at 3, 4 in the morning.
I see what's going on here. I see where you're missing each other. I see where your communication skills and your emotional, your ability to contain and control your emotions is not there. But I want to take this opportunity to get a third eye on this, because Ms. Condori contends, and rightfully so, that a lot of what goes wrong in your relationship is a function of her feeling alienated from her family. So I want to bring Karima Capret out here so she can speak on behalf of the family, and maybe we can get some of that resolved. Ms. Capret, how are you?
Hi.
Good day. There is so much here. I've got a new witness. There is so much that everybody has to say, and I want to give this matter the attention that it deserves. So I'm going to adjourn it for today. We will reconvene tomorrow, get a fresh start, and we'll figure out what's going on. This matter is adjourned.
She likes to live lavishly in the sense of like going out to eat or going to the movies. And I would do these things. I would do these things even when we didn't have sufficient amount of income.
We closed the door, and his brother then proceeded, as my son was sleeping in this apartment, proceeded to kick the door multiple times because he was upset with what's going on.
Her attitude was very, I've been in this picture. You guys just don't know who I am. I've been a high school sweetheart. You know, so that's when we were just like, we never heard of you. We don't know who you are.
Today on Divorce Court, a May-December romance is one in which the parties have a huge age gap. Relationships are hard enough, but can you imagine being in a relationship with someone who's the same age as your mother or adult child? Today, we're going to meet Juliet and Ryan. They're ending their marriage because they couldn't bridge the generation gap. Let's go see what went wrong.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Juliet Musgrave and Ryan Musgrave. The two of you have been married for 4 years, and you do not want to be married anymore. Mrs. Musgrave, you are looking for a dollar amount associated with this, and we'll talk about that later. But why don't you tell me how we got here to divorce court today?
Well, my husband and I, like you mentioned, have been married for 4 years. During those 4 years, we have drifted apart so far to the point that I don't know who he is anymore. We have nothing in common.
Nothing in common.
And we argue constantly.
Do you think any of that has to do with the 21-year age difference? Because you are 21 years older than him.
20.
20 years old. To get it right, that's all right.
Give me that 1 year.
Yeah. Do you think that has anything to do with it?
Definitely.
Okay. Give me some examples of some of the things that have gone wrong.
Well, when we first met, we met as friends, and then it grew into a relationship quickly. We were married within 8 months of meeting each other, and we didn't really know each other. We had to figure things out during that first, 6 months, and found out a lot that I didn't know, a lot I didn't like. Ryan's very secretive with a lot of things that I found.
Tell me some stories, some things that he's done.
For example, his cell phone, he's very guarded with his cell phone. It's always been locked, never have access to it. And I thought it was strange, but I kind of dismissed it. And one day he left it unlocked, and I was curious, and I looked, and I found messages on an app that he had to another girl, to another woman, and very sexually explicit. And I asked him about it, and he said that there were old messages from a long time ago, but that didn't make sense to me.
Mr. Musgrave, did you have sexually explicit messages between you and another woman on your phone?
No, not at all.
So she just made that up?
Yeah, I have no idea what she's talking about.
No idea what she's talking about at all?
No.
How about the person in your neighborhood that was much older?
Okay.
You want to tell me about that, Mr. Musgrave?
No, not that. The whole messages thing.
Okay.
It was when we first got together. We weren't even married yet. I mean, we just got together. I mean, within, I don't know, a month
so
or
you
two?
do remember it.
I remember it now, yeah.
Oh,
it was about a month, but we weren't even together like that. And yeah, I mean, before I met her, I was on a site. So
doing whatever because you were single.
Exactly. But when we were married like that, that never happened. I was very faithful up until this other woman in Texas.
So how did you end up spending the night in jail?
Ryan and I had an argument that got really heated, and police ended up being called, and I was taken to jail. Ryan accused me of being unfaithful to him, and that's what started the argument. And I was trying to be really mellow with it and not have it escalate, but he gets angry and it escalates really quick. So it's what he thinks is what's the important part.
What's your version of that event?
That day I was very, very like down, depressed. I wasn't like heated. I wasn't getting mad or anything like that. She wanted me out of the house and I wasn't going to get out of the house. So things escalated like she said and the cops were called and she was taken.
Who called the police?
I did. Okay. I did.
And she was taken down? And then when she came home, she had a restraining order on her.
She didn't get to come home. I moved another woman into the house.
Yes.
Yeah.
A day and a half later, he moved somebody else into my home and locked me out of it. My belongings, nothing. I wasn't able to take anything.
Was she charged?
No.
No, I didn't file. I did not. No.
Did you use it as a move to get her out of the house so you could get another woman in the house?
No. It just happened when she was out. I didn't do it purposely to get the woman to come in at all.
But you were seeing that woman already?
No, not like that at all. It was when she went in. I mean, me and this other woman, I think she's like maybe 10 or something years older than Juliet. So,
yeah, so that's 30 years.
She's an older woman.
Yeah.
So
it just happened really fast.
How did she get to move in? It was like, hey, I got an empty room, come on.
Basically, yeah.
I said that sarcastically and I got stuck.
But at that point,
I have something
at that point, our relationship was over, though. I mean, I was down and depressed that day that the cops were called because I did everything I felt like I could for the relationship to try to get it to go better. But all in all, it wasn't. And when I met this woman, I found happiness again. I knew what happiness was.
You met her the same day that she went to jail? Or you already knew her?
I already knew her. She lived in the neighborhood. I mean, I already knew her, but it wasn't just like the day that she left. I mean, it was more than a day and a half.
More than a day and a half.
Yeah.
Wow. Mr. Musgrave, if you take this long finding something that's somewhere close to the truth, this entire proceeding, we'll never get anywhere. You keep walking around and around trying to not look as bad as the things that you've done, and it's exhausting me. Mrs. Musgrave, what do you have to say?
Well, he mentions that he was at the point where our relationship was over. I had no clue that it was over. I thought we had just gotten an argument, and when I came home, we would work through the argument.
Right.
We would still be married. I had no clue that he was seeing another person. When I finally did speak with him months later, he told me that he found his soulmate, that she was really somebody who he could relate to, and blindsided me. I wasn't ready for that at all.
Another guy, though?
I was not ready for that.
Well, tell me what you say. She was kissing on another guy?
Yeah, like a family friend picked us up, I believe, and I went to go walk into the house, and I just happened to turn around, and I see her and the family friend just casually kiss. It didn't seem casual. It seemed like they've done it before. It seemed like I've never seen them kiss anybody else before, like that, a friend leaving each other. He never kissed anybody, but they kissed that day in the front. She denies it and says, I'm tripping. I don't know what I see. I'm a delusion. Everything, like.
What is your version of that event?
We were walking
the
gentleman out, and he knew how you innocently give somebody a hug and you go to give him a kiss on the cheek. It was innocent. We actually met,
Yeah, right. Like weird.
And we kind of looked at each other. We were both amazed by it, like embarrassed, and that was it. That's what he saw.
They kissed before they even hugged.
No.
Yeah.
Well, let me move forward. Talk a little bit about the age difference and how that factored in to the failure of this marriage.
We were living in Arizona, and he was working at a Mexican restaurant. He ended up getting fired because he was inappropriately using a burrito in a sexually content way, and somebody saw him do it, and he got fired.
Mr. Musgrave, were you sexually inappropriate with a burrito? You say you believe that the age played a factor in the ending of the marriage. Why do you believe that?
We grew up in different eras.
Right.
Everything from work ethic to hobbies, what our likes and dislikes in music, how we feel we should treat other people. I mean, we were just raised differently. I've always been brought up to believe that hard work is what you need to do. You get up, you're punctual, you show up every day, you listen to your boss, and you respect them. One example is, when I met Ryan, he didn't have a job. Or if he did, he didn't last very long at that job. We were living in Arizona, and he was working at a Mexican restaurant. And shortly after getting hired, he ended up getting fired because he was inappropriately using one of the food, a burrito, in a sexually content way. And somebody saw him do it, and he got fired.
Mr. Musgrave, were you sexually inappropriate with a burrito?
Yes, it was.
Do you feel a little ludicrous about that? I mean, because it's a ludicrous thing to do.
No.
No, you just...
No, not at all.
You just felt it was unfortunate that you got caught.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that doesn't make any sense. You know, you don't mess with your dollar. You don't go do silly things at work. You know what I mean?
You're right, and
you don't get
I felt
fired
bad
when
about
somebody's...
losing that job, so I'm like 2 days later I had another job. I mean, I'm not sitting there not working or anything. I mean, I went to school. I had 2 jobs. I mean, I was really trying to put my foot forward. I don't know why you...
Was he going to school and had 2 jobs?
At the time when I helped him get this job in Texas, he was supposedly looking for a job and never found one. So he ended up getting this job. He worked at it. He was really good at it. But he ended up getting a little bit too full of himself when he was doing his job. And he thought he was untouchable. His boss confronted him about him doing maybe a subpar job, and he began to argue with his boss and began to be belligerent to him. So he got fired from that one. Didn't think of the repercussions, how it was going to, affect the family.
Mr. Musgrave, what do you have to say about that incident?
I got upset and I disagreed with the owner. I got upset with him, and I'm going to stand my ground, and he basically let me go because I stood my ground. I should have been paid a lot more than what he wanted to pay me, so I'm not going to step back from what he owes me. So.
Instead of just taking it as
Mr.
constructive
Musgrave, we've been
criticism.
talking about you a lot, so now I want to turn the tables a little bit. Well, I want to go to you and find out what you think is the major component or the major problem that you have that caused this marriage to come to an end.
Juliet became my mother, then my wife. Like, tell me what clothes I would wear. She would not allow me to put the clothes I wanted on to go out because she didn't think it looked good with her wardrobe.
Isn't it too much kind of tell a grown man what to wear? So, Mr. Musgrave, what do you see as the major problem in this marriage?
Juliet became my mother, then my wife. I mean, she would nag at me, put me down, belittle me, tell me things to do like a mom would. And I mean, they weren't all bad, but I mean, I started feeling like she was my mother, not my wife. I feel like age wasn't a big thing. I really, until like maybe a year after being together, then I started feeling like age was a problem.
Was a problem,
I looked at us as equals for the longest time.
Yeah.
I mean, I respect the woman, everything like that.
But Your Honor,
Give me a couple of examples of her nagging and being more like a mother than a wife.
Like, tell me what clothes I would wear. She would not allow me to put the clothes I wanted on to go out because she didn't think it looked good with her wardrobe. Just recently, she said, no, you're not gonna look good in that, you shouldn't wear it. And I wanna look good and feel comfortable and be sure of myself, what I'm wearing. And she doesn't allow that. I mean,
that's not true.
Isn't it too much kind of tell a grown man what to wear?
If he wants to be looked at
What
as
about
an
you
adult,
throwing
he
them
has
away,
to look
though?
like an adult, not like a skater kid that just came in from the street.
Did you notice his wardrobe when you were dating him?
yeah,
Yes,
why'd you marry
but
me in the first place then?
I didn't marry your clothes, I married you.
Exactly, so why
The
is the
clothes
clothes
could be,
problem?
See,
updated.
you fall into the trap of I've got the basics of what I want, and then I'm gonna pick at him until he becomes the man I really want. And you can't do that to people. He was who he was. If he was dressing like a skater, that's where his head was. That's where his maturity level was. That's who he was. You can't get him and then get mad because you get the guy you picked.
You knew the age difference.
You know what I mean? He's a younger guy. He's not going to have the same mentality that you have, and you can't change him. You can't age him 20 years and make him behave like you want him to behave. That's not right.
No, I didn't try and change the way he behaved. Just, I didn't want to be embarrassed of
Just
what
my
he was
wardrobe,
wearing
right?
if I was going to be with him.
Yeah, but I can tell by your tone. It's very condescending.
I didn't mean it to be that way to him.
I don't think you meant it to be that way, but I think that's what he heard, which is part of the reason why we're here. Did you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
You know, things went very far south. And part of that was a guy that was a whole lot younger than you and
But,
didn't
Your Honor,
appreciate.
I didn't try and be his mother because I just tried and to guide him in the right way. There was an age difference, and
Why not?
I
help
was
me, not
aware of
guide
that,
me?
and I didn't want to come off being the mother.
What form did this guidance take? What kind of things did you guide him in?
Well, him being so much younger didn't have the experience of going through some of the life lessons that I have already lived through. So I would give him my examples, and this is how I dealt with it. And he would take it as, this is how you should do it. And that was not the case. Not at first. Not at first. I actually took her guidance in and actually went with some of it. But when I would not take her guidance, she'd become angry. She would like mess up the whole afternoon or evening because I didn't follow what she wanted. Well, sitting at home is not my idea of being productive. I mean, we have a household that we have to pay for, and we have a future that I thought we were trying to work towards together. And he's
playing a game.
Exactly.
Okay, he was playing a game. I want to talk about whether or not you respected one another's property, and if that too had something to do with the end of your marriage. In the beginning, you were buying him a lot of stuff. Then you said once you stopped, he got angry. Could you very briefly tell me what that was about?
I stopped buying him things because I felt he was already given up on the marriage. I told him, I'm not going to provide you with things if you're not going to pitch in together to make this marriage work. So I told him that if you quit the company, then you end up, you don't get the company benefits. So why am I going to buy you things?
Right. Did that make him angry?
Yes. He says, you should still buy me things that, I want to have, like nice clothes, expensive cell phones, things like that. He felt entitled to it.
Did you ever buy me a cell phone?
Mr. Musgrave, did you feel entitled to a whole lot of stuff that she was buying you?
If I asked her for these things, then yeah, I wanted them and I should have got them. I feel like at that time, because everything I've done for this woman, I feel like I've done a lot, and yes, I do deserve it. But at the point where she's probably talking about, no. I quit the company. I'm gladly going to quit the company. Yeah. I really don't care about that.
Okay, I got it. I got it. You want $283 from him. What for?
In 2015, I left Texas, left him. I knew the marriage was not going to work anymore, and so I came back to Fresno. And shortly thereafter, he calls me 3 months later, tells me the relationship he was in at the time wasn't going to work. Can I pay for him to come back home?
I was supposed to leave with her that night, though, that she also left.
So I did. I left.
Transpired.
When I was here, I was working at a job. I was getting up in the morning to get in my car to go to work out of town, and I back up, and all 4 of my tires get popped by somebody who had put pieces of wood with nails in them, and so when you back up, all of them pop.
Mr. Musgrave, was that you?
Yeah.
And why did you do that?
If I would have never came out, she didn't. I came out and told her because I felt bad about it. I felt guilty. I felt
not
like,
bad enough to pay it.
No, I'm not going to pay it. I mean, everything that I've lost in this marriage, I'm okay with it.
Emotional. I've lost a lot of money.
You know what, people?
Your Honor, I have receipts here.
Okay, thank you.
For the cost. I have an estimate.
Mr. Musgrave, you don't think you should pay it because of all the things that you did in this relationship?
No, I mean, it was my car, too, at the time. I recently had signed over the title to her, but at the time, it was my car. I mean, I was getting no use of the car at all. She was, like, taking it for whatever she wanted, not letting me use it.
I got it. This is what happened. You got a guy who wanted a bit of a sugar mama, and you closed your eyes to it. And you didn't say, why does this guy, 20 years younger, want to get in this relationship with me? You didn't take a good look at it because it was 8 months, and you fell into it. And whatever things that you saw were wrong, you said, well, once I get him, I'm going to tuck him up, going to get him together, going to get him right, going to get him grown, and you got mad when you couldn't get it done.
No, I thought...
No, I think so. I think he's half a jerk. I think if you paid more attention, you would have seen that he's half a jerk.
Oh, I know I would have.
And, that's on you for not paying attention.
True.
Mr. Musgrave, you could be a better guy. I think you use women. I don't know if you're doing it now, but I think you used her, and I deserve this and I deserve that. You don't deserve nothing. Everybody gets into marriage and work and do what you got to do. And I'm going to tell you, when you do damage to somebody's property maliciously, you pay for it. Exactly. $283 in favor of Mrs. Musgrave. It is so ordered.
In the future, I will take more care to date somebody who I have more in common with.
I would have been with Juliet regardless of receiving gifts or anything like that, because it was a relationship and I was in it for the long haul, the good or the bad. The extra stuff just came from her when she wanted to get it for me. So yeah, I would still be with her.
I feel like I lost my best friend. It's sad.
Today on Divorce Court.
Dontavious, I'm here to tell you today that I'm not here to be your mother. I'm not here to raise you. I'm here to be your wife and your partner.
When Justine goes to her father over me for finances, it makes me feel less than the man.
I always come to my daddy before I come to him with anything.
I feel like I'm the head of the household when she wants me to be the head of the household.
I am older than him, and I have more experience in life than him. I tend to take over.
I can't be with her in 5 years if she continues this behavior.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Justine Patterson and Dontavious Patterson. The two of you have been together for 5 years and married for 5 years. You don't have any children together. Your marriage is in trouble, so you've come to me for advice. Mrs. Patterson, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what is happening in your household?
Well, I just want to start off by saying Dontavious and I, we've been together for we've been married for 5 years. But we got married after just knowing each other 3 weeks. And
what happened in those 3 weeks?
Well, Your Honor, he swept me off my feet. I met him at a pizza joint, and when I seen him, oh Dios mío, he was fine. I loved everything about him. He was tall, he was handsome, you know, he had a kind soul. I loved everything about him.
Mr. Patterson, what did you see in her in 3 weeks that made you say, I do?
Oh, well, you know, there's an age difference, about 6 or 7 year age difference. So, you know, she kind of put that old school thing on my fell in love.
She whipped it on you, yeah. You got to whip the food and everything.
I ain't been the same since.
I got it. Okay, Ms. Patterson, bring me up to speed.
Okay, Your Honor. Let me just tell you a little bit about, I'm not from here. I'm originally from Panama. Mm-hmm. And Spanish is my first language. I learned English about 17 years ago. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, I met Dontavious. I fell heads over heels for him. I have 2 children. He was great with them. I do. I have a boy and a girl. And pretty much, like I said, we fell in love with him. And it just started going downhill once, we've been together, like I said, 5 years.
Right.
And then the age difference.
He's bothersome.
So
he was 20 when you married him?
He was 19 when I married him.
He was 19 when you married him?
He was 19 and I was 26.
He was 26. Mr. Patterson, what do you think the problem is?
Me personally, my only problem with my wife is, she's too dependent on her father. I don't really have a chance to, do what I want to do for her. I like to surprise her a lot. Mm-hmm. And, it's been several different occasions in which I've tried to surprise her. And she'll think I've forgotten about a holiday or something. And one year, I spent 2-3 months on saving money on putting down payments on the necklace for her. And down to my last payment, her dad turned around and bought the necklace in one day. You know what I'm saying? And
Your Honor, hang on. Already. Does her father have a lot of money and is able to Bigfoot it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's a big dog and everything, you know what I'm saying?
That's not the case, Your Honor.
You know what I'm saying? And he loved me. He got a lot of respect for me. I got a lot of respect for him. But, when it comes to her, anytime she open her mouth, he there for her. He
gives her whatever she wants and doesn't allow you to
salute that, but I like to be there for my wife, too, you know what I'm saying? And I like to be there first, and I just want to be that backbone, you know what I'm saying?
Mrs. Patterson, your thoughts on that?
Let me just say about the whole necklace thing. Judge, I'm not from here. Like I said it before, I'm from Panama. My first language is Spanish. So my culture is totally different from the culture here. I'm close to my parents, especially my dad. Mm-hmm. Like, where I come from, we don't believe that the moment you turn 18, you're kicked out or you're just grown or you're on your own or you have to figure it out on your own. I wasn't raised that way. Mm-hmm. My dad, and as far as like the jewelry, it was a necklace that I wanted from my country. I didn't tell my dad, just like I told him. I was like, oh my God, there's this lady who's from my country. We have this yearly event. She was bringing different designs, and I told my dad about it. Well, we didn't know that he was going to get it.
So it just happenstance. I mean, he wasn't trying to outdo you.
He wasn't.
He just happened to get there first.
See, it's not that he's ever trying to outdo me.
But he always does.
He always does, though. And she got to be giving him some type of call. You know what I'm saying? You know, it been several occasions I tried to surprise her for her birthday. I act like I've forgotten about her all the way up to the last minute. And, you know, some kind of way she'll backdoor me and call him and he make everything him, you know what I'm saying? And I already have something.
Your culture notwithstanding, do you understand your husband has to feel like he's
I feel like I'm not needed.
Your dude, and that that he does for you, and that's your obligation to make him feel that way?
And it is, and I'm working on that, and that's the problem that we're having. But he just want me to cut, like, I don't know what he...
Not to mention, she's the only woman I've ever done anything for, ever even thought to do anything for.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I just felt that should be special.
And I'm not saying that he doesn't do for me and my children, because he doesn't have any children, and he's 100% dedicated to my daughter. I'll give an example to, my daughter just got her progress report on last Friday. Mm-hmm. My daughter had all A's, 1 B, and thanks to him, because he's dedicated to her. His education her education is everything to him. He's dedicated every day. But he is. He's 100%.
So what did he do? What did he do? Good. Finish the story.
But the problem here is I don't want him to feel like he's not a man. It's just that my dad has always been there. And it's not that he's not man enough or he's not important in my life. He is. But my dad has always been there.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to do...
Here's the thing. When you get married, you make decisions about how you're going to behave. And you have to behave in a manner that's okay with your man.
And you handling the situation.
And you have to handle things differently. Mm-hmm. And it might mean I have to break a habit here or there in order to accommodate who we are.
I'm trying, but see, when I try to communicate...
Ain't no try, there's either do or not do. Pick up the phone or don't pick up the phone. If you're grown enough to get married, you just do.
One of his good friends is like a brother to him. He just found out that he's having another child. This is his 3rd child. Mm-hmm. And so there's times in this relationship, lately I'm starting to feel like he's a bit resentful.
My understanding is, on that note, that you do want to start to have a family with
I definitely want to have a family.
And she's not ready. Mrs. Patterson, you say that you became a mother very young, and that, you believe, has impacted a great deal how you conduct your life now. Why don't you tell me the story of what happened and how you believe it's still present today in your life?
Well, I came to this country when I was 14 years old. I'm actually the first one in my family to have a baby out of wedlock. Mm-hmm. My parents had been married for 39 years. I had my son when I was 17. And even though I had him at 17, I had a lot of support. A lot of support with his family, my family, but it devastated my parents. I just put my whole family in a whole different era, and they just had to go, flow with it when we first got here. So my family means a lot to me. Dontavius grew up in a household where he didn't have both of his parents. He only had his mother, and so when he seen the relationship that
hang on. Let's let Mr. Patterson speak for himself. Mr. Patterson, when you stepped into the role as stepfather at 19, which is very, very deep, were you concerned about it? Was it difficult for you? And how do you think you've done?
I think I've been doing a great job. It's not difficult. The only difficult part is when you start to feel like you're not being appreciated for it. You know what I'm saying? But
what makes you think you're not appreciated for it?
I mean, I think that just comes with being a step parent, period. You know what I'm saying? You can spend all the time in the world and do everything that you could possibly do. But then, when that little kid pick up that phone and call the real pops, it kind of make you feel some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I guess that's just the reality of it, but I'm growing into it, and
Were you at all hesitant to take on a woman who had 2 children? You were just 19.
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all. My stepfather raised me, so I never looked at them no different than my real children, because I wasn't looked at any different. You know what I'm saying? I don't treat them like...
Not that they're different because they're stepchildren, and I appreciate that, I do. But you were so young to take on that responsibility. That did not frighten you at all?
Not at all. You know, I've always been like a little ahead of myself mentally. You know what I'm
more
saying?
mature.
Yeah, a lot more mature. You know, so all the clubbing and playing around. You know, I kind of skipped that in my 20s anyway.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
so
not
my
into it.
understanding is, on that note, that you do want to start to have a family with
I
her
definitely
now.
want to
And
have a family.
she's not ready.
Well, you know, we attempted to once
Right.
before her body wasn't ready for a child.
Right.
Therefore, we really haven't worked on it again.
But he's
right
talked
now.
about it. He's talked about how he's disappointed because one of his good friends is like a brother to him. He just found out that he's having another child. This is his third child. And so there's times in this relationship, lately I'm starting to feel like he's a bit resentful.
So the fact that you don't have a baby
the fact
together.
that, because he keeps saying little things like, you know, I'm 25, I don't have any children, I must not be good enough, and everyone around him is having children. But what I don't want to do is bring another human being to this world and we're having little minor...
When you don't have it totally together.
We don't have it all together. It wouldn't be fair to the
I feel like
child.
we never gonna be totally just perfect, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, with the kid or without the kid, you know what I'm saying? We've been struggling 5 years together. I don't feel like a kid gonna, you know what I'm saying, do no justice or do no worse.
But we got to work on the
situation.
communication.
And I'm going to get to that communication issue and why it is such an issue.
I'm like a jackrabbit right now, and I be wanting it.
Yeah.
I be wanting it when I want it, and you know she'll give it to me when she feel like getting it to me. When she feel like getting it
But
to me,
then
I'm like,
respect the fact that you have a higher drive and a need at this juncture in your life.
He's wanting it 3-4 times a day. Who has the time?
Mr. Patterson, you said you grew up in a hood culture where the women run over the men.
correct.
And you don't want that happening to you. Why don't you tell me what you saw as a child and what you're trying to stay away from?
Well, my mother is a very, very, very dominant woman, and my stepfather is a very stand-up, phenomenal guy. Therefore, he lets her have her way with almost anything. But from my point of view, I really can't just let my wife have her way with everything because I'm built a little different, and I like to just speak my mind and stand on what I believe in, you know. And sometimes the tone of her voice, it's not even what she says. Sometimes it's just the tone of her voice when she talks to me as if I'm her child. You know what I'm saying? I can't interpret it the right way.
But eso no es siempre así. Eso no es siempre así. Listen, it's just the fact that he's always comparing this relationship he's always comparing me to his mother. I am not his mother and he is not his stepfather. The kind of issues that we have, he's always incorporating.
What do you think your communication problems are? What do you think the issue is?
I'm just loud. I'm loud. That's it. You know, I mean what I say and I say what I mean, and it's just that. It's nothing more, nothing less. And so for him,
so you think the entirety of the communication problem is he's misinterpreting your cultural expression as anger or dominance?
Right. Or controlling. And that's not even the case.
That's exactly how I'm taking it. You know what I'm saying? And like right now, you know what I'm saying? Instead of saying, well, let me try it a different way, she's just like, well, this me. And then what it gonna be?
Let me say something to you, Mrs. Patterson. This is me is never an appropriate response to a problem. This is me. Now, not if you want to stay married. If you want to be single, you can this is me all day long if you want to. But no, when you're married, you can't this is me. Now, who says you're having intimacy issues?
I'm 25 years old right now. You know what I'm saying? She's 31. My sex drive like a jackrabbit right now, and I be wanting it. I be wanting it when I want it, and you know she'll give it to me when she feel like getting it to me. When she feel like getting it to me,
But then respect the fact that you have a higher drive and a need at this juncture in your life. Mrs. Patterson, your response to that would be?
Well, I'm not saying that I don't want to have sex. I said let's schedule. Not even, and here's why. I have a busy, not even schedule. But like if we could get together and we could figure out like, okay, on these days, because not only do I have to take care of the children, I still have a full schedule. Like I'm a paralegal and I work with different doctors. I have a lot going on. And so, yeah, while he's thinking about that, my mind is on on something totally different. Not somebody, but something else. So like, I'm not saying that I don't want to and my sex drive is not as high as his, but we have other things more important than
Being a paralegal is keeping you from having sex.
No. Taking care of my children as much as he wants it, Your Honor. He's wanting it 3-4 times a day. Who has the time?
It's more so of, okay, she may want it early in the morning. I want it all the time. But if she turn me down 3-4 times and then she come at me all, wanting it, I'm gonna turn her down. Then that just starts a little thing when both of us just like,
back and forth. Who's gonna be the one that have their needs met on their schedule?
Exactly.
And your egos get involved.
And every time I'm turning her
silly.
down, I'm really wanting it, but I have to turn her down just to let her know. You know what I'm saying?
That's not how to handle it. It isn't. But I'm gonna try to address something or other. I don't think I'm gonna get very far, but I'm gonna do it anyway. There's one thing I could get him to give you that would make this better for you. What would it be, Mrs. Patterson? Just one.
Communication.
Communication. Mm-hmm. You don't feel you communicate well with him, or you feel he's not receptive to what you have to say? You feel you're not heard? In what manner do you need help?
Well, I say both ways. I feel like I'm not heard, and he feels like he's not heard or he's not needed. And basically, if we can get our communication down pat, I think we'll be okay.
Okay, Mr. Patterson, if it was one thing I could get her to give you, what would it be?
Them goodies. I just want it when I want it. That's all, because I'm a good man to her. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I ain't nothing but 25 years old. Right. And I be holding her down. And I feel like I be holding her down.
Oh, you do?
You know what I'm saying? So
no
I
question
feel
about
like the little thing that I do ask for, let me get that when I want that. You know what I'm saying? I'm loyal. You know what I'm saying?
Mrs. Patterson, let me tell you something. You found some young thing that you liked, and you wrapped him up. And this is who he is. He has come across as strong, as trustworthy, as faithful, as capable, as all man, and you need to let the brother have some more sex. Because it can't be about... He's 25. You know what I'm saying? He's 25. And that's what that is. And it can't be just about when you want it. It's like, this brother, woo! And it's that kind of time in his life. And when you get somebody young or get somebody older, you have to take that into account in how you deal with them. You're going to fool around and lose them. And it's not like it's going to, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you just have to be, they're not about being a paralegal to keep you from having sex. I don't know what that isn't either. Because I wasn't a para, I was illegal. Doesn't have anything to do with it. Doesn't have anything to do with it. It's a practical thing. It's a practical matter that you have to take care of that. And the first part of communication is the ability to listen. I don't think you're good with that.
That's true.
And I think that if you want to have better communication, you have to start with better hearing and better listening. And if you can't do that, you're never going to get anywhere. And I'm talking to you because I think Mr. Patterson is showing up grown and mature and on point, and you're the one who's a little weak. And I think you need to step up your game. Period. End of story. Thank you for being the man that you are.
Thank you.
Make sure you're worthy of him. This matter is adjourned.
I feel like if he was able to communicate a little bit more effectively with me, with telling me exactly what's wrong with him instead of having me figure it out, or the whole sexual thing, us talking about it, I think that will help too.
I just hope we can move forward from here, and we do not have to move forward with a divorce.
Today on Divorce Court.
I am here at Divorce Court today because I'm tired of the father of my children lying to me, cheating on me, and not giving me the time that he's supposed to give me and my children.
Anna feels that I have a gambling problem. Anna drinks every day. Every time I would come home from work, she would have a glass of wine in her hand.
When Joseph cheats on me, it really breaks my heart because it makes me feel like I'm not woman enough for him.
Anna doesn't trust me, and she thinks I'm not a good father, and she thinks I need to grow up.
I want the judge to tell Joseph that he needs to straighten up his act and he needs to mature as well.
I want the judge to tell Anna that I'm a good man and I'm trying to better my relationship because I'm not perfect.
I want to marry Joseph, but he has to stop lying. He needs to be honest, not only honest to me, but honest to himself as well.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Anna Rodriguez and Joseph Sanchez. Ms. Rodriguez, you're 23. Mr. Sanchez, you are 20. You have 2 children together. Yeah. One 18 months old and one 8 months old.
Yes.
So you're busy.
Very.
Ms. Rodriguez, why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you've come to see me today?
I'm here today because Joseph's like a rolling stone. He's out day and night with other girls, and I'm tired of it. I had actually met Joseph through Instagram. I was doing a club promotion event, and I invited him out. He couldn't come. He was underage. 5 months after, I had reached out to him again. We went out, and 3 weeks into that, I had moved in with him into his relative's house. A couple months after that, I was pregnant with our first baby. I came to him about it. He wasn't ready to have a baby. You know, he was too young. He just didn't want anything. It hurt me because I loved him already. So I decided to cut all ties with him. I didn't want to call him. I didn't want nothing to do with him. He eventually came back around and told me, I want to be, you know, the man in your life for our kids. Let's go ahead and do this. I forgave everything that happened before, and I said, let's go. It didn't seem to stop from there. Joseph began cheating again. He was going out, seeing other girls while I was pregnant. One night, I was laying down, and I get a casual text message from an unknown number, and it said, your man is out here with my friend cheating on you while you're at home pregnant. I called him, and no answer, no text message.
This is pregnant with the first one?
Yes, yes, ma'am. So the next day, he comes home, and I confront him about it. What does this mean? What's going on? His response to the text message to what I had to say was, it's probably my ex-girlfriend. She's just trying to ruin our relationship. I believed it at the time, and I let it go. I said, okay, it's fine. Let's go ahead and keep it pushing. So then after that incident, there was another incident where I was left home alone. I was pregnant, you know, with my first one still, and he was not answering my phone call. He was not answering my text messages. It made me extremely furious. I called him again. He was just not answering. And after that incident...
Well, that was plenty. Mr. Sanchez, why don't you tell me, is she accurate so far, or is she missing things, or how do you see the beginning of your relationship as going?
Anna has trust issues, okay? In the beginning of the relationship, everything went well, everything was fun, everything was fine. Later into it, when we started to get serious, I realized that she has issues. Her issues are, you know...
When you say started to get serious, how long had you known her?
I'd known her for probably about a month until she got pregnant. So the issues were, like, not clear at the moment because we didn't know each other clear enough for me to realize that. Before our relationship, she had a bad relationship, and that caused problems between us and, you know, my family when we had our kids. She went through my phone one night when I was asleep. I was getting notifications, my phone was getting blown up. I have social media, you know, it's pretty popping. But I have an open phone policy, she knows my code, everything. She went through my phone, she texted the girl, it went too deep, and she took it a little bit too far. So it bothered me, you know, but I thought I could let you go through my phone. I thought I could let you have my password, and it caused problems.
Does he have an open phone policy?
Now he does. But it shouldn't get to the point where you need to let me look at your phone and let me find stuff and you be okay with it.
Okay. I'm about to lose my mind.
The thing is with me...
No. Oh, no. I'm about to lose my mind. Do you know why? I'm about to lose my mind because you two think that the issue is his cheating and going through phones. That's not the issue. The thing I'm about to lose my mind about is the fact that you knew a dude for 3 weeks and then you moved in with him. You knew a chick for 3 weeks and you moved in, not to your house, not that you were a grown man out on your own, but you moved her into a relative's house. Oh, my God, why would you do that? And then you said, I don't think I knew her that well. Yeah, no, you don't know anybody in 3 weeks. You haven't absolutely no clue who they are. You didn't put any thought into it. You were like, oh, I really like her. Let's move in. Let's get pregnant. You gotta think about what you're doing before you do it. Now I'm done. What do you got to say?
Okay. You're right. You know, we were young. I'm younger than her. But at the time, we both needed each other. I did let her move in with me with one of my relatives, you know, and everything was good. Everything went well. We were getting our money together, you know. She had a job. I was looking for one. But the thing is, though, is with me, I don't have trust issues. Because the simple fact is that if I choose you, I'm not going to, you know, go behind your back and, oh, well, she's cheating on me. I'm not insecure, and I'm not sensitive.
Well, were you doing any of the things that she said you were doing with the other girls and all that kind of stuff? That causes trust issues.
Yes, so the reason...
No, let me ask. I'm asking you. Did you do those things she said you did?
You know what? A few times I did, and I did leave her when she was pregnant, but I just didn't know how much I had coming my way. You know, it was my first baby boy, and, you know, I was 17. So...
Mind you this, I had my first son. I went through postpartum depression. The pain was very unbearable. I was home alone. I didn't have the support system I needed to have from him or just family in general. So I had actually torn and they had to sew me up. So every step I took, I literally cried. And I had nobody there, you know, give me the baby. I got you, don't worry. I had to tough it out. I had to tough it out for my son. That was the only way I had to do it. That was not the end of it. I got pregnant with my second baby 6 months after having my son.
Wait.
Okay.
We're going to take a break.
Yes.
So I don't pass out, and then we'll talk about the second baby.
I see him hop in another car as he was going to the store. I got furious. I was like, okay, let's go. I tracked him through the phone. I got a brick, I got a bat. The phone took me to the location where he was at. I was standing face to face in front of him and the girl.
There's so much here, but I want to stop after that first baby with the extraordinary failure on your part. You get that part, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He was a boy.
Yes.
So that's why he did that.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
It's understandable.
And I understand how tremendously heartbreaking and difficult that was for you. Having said that, why the next one if he behaved so badly with the first one?
I thought he would change, but I was pregnant with my second daughter, and I thought everything's fine. One day, he told me, you know, I'm going to go to the store. I believed him. You're going to go to the store. I called him because I actually needed something from the store. No answer, no text, no nothing. So I was able to hack into his account and get his messages. Turns out he was actually going to go see another girl with my car. So what I did was I called up his relative and I said, I need you to do a pop-up for me. She said, okay, let's go. She goes to the location where the girl's at.
You know what a pop-up is?
So she goes to the location where the girl's at, and she confronts the girl for me, and she puts her on the line for me, and I tell her, look, this is who I am, and that's my man, so leave him alone. I didn't know who you were. She said, well, I don't care, because I need to get my stuff done. I said, well, I do care. He shows up and tells his relative, let's go. You know, he played out like he didn't know the chick. Fine, cool. 15 minutes after that, he calls me. What are you doing? Where are you at? I said, what do you mean, what am I doing? Where am I at? I just caught you. That's what I'm doing. I hang up. I didn't want to talk to him all day. I didn't want to do nothing all day. He comes home at 4 in the morning. My car is wrecked. Yes.
Mr. Sanchez, what would you like to say about those circumstances?
I do have some things to say about that. Okay.
Sure do.
That did happen. She did go through my things, and, you know, it is what it is. But I did not end up hanging with no females. I went to my relative's house. I was there all day. And, you know, the thing is that I just stayed out all day with my relatives. We were having fun, and then it ended up raining that night. And I lost control of the vehicle, and I hit the curb.
And left my car on the side of the road, and I wasn't there anymore the next day. That's not the only incident. It's not done.
What else?
It's not over. So actually just recently, 2 months ago, he tells me, I'm going to go to the store, and I see a car pull up in our neighborhood. I see him hop in another car as he was going to the store. I got furious. I was like, okay, let's go. What's up? I called him, no answer. He called me back, and where are you at? What are you doing? And I hung up. I tracked him through the phone, because you could track people through your phone now. So I called my friend up and I said, can you come watch the babies really quick? I need to go handle something. I got a brick, I got a bat. The phone took me to the location where he was at. I was standing face to face in front of him and the girl in the car. They thought I was gonna do something with the bat and the brick, so they sped off right in front of me. I said, I'm not done here. I called a taxi. I went to the other location he was at where he just stopped. He's sitting right in front of a car like, what's going on? I'm like, what do you mean what's going on? I just saw you with my own eyes. That's what's going on. You want to know his answer? That wasn't me. Clearly.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me. No.
It wasn't you at all.
This is what happened. I went to the store. I ended up meeting up with one of my friends. We went out to the restaurant, you know, we got something to eat. You know, I didn't check my phone. I ended up going back to the house, and she did pop up outside. But I thought it was somebody totally different. I did not know who it was. She walked up to the car with a brick and a bat.
Yeah, I got that part.
Okay, and my friend pulled off. Now, I don't know who she's seeing. She must be seeing stuff because that wasn't no female.
It wasn't a young lady. Hey.
She might have seen me.
I don't want you
but-
people to believe that I think that what you said, anything you're talking about is reasonable. I just want to let you know I think it's all unreasonable. But I want to stop right here and turn the table off this, because all of these stories are going to be the same. I want to talk about money and gambling, and then buckle up.
I had gone to work, and I had to hide my money in a shoebox. He managed to find the shoebox, so by the time I came back, there's $80 missing.
Mr. Sanchez, where'd the $80 go? Do you think relationships should have an open phone policy? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Ms. Rodriguez, you claim Mr. Sanchez is fiscally irresponsible, and you told me a story about parking in the handicap spot. Why don't you tell me about that?
So Joseph is really irresponsible about managing his money, and he seems to always spend it on unnecessary things. One day, Joseph had actually picked me up from my job, and he parks in the handicap area without a handicap sticker or a sign. So we come back out from my job, and the car's nowhere to be found. The car was towed. I had to call my friend to come pick us up. She picked us up, she took us home. The next morning I call, it's $500 to get your car out. That came out of my pocket. I was pregnant when this had happened. So that's really...
Do you do stuff not to get pregnant? Did you consider that at all?
You know what? To be honest, no.
Holy cow! Why not?
What can I say?
Something intelligent.
Okay. One thing. Could I speak?
Tell me about the gambling.
So then, after that happened, he lost his job at the time. I started working. I had gone to work, and I had to hide my money in a shoebox. So while I was out at work, he managed to find the shoebox. So by the time I came back, I'm going through my shoebox, counting the money, and there's $80 missing. So my first instinct, ask him. I asked him, where's my $80? I'm going to pay you right back, don't worry. Did I ever see my $80? I never saw him until this day.
Mr. Sanchez, where'd the $80 go?
Honestly, I don't remember right now. But
do you gamble?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you find that inconsistent with your economic circumstances currently?
Currently, no, because I have a good job. But in the beginning, yes, because I wasn't working and I know I had lost my job and I was taken from her.
How much is the most that you've lost?
In one night?
Yeah.
I'd probably say like about $400.
So you see where my issue comes in with the money, to where it's affecting us.
I understand you have an issue with her drinking.
Right.
Tell me about that.
Whenever she drinks, she takes it a little bit too far. and she says things that she doesn't mean.
Give me an example.
An example is when we get into arguments, she's very foul language, you know, like she brings up things that are not supposed to be said.
Things that are not supposed to be said?
Of course.
Like what?
She speaks upon, you know, past issues or whatever.
Things that have already happened and you don't think she should talk about them anymore.
Exactly, yes, because I better myself, you know, into a better man, more responsible for my kids and for her. But when she gets mad, like I said, she takes it to a whole nother level. Yeah.
I got it. Okay. No. Hold on. Like I said, buckle up. Today's question sponsored by... What should couples do before starting a family together? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I understand that you are legitimately angry at him for behaving in a childish, immature, irresponsible, ridiculous manner pretty much throughout the course of your entire relationship. Yes. I get that. But he's a kid. You know what I mean? My youngest child is 23. I know what 20 looks like. 20 is ridiculous, especially on a dude. They do what they want, when they want, how they want to do it, and they don't think, they don't have a whole lot of forward thinking and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't absolve you of responsibility. You can't pull some woman into your house, knock her up twice, go gambling, and think it's okay. You have brought 2 lives into this world. 2. And you are drinking, you're running up on your man with bricks and bats. He's a philandering, cheating, irresponsible dude. That's who you picked. That's who you picked. And you can't brick him out of it. You can't bat him out of it, because that's what he is, an immature little boy. And you are an immature little girl. You're behaving like you're in high school. I got my girl doing a pop-up, and we're going to buy on the phone and all that kind of stuff. You can't do that as a mother. You have to be a grown person. You have to be intelligent. You have to use birth control. Yes. You didn't even try. Your children are not going to have a snowball's chance in hell in growing up as rational individuals because her parents are incompetent. You're not worried about the right things. You're not interested in the right things. You spend money turning up or turn to whatever. I don't know what it is. Yes, sir. In my day, we called it acting a fool. And that's what you spend your time on. You're worried about, is he with this girl or with that? Yeah, he's out there doing that because he's a child. Stop having children until you've stopped having fun. Stop making a relationship when you're still in high school. And emotionally, you're both still in high school. Birth control. That's all I can say. Birth control. Yes. One more time. Birth control. Everybody say it with me. Birth control. This matter is adjourned.
What do you think is going to happen after you leave here this afternoon?
I don't think things are going to change. I hope so. Like she said, he's too young. So I get that, but I just think he should be more responsible.
As a father, I'm going to take more responsibility to my family, to my girl, and step up to the plate.
Today on Divorce Court, today's litigants are repeat offenders. After marrying and divorcing, they're now considering getting remarried, despite his extensive record of habitual lying and chronic cheating. Let's see if he can convince her and me that he deserves mercy and another chance.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Shaquala Spence and Lawrence Spence. Mr. and Mrs. Spence, this is what I'm calling Before the Vows 2.0. You two been together for 6 years, married for 2.5. 1 year separated, 1 year divorced. Mr. Spence, you want her to marry you again. Mrs. Spence, not so sure. So you've come here before me to get my opinion as to whether or not you should give this another shot. Mrs. Spence, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and how we got here?
Like you said, we've been married for a while. We did get a divorce. We were separated for a year, then got a divorce, and we've been separated, you know, that's probably about 2 years then. All of a sudden, 4 months ago, he came to the house to come see the kids. We have 3 kids together. And he showed up a whole nother person. Like, I don't know that person. We're learning each other all over again.
Well, who was he beforehand that led to the divorce?
He was a really bad cheater. Very bad.
Give me a few stories.
Okay, so for one story, about 2 weeks after we had got married, I went through his phone, and I seen that he was talking to a female. So when I looked at the messages, I seen that the night before our wedding, he went to the Waffle House to go spend time with the female. The female worked at the Waffle House. So the whole entire time, he was texting me and told me he was there, and he was just eating and about to head home, but he was there with the girl that was working there.
Were you messing around with a woman at the Waffle House right before you got married?
No, ma'am, I was not. I was not messing around with her. I actually got a free meal. I mean, she was my friend.
She hooked you up.
And she gave me a free meal.
All righty. Give me another story.
I was probably about 6 months pregnant with our 3rd child. And we woke up that morning so I can go to work, and I seen that he had a new cell phone sitting on the side of the bed. So I took the cell phone with me to work, because he had the old phone and he had the new phone. So I took the new one, and I went to work with it. So I didn't turn it on until I got to work. But once I did get to work and I turned it on, there was like 3 different females texting him at the same time. And he had them on some kind of little app. So he had his old phone at home, and he was still messaging the girls so I could be able to see what he was saying and what they were replying from the new phone.
So you got to see the cheat in real time?
Yes, ma'am. So some girl said she was going to come over, and he gave her the address and everything. I looked at the text message and it said she'll be there in 15. I knew I could make it there in 5. So I went in there. I told my boss that I gotta go. So I left I left from the job, and I was 6 months pregnant. I didn't know what I was gonna do, but you know, she wasn't gonna go in my house, so I'm coming. I had his car, and I drove, and I parked like a little bit down the street, and I waited for probably like, the girl said 15 minutes. It took her an hour. She had to do a couple stops, whatever. But I waited the whole hour in order for her to pull up. And when I seen an unfamiliar car pull in front of my front door, he came cheesing down the steps. Not even 2 seconds later, and he hopped inside of her passenger seat. So I cranked up his car, and I drove the car, and I blocked her car in so that they wouldn't go nowhere. And then by the time I opened up the front door, he was right there like, hey, how you doing? How you doing? Trying to block the door. And I was like, hey. He was like, you left something? I said, no, you left something. And I gave him the phone. And as soon as I gave him the phone, I went up underneath his arm. I went to the girl, and I knocked on her window. I said, baby, roll down your window real quick. And she was like, she said, hey. I said, hi, I'm his wife. How you doing? And she was like, wife? I said, yeah, wife. How you doing? And she was like, oh, okay.
Mr. Spence, did that happen?
Yes, ma'am, it did happen, but...
What were you doing with the woman in the car?
I actually was trying to sell a TV.
He didn't have the TV coming down the stairs with him.
I had a picture of the TV in my phone. So I go downstairs, show her the TV that I took a picture of.
Fool. Is that up there? Did somebody write that over there while I wasn't paying attention?
That's his
Mr. Spence. Yes, come on now.
I mean, it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
What was the woman who told me a month or 2 into your marriage that your wife is really cool? Tell me about her.
Apparently, an old little fling that he had came back around. Probably like 2 months after we had been married and everything. I guess they had met inside of a store or something, and he told her he was married and he had more babies, and she wanted to meet us. So he was like, okay, well, that's cool. So he let me know when he got home that he ran into her, and I was like, all right, that's fine. She can definitely come over. So she came over, she chilled with me and him, and she brought her baby over. He was playing with our baby together. it was just a good time. So when it comes time to the end of the night, and I actually look at his phone when he falls asleep, that's the same girl that was right there, like in front of my face saying, hey, cheesy. I seen the text message that said, your wife is very cool and she's really funny. And he had messaged her back and was like, well, yeah, I told you. But now y'all can be friends and we can still mess around.
Mr. Spence, do you care to explain that?
Yes, ma'am. That's not no lie. That's not no lie.
That's exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened.
And why did that happen?
Because that was my ex-girlfriend from back in high school, and...
But you married her?
Yes, ma'am.
So what made that okay?
At that point, I didn't like her attitude. I didn't pretty much...
I just had a baby.
And I couldn't understand how she was.
What didn't you understand?
Just about everything. Honestly, it's just I took her for granted, and I did not know that until years later.
You know, just on a practical tip, you shouldn't run around on her because you're not smart enough to get anything by her. You know what I'm saying? She keeps you know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
She puts this together, put that, she got the phone, she out there, you know. She's firing on all cylinders, and you just kind of got two.
Yes, ma'am. I was on two of that. I was.
Mrs. Spence says that you are so jealous that it has caused her to lose a number of close friends, and I want to talk about that.
It's like, you got to the count of 3 to get here now. And when he gets to 2, he decides to shoot his gun off in the air.
Tell me why I shouldn't light you up. Mrs. Spence, you say Mr. Spence is extraordinarily jealous. Why don't you tell me about that?
We had got into an argument. I wanted to leave and go to my sister's house. I was there for probably about an hour, not even, and I seen text messages and that was coming to me that was like, oh, you're out cheating, you're doing what you want to do while you're pregnant, that's probably not even my baby. And then he tried to say that he left from the house and left the kids there. So what I did was I asked my family member, can you please take me home so I can go get my kids? Like, he sounded like he really did leave. So he took me home, and when I had got there, I went to the front door, I seen that it was locked. So I went ahead and went around and went to the back door, and I seen that it was still locked. So I was like, he gotta be in there. And then that's when I seen like the shades moving from him looking, and I was like, oh, he in there, let's go. We going back to your house. So we started walking away. So I get down the stairs. He didn't see what family member it was. He just saw a guy, and it was dark outside. Mm-hmm. So he comes out the back door, and he's screaming like, you better get in here right now. You better get in here right now. You ain't talking to me, so let me go ahead and keep walking. So then he was like, you got to the count of 3 to get here now. He started counting. He went to 1. I kept on walking because you're not talking to me. So when he gets to 2, he decides to shoot his gun off in the air. So I got mad. And my family member was like, nope, we're calling the police. Let's go right now. So then when he got to 3, he shot it again because I kept on walking. So we went and got inside the car. As soon as we get in the car, my family member was like, get your phone. We're calling the police right now. So I looked down to grab my phone. As soon as I look back up, he's right here at the window. Like, okay, come on, let's go now. You can get out and you can come talk to me. I was like, no, we're not going to do this. Well, I'm about to call the police on you. You need to back up. So me and my family member were both telling him, back up from the car, get off of my car. He went back up. So we reversed and was about to leave. Lo and behold, he holding on to the daggone sunroof, riding down the street with us.
On the sunroof?
Hanging on to the sunroof.
Riding down the street?
Riding down the street right along with us out the neighborhood.
Mrs. Spence, tell me why I shouldn't light you up. You got your kids in the house. She left after an argument. You come out with a gun. You fire that gun, not once, but twice. Not only do they have to hear that, they got to see it, they got to feel it, they got to live it. Then you jump on the car, they mama not there, and they fool of a father on top of a car riding down the street. Mm-hmm. At any time, did you have any thought of anything other than your own fears? Because that's all that was. He was a little boy scared that he was going to lose his girl. I want you to make some sense out of that nonsense for me.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, Your Honor. That was
you
no
were just
sense
a foolish, tired, trifling,
yes,
and tacky thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, own it. There you go. Mrs. Spence, you also say that Mr. Spence is an unreliable and insufficient provider, and I want to hear about that next.
He said that divorce means that you will be divorcing me and the children.
Did you actually say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Keep an eye on me, Nick. I might jump. Would you remarry your ex who had a history of cheating but claims they've changed? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. You say Mr. Spence always has a whole lot of jobs, and also that what money he does make, he spends on himself before he brings it home to his family. Why don't you address those things?
Financially, the guy, he will keep a job. Like, he will go and get a job. As soon as he get the little cue that, your hours get cut, or he feel like they don't like him, they're playing him, then he will go get a job tomorrow. He'll be like, oh, babe, they playing me. I'm about to go get another job right now.
Do you not stay on a gig long enough to show them that you're a reliable dude that's worthy of advancement and more economic reward?
No, ma'am, that's not all true. I mean, I have my resume right here to prove it. I've worked multiple jobs.
No, nobody's saying that you're not working a lot. We're just saying you don't stay on the job.
If I get promised something, like if I get promised a raise in 90 days and I'm sitting here doing everything that they tell me to do, and then 90 days come, they don't give me my raise, and my hours get cut, I go look for another job. I fill in that gap.
Do you ask them what's happening and why?
Yes, ma'am. I address them. They give me the runaround, and when I say, well, I'm not feeling this, I'm going to look for another job.
Why do you think that happens to you all the time?
It's my mouth. I feel that...
Your mouth is going to follow you to every job you get. Mm-hmm. So they're not playing you. They're simply not satisfied with the you brought to the job. So you can't fix that by changing jobs. You have to fix that by changing your attitude. Do we understand one another?
Yes, ma'am.
You still working?
I do in-home health care, and I also, well, when we were separated, he decided not to help me with nothing or the kids or whatever, so I couldn't find a job when I first moved back home.
He wasn't helping you with the kids?
Nothing, no.
Nothing?
No.
Why not?
He said that when it comes time to getting a divorce, divorce means that you will be divorcing me and the children, that you can do it all by yourself. So I opened up my own publishing company, and I had just put my books, like 2 books out there, so I could be able to make some money while I still look for another job.
Mr. Spence, did you actually say that?
I'm not going to lie, Your Honor, I don't think I said that in those words.
He said it plenty of times.
In that way, I probably...
Is that your belief?
Yes, ma'am. That's my belief, because it happened so long ago that I try to keep the negative stuff in the past. But what she's saying is, if she's saying it, it's true.
Do you believe that now that you're divorced, you have no obligation towards those children?
I mean, at first, yes, ma'am. I thought that because right after we got a divorce, I got put on child support. Something she said I was going to get put on.
Right.
I'm only obligated now to come see my kids and visit my kids and get my kids. That's how I looked at it.
He wasn't doing none of that.
Keep an eye on me, Nick. I might jump.
He's much better now, though. But
He's much better?
he just came around, probably about 5 months ago.
Well, let's talk about the much better man that he is now, because so far, he's not looking good. Today's question sponsored by, what would your ex have to do to convince you to remarry them? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. We're here on a Before Your Vows. You've already divorced the man, but you say that 4 months ago you sort of reconnected. What do you know for sure has changed about who Mr. Spence is that would give you reason to believe that he would make a good husband now?
Well, he helps with the kids now, and he became more active with them and everything. And anything I need, he's right there. And he's coming down every 3 weeks to come and see us. And that's something that he never did before, never even tried to do. But he comes and see us every 3 weeks, and he makes sure that we have everything that we need.
Mr. Spence, why don't you tell me how you've changed? Because you see how dirty you did her.
Yes, ma'am.
What has changed your mind about how a man is supposed to treat his wife and his children?
When we stopped talking, period, got divorced, I was talking to this girl. I thought I had met my other half to fill in the gap from where she was, and she did me exactly how I did her. And that is not cool. And I knew how she felt.
Yeah, so you were unable to feel for her until someone did to you what you did to her. Did you think she did not have feelings, or did you think that that's just what dudes did? They run over their women and run over their women, and, you know, as soon as they look like they leave, you act right a little bit, and then you stay with them? Did you think that's the way to operate? Because some dudes do.
At that point, yes, ma'am, I did, but then I sat down and I thought about it. My mom didn't raise me like that. And by the time I really sat down and realized it, it was too late. She already gave up doing whatever she needed to do. And
you thinking about taking him back?
Yeah.
I ain't mad at you. You got 3 kids with him. I get all of that. And you've, sometimes I always say women stay with the hard part, and as soon as he turns around, they go away. You don't reap the rewards of all your efforts. I mean, you stayed a good, honest, true woman to him while he was acting a clown, a fool, an idiot, and an ignorant dude.
Yes, it was.
And now, when he's got some sense about him, maybe you are owed the reward of that enhanced maturity. Mr. Spence, I hope you're worthy of this woman you're going to back for. I know you want to say something to her, but I don't want you to say something to her in front of me, because you haven't proven anything to me. You've been a long-time foul individual. And I always believe if somebody's long-time foul, they have to do long-term good before they can get back. Yes. And I haven't seen the long-term good. She loves you, I don't. So I got to see something. And all I'm going to ask you is you make sure you see something. I mean real, a whole lot of real something. He got to keep a job. You got to be able to keep a job and not mouth off and stay in the job and don't be slick and all that kind of stuff. Because if he doesn't, he'll never be a stable provider. And in order to keep a job, you got to be a grown man, come in there and realize you're going to have to take some orders from somebody.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what I mean? You have to be an adult, a man. Any boy can get angry. Any boy can fire a gun. Any boy, don't do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Our community is in need of upper-level brothers.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Level up, Mr. Spence. If you want to say something to him, maybe Nick will let you. But I'm leaving. This matter is adjourned.
So you heard Judge Lynn.
Yeah.
She don't love him.
I know.
We know you do. With that said, how long you got to keep an eye on him for?
He has to really show me that there is no cheating left and that, you know, that's all said and done. And he also, you know, he knows that he has to give me another ring. I want a whole nother proposal, you know. He gonna have to give me a whole nother wedding all over again. You know the list.
He knows it?
He has to find me a house. Like, because I'm not staying with your cousin, nieces, and nephews. You gonna buy me a house.
She's got a long list for you. New ring, big wedding, house. You gonna do what it takes?
I'm showing her a whole lot better than what I ever done in my life. Taking care of what she needs and my kids.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here today because I don't trust my husband.
I give Tequila no reason not to trust me.
Dontavius needs to gain respect for me, myself, and women.
Tequila, I need you to gain a little more weight and, you know, just take care of yourself more. You know, be happy with yourself. Stop being insecure.
I do see myself spending the rest of my life with Dontavius only if he can change. Dontavius, I need you to change the way you think.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tequila Green and Dontavius Wellens. Ms. Green and Mr. Wellens, you have been together 4 years, engaged for a year and a half. You do not have any children together, but you do have a child from a previous relationship, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You two are here on a before your vows. You would like to know my opinion of your union. You have given me a copy of your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I think it's ill-advised. And you filled out my compatibility test, which I have in big red letters, wow, next to one of them. So I'm just letting you know what's coming up. So Ms. Green, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you want my opinion on it here today?
I came here today because I don't trust Dontavius Wellens.
Okay.
Dontavius has given me numerous of reasons for not trusting him. There was a time where Dontavius had just got off from work.
Right.
He came in, took a shower, and he jetted back out the door.
Right.
So in the process of this, I go in the bathroom, and there's a hotel key on the floor. And I'm like, okay, so let me... And then on top of that, he didn't come home. So I Googled the hotel, and luckily, the hotel key had the room number on it. So with my woman's intuition, I got up.
Woman's intuition? You researched that thing. I don't know what you're talking about, intuition.
I got up, got my pepper spray, got my little handgun, and so I'm on my way to the...
Hold up. She just rolled out. I got my pepper spray, my bag, my gun. You took your gun?
I didn't know what I could have been walking into. So I'm a small woman, so I'm like, okay, I might need some enforcement. Oh. So I went to the room.
Now I'm just scared.
I went to the room, I knocked on the door, he didn't answer. So I knocked on the door again, I'm like, room service? And he was like, I'm good, I don't need nothing. I'm like, okay, I'm about to use this key now. So I knocked on the door again. He finally got up and flung the door open, and he saw that it was me. So I'm looking, I don't see anything unordinary, and I'm like, so why didn't you come home? Why didn't you call me or say anything? His excuse was, you know, I was working on some music.
Wait a minute. Did you say you were working on some music in a motel room?
Listen, ma'am, sometimes when we argue and stuff, I want to free my mind. There's nothing wrong with going to rent a room with 6 minutes up the road because I don't want to hear her yapping at me about a key.
It's a common practice of yours to rent a room to clear your mind.
No, this is not a practice, but that's how I get away sometimes.
No, a common thing.
Oh, yeah. This is common. That's what I tell you.
Do you know that that's something he does in order to clear his mind?
No, he never told me that. I was on my way to work, and I noticed he went at home. So, okay, I'm like, what's really going on?
Give me the next incident, you say.
Another hotel key. So he uses my car. And we at the gas station. I'm cleaning stuff out the car, throwing the bottles away and stuff. I find another hotel key. So I throw it out. That's yours?
Okay.
Hang on, I'm going to get to you. What happened after you did that?
He went off. Here you go with these damn hotel keys again. He got so mad to the point where he cussed me out. He wanted to spit on me because he was just that upset.
Mr. Wellens, your version of that event.
Okay, I admit the first key was mine, but I told her the second key I was at the studio. I gave 2 people a ride. I can't be checking them, what they got in their pockets or whatever. I dropped the other dude, I dropped him off in West End somewhere, so he probably was staying in a room or something, and I told her, I can get proof of this. I could have hit up Buddy on the phone.
There was never proof.
I could have hit up Buddy on the phone, but like I said, she just in denial. She makes up a story and just
do you believe she's insecure?
Yeah,
she's
very insecure and emotional, very.
You say a woman is not allowed to look at you but for so long before something happens.
She snaps about it.
What does she do?
You looking at him too long. She'll say something to you like, you probably can't look at me too long right now. She'll snap about that. I mean, I know I'm okay to look at, but I'll be like, you got to control yourself.
Not true.
Tequila, come on.
No, Miss Green, give it a minute.
Tequila.
Clearly you don't trust him. Whether or not what he's doing in those motel rooms, I don't know.
Right.
But hang on, do you get mad when he looks at a woman or a woman looks at him for longer than you believe appropriate?
No, ma'am, not at all. Not at all.
Not at all?
No.
Never happened?
No.
He just made that up?
We went to a restaurant before, and it seemed like this woman know him. She telling him he smelled good, and I'm like, okay. And then they just talking back and forth like I wasn't there, and I'm like, you know her or something like that? That was it.
Stuff like that. Isn't that kind of weird that they would do that right in front of you if something illicit was going on?
She's like, hey, you smell so good. What is that you have on? I'm just eating.
Everybody tell me I smell good. I like smelling good.
I'm like, okay.
Who don't want to smell good?
He know her. Like, they having a full-blown conversation.
That's called getting to know somebody.
He always says that I don't talk much, and I let people run over me. So the last thing that I would do is be like, oh, you better stop looking at him. That's not me at all.
You
not
tell
at
it
all.
to me. You don't tell it to them. They don't have to hear. I hear. Yeah, you told it to her. That was that time. You told her, and they switched our waitress.
But I got you. Let me ask you, Miss. Switched the waitress
Cause she thought I knew the waitress. Like me and the waitress had been messing around or something.
Conversation was a little too deep.
Okay.
That's how you meet people.
No, hang on. You say he's verbally abusive. Why don't you explain that to me?
Yes, Dontavius will call me names such as slow. He's called me a maggot before, and that's something that's low to the ground. And if I'm a maggot and I'm feeding on dead bodies, it must be his.
Talk about the burn backfiring. Mr. Wellens, do you call her a maggot?
Okay, the names that I called Tequila, like I said, me and Tequila was friends before anything. Of course I call her the name. We call each other names back and forth.
That's unacceptable.
But I tell her, you can't take that serious when I call you now. I like where I'm from, we call it janking, roasting, flaming. So I might jank her every now and then. Cause
those are not joking words.
Maggot?
I use those type of words. I'm a country dude.
I know, like, been playing the dozens. Oh, you so... But
okay,
maggots?
when I tell her she's slow, okay, I'm the type of person, if you're acting slow, I'm gonna treat you like you slow. Until you break out of that mind frame. I don't mean no harm with Tequila. I just want Tequila to better herself. That's all I want from her.
Let me give you a heads up, and then we're gonna move on to some other things. Calling a person a maggot does not help them level up at all.
We call each other names.
Hang on. It's no. You just told me or slow. None of that makes them any better. None of that is helpful. It makes them worse because you're digging at their personality and they lose their confidence. I'm gonna leave that there. And when we come back, what I want to talk about is the issue of booty shaming.
You got the box bottom. You got the bubble.
Which I do not.
You got the heart. Then you got the shell, the badonkadonk, and the teardrop booty. Badonkadonk and the bubble, because that's what I attract.
Ms. Green, you say he booty shames you. Please explain that concept to me.
Dontavius says that I have a Mexican booty and a teardrop booty. I would like to give you this to look at to explain.
A Mexican booty?
Yes.
And a teardrop booty?
Yes.
Now, of course, I'm not, thank you very much, familiar with either of those booty forms. So, Mr. Wellens, do you say that?
I say that.
I'm going to ask you to describe what you mean, but I understand we have their own plasma, so maybe you can point things out for me. Now, here, I understand the booty types.
Yes, ma'am. It's booty types.
Now, talk me through the booty types.
Okay, you got the box bottom. You got the bubble.
Which I do not.
You got the heart. Then you got the shell, the badonkadonk, and the teardrop booty.
Now, what's the ones you like?
Booty.
The badonkadonk and the bubble, because that's what I attract. Like, bigger women like me.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I prefer, but I'm okay with my teardrop. And that's what she not understanding. Listen, hold on. Okay, I understand that. In reality, see, she not realizing, okay, it's different names of booty. If she had a heart booty or a bubble booty, I'd be like, hey, you got a bubble booty, but you have a teardrop booty.
So it's not negative, it's just negative. Descriptive.
That's it.
Ms. Green, do you take offense?
Yes.
Now tell me why you take offense.
Because that's just not nice. Why would you say that about a person that you claim that you love?
Well, now, when he says it.
It ain't jokingly.
When does he say it and how does he say it?
Yo, teardrop booty ass. Get your teardrop booty ass out my face.
It's
Mexican
not a
booty
badonkadonk.
girl.
If it was a badonkadonk, I'd be saying, get your badonkadonk booty out my face.
But you like it.
But I say, okay, I'm cool with my teardrop. I tell you that. I'm not saying nothing is wrong with your teardrop. Your teardrop is cool. It's all right with me. But
I think I got a nice booty.
It's nice. It's okay.
Whatever.
You were doing fine till that last comment. You know, he's okay with your teardrop booty. I believe that. I just believe he says things. I think he's very verbal. I think he got a lot of mouth going on. You know what I mean?
It's been some really bad things that Dontavius has said that really hurt me. Like, I have been through some...
Tell me what...
I've been through some things where my body changes a little bit, some health issues, so sometimes I am very emotional, very, very emotional, and that's something that I told Dontavius before we even made this series, because we were friends first. And he was okay with that then. But there was a time where he really just killed my soul with the stuff that he said to me.
Tell me what he did.
Recently, my grandmother just passed away last year. He says this: you want to go to a funeral and we about to get ready to move? You know we got 2 days before we have to move out. This is my grandmother, someone that raised me. He didn't even come to the funeral.
Mr. Wellens, did it happen that way, or is there another story you need to tell me?
It happened kind of that way.
Tell me what happened.
But we live up here. They live 4 hours away in the country. We got situations going on up here to handle and things that going on up here. I understand that your family, but guess what? We put here to lead, so guess what? It's cool. We went down there. You didn't even tell her. I went to the hospital with her. I went to the hospital. We went down there. What's the purpose of you going to the funeral? And we got to move. We finna be put out. And it's snowing.
Mr. Wellens,
but you want to go to a funeral.
Mr. Wellens, let me tell you what a grown man does in this society. If someone close to your woman dies, she goes to the funeral. That's what happens. No. I'm about to tell you, that happens one time in her lifetime. Her grandmother dies once, just the once. You can move anytime. You get enough. Hey! Don't interrupt me again.
Okay.
Life has priorities and hierarchies.
Yes, ma'am.
And the death of a close family member is up there. And if you have some logistical concerns, you find some of your buddies, one of the ones that left the key in the car to help you move, so this woman could go with her family, support her family, grieve with her family, and there's no discussion about that. You were just wrong. 9 ways from Sunday, wrong.
I went with her, though. We couldn't go to the funeral because we was busy. We had to move.
And I'm telling you, there is no such thing as too busy.
Okay.
Ain't no such thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And he also wanted to shorten my
childish and small and heartless.
It's called mistakes. We move on from them.
That's how he feels about it.
You live and you learn.
Did you learn that mistake? Do you understand what I'm telling you?
I do, but I don't go out on my people's funeral, especially if I got something to do. You can't make it to our funeral. If we finna be put out, I'm worried about where we gonna lay our head. I went to the hospital and hold the lady's hand while she passed away. We cried in the room and stuff.
You're repeating to me the error that you made, that you said now you claim is an error.
Right.
So you don't believe that. Do better, because that ain't right.
You're right.
That ain't right.
This particular family member heard everything that he said to me. All the bitches, the hoes, the maggots, they heard that.
Do you believe name-calling is reason enough to end a relationship? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Mr. Wellens, you say her family is too much in your business. Explain that to me.
Every time me and Tequila have a situation, she calling her people, putting them in our business, and all they doing is hearing one part of the story. They downing me, calling me names, threatening me. She tell me her folk business. I be like, I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Do everything goes wrong? Do you call your family? Because I've known a number of women to do that, and it causes unnecessary rifts in the relationship.
We talk every day. But when he's arguing with me, there was a situation where me and Dontavius got into a really heated argument. In the process, one of my family members was calling at the time. I threw the phone on the bed. Some kind of way the phone got it answered itself. So this particular family member heard everything that he said to me, all the bitches, the hoes, the maggots, anything that you could name that he was telling to me, they heard that. Dontavius wanted me to pretend like we was doing a screenplay so they wouldn't know what was going on.
I got you. You say he thinks he knows everything since he became a Hindu?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He feels like now he's just the rising star or something.
Are you
like
serious?
That
he
he's
really
spiritual?
does. Yes,
I am
that's
a
where he
spiritual
gets
person.
all the knowledge.
I am rich, I am wealthy,
That's where he gets all the knowledge of me changing the way that I think. That's where that
I am
I try to
I'm
jam that
spiritual,
in
and I'm trying to jam it in her head.
Listen, man, all I'm saying
How
is...
can you tell me
if
anything?
a
Stop
positive mind
these
frame.
names.
If you don't have no positive mind frame, I believe in manifestation. I don't know how many of y'all believe in that, but whatever you speak into the air,
And I believe
whatever
that
you
too.
think, however you thinking, that's what you're gonna manifest. If you always talking about you can't, you complaining, you can't do this.
Okay,
we
I
not
got
gonna get nowhere.
Mr. Spiritual, calm down. Center
That's the
yourself.
devil that done got him tonight.
And then I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to ask you to give a profession of love as I usually do in my before your vows, because I'm not doing it. Today's question sponsored by... How would you move forward if you and your fiancé argued and disagreed daily? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Y'all have no business being together. None whatsoever. You're an angry know-it-all who doesn't know much. And there's nothing more dangerous than that. I do a lot of reading on a lot of things. The spirituality about which you speak, you do not have. You are jamming. When you say I'm going to jam knowledge into somebody's head, that is
positive.
Don't you say another word. You have no self-control.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have no respect. You are loud and you are demanding and you are demeaning. Anybody calls you a maggot, that means you need to walk off. I don't care what kind of background.
She called me a maggot before.
Don't say another word.
Sorry.
If he's demeaning to you, if he feels in his profession that what he's going to give a wife is only knowledge, that means he thinks you're not good enough. He doesn't like what you know. He doesn't like what you think. He doesn't like what you say. And he doesn't like what you do. I think you're a little over the top with the jealousy. You mad and hot and angry and going to get mad at the waitress and all things. But somebody who is angry and insecure and a guy who is overbearing and controlling, it'll never work. It'll never work. It'll be one explosion after another. Boom, boom, pow, bang. You know what I mean? I'll expect to see you here 6 months after you get married for a divorce. It's not going to work. Now, if you want to work on yourself and become better people, before you start correcting other people, you make sure you got your stuff together.
I'm trying.
And
doing
you know when not to speak. Know when not to interrupt people. Know how to respect an authority figure when you see one. Know how to talk to a woman in a manner that uplifts her and not downgrades her. There's so many things you need to know before you share knowledge with anybody else, because there's so much that you just simply don't know. Run. Run. This matter is adjourned.
So Judge Lynn told your girl to run. How do you feel about that?
I can't feel no type of way, man. The clock, it moves forward.
So are you staying? Are you going? What do you think?
We'll be friends.
Be friends.
No matter what, we'll still be friends.
Today on Divorce Court.
I came to Divorce Court because my husband and I are having problems. My biggest issue is him not being able to have a stable job.
The biggest issue is trust. I want to tell Danielle that her cheating really hurt me.
Avantes, I want you to find a better job and keep the job.
Danielle, I need you to stop acting like you're my mother.
I do want to be his wife forever. He needs to get a job. He needs to keep it. He needs to get a driver's license. I don't want to be his chauffeur for the rest of our life.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Danielle Shelton and Avantes Martin. The two of you have been together for 4 years. You have been married for 2. You have 5 children total from previous relationships. Miss Shelton, I'm going to start with you. You've been married for a while. Things are a little rocky. Why don't you tell me what's wrong and why you've come to divorce court today?
Your Honor, I'm here because I met this wonderful young man at a grocery store. He followed me to my car. He stated that it wasn't good for a man to put her groceries up. We hit it off. It was lovely. During the course of the relationship, I realized with his age, he wasn't driving. And I found out that he could not drive. And
He didn't have a license, or he just didn't know how, or both?
Both. And so that has put a toll on our relationship. I'm doing all the driving in the family because it's only one car.
Right.
And in one instance, I got home with the children. We were tired. I was trying to get dinner started. He was at work. I thought everything was good with him. He called me and said that he didn't have bus fare and that I had to come pick him up. I had to travel about 30 minutes to go pick him up, come back home, and complete what we had already started at home. And so this is often that this happens.
Other than that, what's going on?
Well, he can't keep a job.
Well, that's a big one.
Yes, we've been together 4 years, and out of the 4 years, he's had about 9 jobs, and out of those 9 jobs, he's held each one not more than a month.
Now, Mr. Martin, I'm fairly sure that she's accurate about the driver's license, correct? You don't have one and you don't drive. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. Now, she has taught me how to drive, but at one point she told me that it's not my place to teach a man how to drive. And I felt like...
And it's not my place
Stop
to
it.
keep him.
Stop.
So, I mean, I felt like when she said that, that's kind of like being a little selfish because in a marriage, it's a 50-50 thing. You know,
Your Honor,
driving...
I tried to teach him how to drive.
She taught me 4 times.
We've got behind
She
the car.
taught me
I
4
would
times.
ask him, do you want to just go around the back or go to an open parking lot and maybe drive? Sometimes he would do it, but then sometimes he would give up in the course of doing it.
Did you tell him that it wasn't your place to teach him how to drive?
I absolutely did tell him
Why
that.
do you feel that way?
Well, because I'm not his mama.
But you try to...
Well, hang on. People come to their marriage with different abilities and different disabilities, and you're supposed to merge, and where he's weak, shore him up. Where you weak, he's shore
And
you
again, that's
up.
what I tried to do. But at the same time, when I tried, he would give up in the course of me trying. And then it's not just that. I just feel like I'm being the bigger adult in the relationship with everything, like a mom role.
Right.
That's
Talk
not true.
talk about the 9 jobs in 4 years. Is that accurate?
I've never had 9 jobs. I may have had maybe 5 jobs.
More
or 6
than 9.
Jobs.
Okay.
So I mean that's
How
a little.
long
That's
did you keep one? What's the longest you've ever kept a job?
A year.
29 days.
A year. A year.
What job did
That's
you keep
an
a year?
exaggeration.
What job did you keep for a year?
I had a landscaping job I had before I even met her.
Well, yeah, exactly.
She helped me
I ain't
get
never
that
seen him
job.
keep no job more than 30 days.
So I mean, and then she
don't matter before
hang on. Hey. What appears to be? I want to. You two are not young, 43 and 42, right? How come you have difficulty maintaining employment?
It could be a lot of reasons. I don't like the way people talk to me on the job, especially supervisors. I mean, supervisors can be a little anal at times. You know, sometimes I don't like to take orders, and especially on the tone.
But
I don't
Judge,
care who you are.
This is what I try to tell him. We go over this
Hold on.
Hey.
Okay.
Ain't nobody in charge in here but me.
Okay.
Don't get it twisted. Don't get it confused. You may be loud and in charge at your house, but here, this is my spot.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. You mean to tell me you can't keep a job because you don't like the way people talk to you?
I'm not going to let nobody talk to me any kind of way because I feel like as a man, it's a certain way you talk to people. But I do understand at some point, even on the job, you got to bend a little to take a little bit if you want to move up in the work field. But I feel like sometimes authority, especially when people get high authority, they take it to their head and they don't know how to talk to you. I had people to tell me
Do you think that could be your problem because that there are hundreds of millions? Stop it. One of your problems is you don't know when to be quiet.
Exactly.
And part of the problem is when you're working for somebody, you got to know when not to talk. and you apparently don't know when not to talk. That's one thing. The second thing, there are hundreds of millions of fully grown, strong, able men who have jobs, who have bosses and supervisors, and they're grown enough to know that it doesn't diminish them to take orders. It appears to diminish you to take orders.
That was then. I know better now.
It's now.
Do you have a job now?
I got a job doing a little handiwork that I do for this guy, and I go to the day labor place, and I work for this guy named Blake.
Nothing permanent, nothing stable.
I realize now.
You do
that I
odd jobs, is what you're saying.
You have a job,
You do
and I
odd
learned, and I also learned you got to shut up and do what they tell you to do because they in charge and it's not their business. But that was then I had that.
Yeah, you still have a little of that. Trust me.
I
I'm
do.
talking to you right now. You still got a little.
And
You
I'm
still
not
got a
gonna
lot
deny
of
it.
that.
I'm not going to deny it, but I'm not going to bend over backwards and let nobody disrespect me. However, if I feel like they're going to do it, I'm going to pull them to the side and tell them, look, man, you know, it's just the way you got to, you know what I'm saying? It's the way you
I'm
gotta
exhausted
talk.
already. I'm exhausted
How do you think I
already.
feel? I'm exhausted in 4 years.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's wrong, but I hear what you're saying. Let's move forward to some other things. I'm going to ask Mr. Martin, when we return, what he thinks is the main problem in this relationship. Mr. Martin, what do you see as the primary problem in this relationship?
She has cheated on me in the past with a friend of mine that I knew.
Now, Ms. Shelton, did you cheat on your husband with another man? Mr. Martin, what do you see as the primary problem in this relationship that has brought you here today?
I have trust issues with her.
Why don't you trust her?
She has cheated on me in the past with a friend of mine that I knew.
Tell me generally how you found out about it and what happened.
And why did I cheat?
No, I'm talking to him.
Okay.
Well, how'd you find out about it and what happened?
His wife came and found me and said that your wife is messing around with my husband.
Now, Ms. Shelton, did you cheat on your husband with another man?
I did, and because of the lack thereof. He had not been coming home on a regular basis, and this had been going on for 3 years. I didn't cheat on him and just cheat on him in the beginning. I cheated on him a year after we got married. So,
well, that's not that long, I gotta say.
A year after we got married, but we had been together already for 3 years.
Right.
So he was not coming home. And when I say not coming home for like weeks at a time. I felt abandoned. He wasn't keeping a job. He was doing this and became repetitive over and over again. I begged and pleaded with him for him to step it up and do what a husband's supposed to do because you took a vow. And so, yes, I'm not justifying that I did cheat.
But you had a reason.
I had a reason. And I had I felt abandoned.
Mr. Martin, were you barely there for her? I'm not saying it makes the cheating okay. The cheating was wrong.
I understand
That's
that.
not how you resolve a problem. That's not how you be a married woman. But I'm asking you, were you a barely there husband?
I sure wasn't because I got tired of all the argument and fussing back and forth and shouting messages about things that were irrelevant.
Give me an example of the kind of things that you would argue about.
I mean, we would argue about some of the
job. That's not a relevant thing, Judge.
The driving light, the drivers,
That's
the driving license,
right?
And other stuff.
I'm listening.
At times, she used to, you know, you did. At times, you used to accuse me of messing around, and you know that was one of the arguments. One time. And it was just little silly stuff that we would get into arguments about. Maybe I don't pay her enough attention.
That's no excuse. That's
And,
no
you know,
excuse.
no man wants to argue with a wife.
You know,
all
because
the
you should be
time.
man enough to say,
And I
okay, we're
told
going
her
to talk
this.
about it. I'm going to leave for an hour. I'm going to come home, and we're going to discuss this like adults.
Right.
Not go and get
Hang on.
drunk and stay for 3 days and then call when you feel like it and expect me to have open arms. It don't work like that. So, of course, it's going to be tension when you come back.
Is that what would go on?
Exactly.
Give me an example of some other argument that you would have. What would happen and where would he go and what would he do?
We would argue about, like, sometimes I might just be too tired to drive. And I might ask him, well, you don't think you could just go up the store and get me a soda? Well, you know I can't drive. Then we'll argue about that. It would blow up. He would leave. He would stay gone for, like, 3 days.
Does he just walk off? Because he can't
he'll
drive.
Pack his bag. He'll pack his backpack.
And walk off?
Yeah. He'll pack his backpack and leave and stay gone for about 3 days or to a week. One day it was almost a month. And this is ongoing. And he did this to me.
Did you have a tendency when you would argue to leave the house and not resolve the argument but simply quit the premises?
I tried to talk it out with her. I tried to work it out.
Hey, Listen.
Okay.
If you're like anyway like this at home, he couldn't have talked to you.
Well.
Because you don't let anybody finish.
That's not true, but okay.
You don't let me finish. I'm a judge.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I tried to work things out, and I called and tried to come back home. There was still tension, of course. And when I felt like it was tension, I wasn't coming home because we would argue about the same stuff. As far as me going and taking walks and coming back, it still would be the same thing. You can't just come back into they're just adding fuel to the fire. The fire is already lit.
But guess what? He doesn't do it now.
You know what I'm saying? So
because when he realized that I can be taken away, he tightened up. So I have not had that problem. Even if it was an argument, he came home. He comes home.
Well, you say no matter what, you're not getting enough sex. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna talk about that next. She feels like the burden is unequally upon her. Can you sign off on that?
But it don't have to be all her because I told her before I would learn how to drive.
Yeah, but that's
and I'm
2
not
years.
Trying to. I mean,
when are you gonna do it? Would you cheat if you felt abandoned by your partner? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Mrs. Shelton, you say there's no loving going on at your house. I'm not surprised, but can you tell me how long this has been a problem and why you think it's occurring?
First of all, he has a high blood pressure problem that he's not getting it taken care of. He has not been seen. I tell him over and over, just get a health checkup. He makes up excuses about it. So because of that, he has an impotence problem. And we have problems in the bedroom. And that's a lot of pressure on me because not only is he not getting up to go to work, he ain't getting it up. So
Mr. Martin, I never make a man defend that. If you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to.
I think I need
to. But if you want to address it, I'm going to give you opportunity to do
what she's saying is true, but I'm going to tell you, it ain't got nothing to do. And I do have high blood pressure.
Right.
And I haven't took the time to check it. I will do it. But also, when you constantly argue with a man or a woman all the time, it doesn't matter, especially your wife, it takes away your sexual confidence. You can't argue with me for 3 days straight or 4 days straight and then expect me to get down with you the next day. It takes away
but
my
when we
confidence
argue,
level.
I have sex with you because I'm not going to go out and cheat. You don't want me to cheat.
That you gonna
but
argue
then you
with
don't
me.
want to satisfy me. So what is it?
Ms. Shelton, let me ask you this. Is there any resolution to your arguments? I mean, you get to fussing. Do you think that possibly the manner in which you come across precludes you from getting anything resolved because everything is up here?
Yes, that could be possible. A lot of times I try to diffuse the situation. I would walk away or I would leave. And he'd be calling me, asking me where I'm at. Because we both agreed that we don't want to continue the argument. But then you got to understand it goes back to if you're job from jobbing, you're not keeping a job, you understand? You don't know how to drive. So I'm angry.
Right.
And I'm not happy. I'm not happy with part of the situation that he said that he would uphold, and he has not done it.
Into the bar. Mr. Martin, can you hear what she's saying about that? She is angry, and she admits to being angry because she feels like the burden is unequally upon her. Can you sign off on that just a little bit?
But it don't have to be all her because I told her before I would learn how to drive. I'm not trying to put all the pressure on her.
Yeah, but that's
and I'm
2
not
years.
Trying to. I mean,
when are you going to do it?
I mean, when I get
the little course takes like 6 weeks.
I mean,
the course is 2 days.
It's 2 days, but I mean, I got to come up with the money.
But he still got to learn.
Well, you said you had a job. You said you had a job.
So I have to take time.
You just spent 10 minutes convincing me you had a job.
Okay, but I still got to take time off. I'm going to go to work first.
I just believe that he makes up a lot of excuses. I don't really think that he wants to drive.
Right.
A lot of people don't know how to drive, and they have fear of driving. I'm not the only one. Everybody humping down on me.
Well, now, see there?
A lot have a fear.
Mr. Martin, please stop talking. We can't get anywhere. Now, You just for the first time admitted you have a fear of driving. You've been going all around the maypole about why you didn't drive and it's not this, that, and this, that, and the other, when the bottom line was you're afraid to drive. If you'd have said that 10 minutes ago, we wouldn't have wasted all of this time. I could have addressed that. But you didn't cop to it.
Well, that's my problem. My confidence level of driving is not there.
Okay.
And if I said, like I say, and I specify.
Oh, I'm so done with you. Good night, nurse. Let's talk about something that'll interest me. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner refused to have sex with you? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. What I say from here on out is not for the two of you because the two of you are not listeners. Anything I say for you is going to just skid right off the top of your heads and go out into the ozone.
I'll listen. I'm listening now.
Anybody can be angry. Anybody can avoid the things they fear. Anybody can make excuses for the things that they cannot do. Everybody can say it's somebody else's fault other than mine. But those people that do those things end up stuck in places they don't want to be. You have to address your fears because your fears are keeping you from living a productive life. And I think you're a kind of guy who has a whole lot of words and very little action to back up the words, and you got very little room for criticism because your self-esteem ain't where it should be. That's why when a boss comes at you or asks you to do something you're not able to do or doesn't speak to you in just the right tone, that your very center is insulted, your manhood is implicated, and that's why you can't stay in deal. And I think that
not just
if you stop,
okay.
You're not helping him over there, blustering and blowing all day long. The guy's got a soft center, and you just pushing him over every time you get a chance. You can't argue a man into your arms. You can't nag a man into loving you. You got to lift him up from where he is.
And I've been doing that for 4 years.
Then go away.
I've been doing that.
Then go away.
That's why we're here.
Mr. Martin, you can't get better if you won't recognize where you're weak. You spend your entire life making excuses and pointing at everybody else for the failures that you know you have.
I agree.
And I'm not looking to dog you. I'm looking to hand you power. I'm looking to hand you peace. I'm looking to hand you capacity and ability. You're stuck with her because you don't like her, but you can't go nowhere because you can't afford yourself. You've got to put up with it. And instead of, being, growing while you're under the, he doesn't have the opportunity. Well, you can put him out if you want to, but instead of making it a pleasant place to be and working harder to be better while
I'm
you
the
do
one
have
that's putting
some
up with him.
And this matter is adjourned.
We didn't really get a resolution there. So what's the next step?
Well, the next step I feel is, if he doesn't get his license and if he can't keep a stable job, I just don't see myself continuing the marriage.
Do you see this working out, or do you kind of agree with her that this may be the end?
The only way I see it to be an end result, unless I improve the things that I'm lacking, but also she will also have to improve too, because it's two in a marriage. It's 50-50.
Today on Divorce Court.
Alisa is controlling because she wants her way, and that's her way, and that's it.
What I do for Charles to keep him on track with his finances, his paycheck, I take it.
Alisa controls the money around the house, and she only give me $25 out the check.
So in the beginning when I met Charles, he was very attentive to me and was very obedient, if I can say obedient. Not like a puppy dog, but still obedient.
I see myself with Alisa for the rest of my life because I truly love her. The last year or so, it's kind of like I'm in hell.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Charles Barge and Alicia Tate. The two of you have been together 4 years, and you're here for reasons I have yet to ascertain, but I'm sure I'm going to figure it out along the way. And so I'm going to start with you, Mr. Barge. Tell me about your relationship with Ms. Tate and why we're here in divorce court today.
My relationship at first with her was great, wonderful.
Right.
But now it's kind of like, it's just going downhill right now.
What I get from this is that she's a control freak.
Yes, control, definitely.
Give me some examples of the things that she does that are so controlling.
Well, first of all, she want that money, so she can control that.
Do you both work?
Yes, we both work.
Okay. And who handles the money?
She does. She handles all the bills and everything.
So what does that look like? You guys put your money in a community pot? Tell me what that looks like.
Well, we put it in just for, like, business-wise, making sure that she handles all the business, so that's why I give her all the money like that. But at the same time, it's like it's still a control, like it's an abuse of control now, you know, like the verbal talking, the disrespecting, the...
What did she say to you that's disrespectful?
Well, she just all calling me stupid, retarded, like all types of stuff, you know. It's just, sometimes I just feel like what am I doing wrong, like...
Right.
And I'm more respectful, like, but what am I doing, you know, to be treated this way?
My understanding is she demands 100% of your paycheck every week.
Yes.
Which is around $2,100.
Yes.
And gives you $25 a week back.
Yes.
Is that accurate, Ms. Tate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you explain why it is you're comfortable keeping him on such a short leash?
Well, I am comfortable with keeping him on a short leash because of the things that he likes to do with his money. We don't have a community pot. The community pot is right here in my pocket. He go catches his check, he come home, and he brings it to me. What I feel like he needs, he gets it at that point in time. He has recreational habits that I don't concur, so therefore he gets what I give him to spend.
Woo! Woo!
And
and you've been doing this for 4 years?
Yes.
Do you care about how he feels at all?
I sure does. I do care about how he feels, but I also care how my household is ran and where the hard work and money goes.
So $25 a week you think is enough for this man to get?
$25 a week is just basically for his food, but if he need gas because of the company that he works with, they supply that for him as well. So yeah, $25. If you need a little bit more throughout the week, come tell me about it, and then I'll go ahead and make the arrangement. But I take care of Charles all the way down from the head to the toe.
Ms. Tate, I understand. After knowing him for a day, you moved him in.
The next day.
The next day.
Correct.
Explain that, because you have children, right?
Correct.
Explain how you were comfortable enough with a man within 24 hours to move your children, move him in the house where you have children.
Well, it was the demeanor. I went and picked him up from his mother's home at that particular time, his grandmom, who raised him. I met his family the first day when we did go out in public with my kids alone. Just the atmosphere itself, the attentiveness, the honesty that I had, the background that I got from him, and a couple of questions that I do ask upon meeting somebody. And at that point in time, I was like, hey, driver's license, job, you know, no real criminal background, no real felonies. We can get you somewhere. He good.
Yeah. Let me tell you why you're wrong, and so clearly wrong, and why I have to speak on that wrong. You know, the instance of abuse goes way up when you have an unrelated male in the home. It just does.
Right.
Ted Bundy was a charming somebody. Mm-hmm. He'd be nice and charming, funny, bright, right before he hit your head with that pipe and it strangled you. You don't know anybody well enough in 24 hours to put your children in harm's way like that. I'm not saying you a bad guy. I ain't saying that. I don't know. I mean, you put up with a whole lot more than I would, but, you know, but you can't do that. Your children have the right to be free of assault and injury, and you can't make that assessment knowing somebody 24 hours. Shame on you, Ms. Tate. Shame on you. Tell me some other controlling things she does.
Oh, well, you know, I try to go get my hair cut done different times, like if I'm getting off work and everything, and I say, hey, well, I'm finna go and get my hair cut, but I got to go to the east side of Atlanta, you know, to go do it.
How can you afford a haircut? Ms. Tate, are you treating him like a kid?
Yes, I am, because if you go somewhere and you come home and you done tore up my cars, yeah, I want to know. And then you can't explain why the whole side of my car is gone, why my brand new car have 2 flat tires on the same. When I ask you what happened to my vehicle, you say, I don't know, some ran in front of me, I might have hit a pole, and this is $5,000 or $6,000 of damage that you're bringing cars home. You done tore up 2 cars, 2 brand new cars. You tore up 2
brand new cars?
No, one just...
There's one there.
One, yeah.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Did you hit a pole?
No, it was on the side of like a little ditch or something like that, and I hit something, like I got out and looked at it, it was like a boulder or something. Like that, so.
Hit something.
No, and I explained to her, I called her and I showed her that.
Okay, now, that's one accident. You've had another accident.
No, just with the tire. This on
what happened with the tires?
The Charger. The tire blew out on the road, and I told her. And that's all I did is got over, and I called her just like I do all the time. When I'm at work or anything, I call her and say, hey, this is such and such happened. And I called her, I said, I got a flat.
You talked about it like he's out there, you know, just riding and running things down. He had one accident and his car and a tire went flat. How is that making him irresponsible?
Because you can't tell me the same story twice about that car. When you brought the Charger back, it wasn't one flat, it was 2 flats on the same thing. Then the windshield wiper had it. I'm asking you what is happening. You can't give me a straight answer all the time when I ask you.
Yeah, you hard to talk to, Ms. Tate. I don't blame him. Mr. Bars, I believe, my understanding is you believe she's cheating on you, so I want to know why you think that.
She has gone out with this person at night, saying that they were just doing business transactions, but these are things that she
So you think she's sleeping with this famous rapper?
Not think. This is something she told me.
So, Mr. Bard, you believe that Ms. Tate is cheating on you. Why do you believe that?
First of all, I have the evidence right here.
Okay. Now, what am I looking at?
Those texts come from her sister saying that she was cheating with some guys and going out and all that stuff. And at first, you know, I didn't believe it because I was at work, minding my business, working. I do tree service. So it's dangerous just looking at a phone 90% of the time and everything. So I seen the text and everything. I actually put it down, didn't worry about it. But I started getting phone calls, you know, repeatedly, like both on back and forth. Like she calling.
Saying what?
Calling. Well, she's calling saying that Alicia doing stuff, you know what I'm saying, calling me out my name and all that stuff and dogging me out and all that. And she's calling me, telling me that her sister...
Don't believe it.
Well, yeah, don't believe it.
And this is her sister right there, Kiwana Poole. Why don't you come forward, Ms. Poole, while I ask your sister, Alicia Tate, what do you have to say about his allegations that you're cheating on him and calling him out his name and talk about him like a dog?
I do use names when I speak to him when I'm angry and reach that height. As far as me cheating, I never cheated on Charles. The text messages that was sent over from Kiwana Poole was actually out of anger of money that she said I owed her. So when she texted me previously, she was like, if you don't pay me my money, I'm going to send Dro text messages and tell him you're sleeping around with someone that I know in the industry that he doesn't like anyway. She knew this and she played upon him because she know how he feels about me and the relationship me and him have and she don't have.
Ms. Poole, how are you?
I'm fine. How about yourself?
I'm just fine. So why don't you tell me why you believe Ms. Tate is cheating on Mr. Barge?
Well, the first thing is that I was at an event. She called me when this famous rapper here in Atlanta was there in the car with her. They ride around all the time, and he spoke to me. She introduced me to him. And she said, say hello. I said hello. And so that is not a belief. That's what happened.
Well, that's not cheating.
Well, no. Did he know about it? He didn't know him.
It's a little shady and tacky.
Thank you.
But it's not cheating. Any other kind of proof, anything you've seen, anything you got, anything.
She has gone out with this person at night saying that they were
just doing business transactions, but these are things that she
So you think she's sleeping with this famous rapper?
Not think. This is something she told me.
That's not true.
Did you tell her?
No, that's not true, and that's not how it started. She chimed my phone to talk to me about the phone bill she's speaking of. When she called me, I answered my phone. She told me she would call me back. I'm like, okay, I'm in the middle of moving. I do a lot of stuff. I own my own company. I'm doing a lot of things in Atlanta. So when she tried to call me back, I couldn't answer the call. When she tried to call me back again, it was 10 o'clock at nighttime. I didn't answer the phone. The next day, she started harassing me and texting me about the phone bill. Then she said if I don't answer her phone, she was going to send him out text messages about me and the rapper guy. So
This is a hot mess and a broken bottle.
It is.
I'm going to try to solve the mystery of the famous rapper and the cheating by getting some down-home proof. Next.
She talks about how stupid he is. He's slow. She's done that, you know, around her children and talked about how slow he is.
Do you talk about him like that? Would you ever consider moving in with someone after knowing them for only one day? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Now, Nick, I want you to take this over there to Ms. Tate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my understanding, because I had to have somebody explain to me because I didn't get it, is the conversation has occurred through emoji and GIF in which a waterfall, which you posted a waterfall, which means you're in a state of sexual excitation.
Yes.
No.
I don't understand.
Right. And I get it, and that's what it looks like if you don't pursue anywhere further with your mind. This was actually one of the pictures my mom didn't send me, but because I move around a lot and because I go from 0 to 120, she sends me meditation things. So some of the things that she may send me, I may send out and say, hey, you know, I know your schedule is busy, you're flying here to there, you're always out. Hey, you might want to try this meditation tactic, do this. Because when I send you stuff, half of the time you don't get it and understand it.
You don't send me nothing, period.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Don't send me nothing.
That's the problem.
I don't want to talk about this anymore because I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if she's fooling around or not. Why don't you tell me, does she treat him poorly?
Yes, she does.
Can you give me some examples of some of the ways in which she mistreats him?
She talks about how stupid he is. He's slow. She's done that, you know, around her children and talked about how slow he is.
Do you talk about him like that? Do you say things like that?
I do.
And what makes you think it's okay for you to do that?
It's not okay. When I do get angry enough, it's the dialogue that me and him is having.
Do you talk about him to other people and use those terms?
I have to my sister after we reunited because if I hold it in, I'm going to go crazy.
Okay, let me tell you something, Ms. Tate. You can fast talk all you want to, but there is class and there is lack of class. And that lacks class. He's your man. He's your man. You don't talk rude about him. You don't talk rude to him. If you're irritated, if you're irritated, you behave like a grown woman and not a child who's in a playground calling names because you don't have any more sense than that. That right there is a sign of a slow mind.
Well, if you
no. There's no fighting that one. If you're on text anywhere calling people names, that's because you don't have capacity and ability. Put that finger down. I don't want to see it again.
Sorry, I don't text
Thank you very much. I was alluding to someone else. We all know who doesn't know how to act right.
Okay. And may I say something, Justin?
No! Please have a seat.
Okay.
Do you want to keep her?
I mean, I've been going through it since day one, and it's right now, like I said, it's shaky because I put a vow into her daughter, you know, that I was going to be there. She asked me to be there, and she asked me, and every day that I come home, every day, she tell me she love me, and when I leave, even when I'm going out the door, she want to come with me. That's how she's seen, and that's how she been with, and she knows that. And she know that I would never hurt her. She know that I would never turn my back on her. She turned her back on me several times, and I stayed there strong, go to work every day, and still come home and give her the money with no problem.
All right. I can't fault you for being a stand-up dude.
Yeah. But treating me like a doormat, like I'm...
Yeah, I'm going to talk to her about it. I don't think it's going to do any good, but I'm going to talk to her about it.
Yes.
Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner demanded your paycheck every week? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. For the remainder of this proceeding, it is me and it is all me. We used to call you a toner guy back in the day. Back in the day, we'd get a guy that's stand-up, good-looking, got a job, got it all together, and the woman isn't treating him right. We would run out of toner. That was the ink that we used to use for our emails, because women would just flood us with phone numbers, addresses, and pictures, and go get them. They're going to blow up our inbox over you. There's a difference between self-confidence and being crass, and you're crass. It is unfortunate that you have caught the attention of a good man who loves your daughter so much, he is willing to put up with the rude, unkind, destructive, demeaning behavior you send in his direction. I don't know how you can look at yourself every morning and do this to somebody else. I don't know how you can take a man who's taken on your life and your daughter and given you your paycheck and come in here with your fingers all up in the air talking about how stupid he is and this, that, and the other thing and think it's okay. I don't know how you can do that. I don't know how you can speak badly about your man to somebody else, even in the heat of the moment. I don't know how you can speak badly to your man in the heat of the moment when that guy is coming across as cool and as good as he did. He makes a little bit of error. You pretend it's a whole lot more than it is. You need to be a better person. You don't deserve him the way you are now. Mr. Barge, if I were you, I would puff up and stand up a little bit. You don't have to give her the whole check.
Yes.
You know what I mean? She said, and I know what she said. Yeah. That if she don't get the whole check, you can go bye-bye. Yeah. She ain't gonna let you go.
No, she ain't gonna let you go.
She can't get nobody else.
Nobody else.
That's not true.
So that's cheating.
I hope you're a better person one day that deserves the guy that you got. Being crass and rude and ridiculous is not a way to keep a man, and one day he'll get sick of it.
Thank you.
This matter is adjourned.
Judge Lynn said he could do better, that he should move on, and he deserves better than this. What's your reaction to that?
What I do in my household, it just is what it is. If you don't like it, you have free will. I'm going to keep moving and keep progressing with or without him.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, pleasure. Judge, this is the case of In My Feelings.
Thank you. Today we have a couple whose relationship in real life is being destroyed by their relationship online. It's a common problem these days. Let's see if we can work it out.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Raymond Harper and Christian McCormick. The two of you have been together for 4 years. You do not, however, believe you can stay together any longer. Therefore, you have come to see me. I also have in this courtroom Dravon Wright, and you are Mr. Ray's best friend and caregiver, and you have something to say about all of this. We also have Mr. Harper is seeking $1,000 to be reimbursed for 2 months of rent, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, I'm going to start with Mr. Harper, otherwise known as Roland Ray.
You know what? It's given very much of how you doing, Your Honor, Miss Judge Lynn Toler. I am here today to get my money from this man. Yeah, want to be a woman. Yeah, he's terrible, Your Honor. He's really terrible. So I've been dating Christian for the past 6 years, you know, also on give or take, you know what I'm saying?
We just acting like it didn't happen. Everybody just knows. It's just like, oh, all that went on, and this, but go ahead.
That's what it was given. So we've been talking for the past 6 or 7 years, give or take. Your Honor, when I first turned 18, I remember the house because I was an independent person. I wanted to show my mother that I can do what I want to do. It's given all that, all bad. So I got my own apartment. Me dating Christian at the age of 17, going on 18, I was like, hey, babe, I got a new apartment. Oh, it's given. What's up? You want to move in? You know what I'm saying? Peaches and creams and applesauce. Yeah, all that. So then, yes, calm down, Nick. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Then, Your Honor, all bad. He moves in, everything is going good, you know what I'm saying? He brings his clothes, they kind of stink, but I'm going to wash them in my washing machine because it's giving all day.
My clothes never stink. Let's start there.
Don't interrupt me, thank you.
But I interrupted you.
I said what I said.
Now, Mr. Harper, if we're going to go all the way through all those details, we'll never get anywhere.
Interrupt you, Your Honor, but he's
well, Your Honor, so he moves in, and so I noticed that Christian started, you know, using dating apps, talking to gay males. I had his phone one day, and I went through his app and seen...
Please pull up the receipts.
Mr. McCormick, just a moment.
No,
go ahead.
He needs to pull
Mr.
up
McCormick.
Miss Toler. Yeah. Yeah.
Judge Toler.
Hey, hang on, Mr. Harper. Mr. McCormick, help me out here. No, I'll get to you when I get to you. Mr. McCormick, why don't you tell me what's going on in your relationship with Mr. Harper?
Going on as you see the shenanigans in the show. He's rude. He's a cheater. He's a liar.
Give me an example of a time when you caught him cheating.
We first started dating. I'm laying in the bed with him, his phone going off. Who is calling you 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning? You're supposed to be my man. Who calling you? So you know nowadays these iPhones got facial recognition, fingerprint.
Right.
I put the thumb on the phone. I don't care. I go through the phone, I see...
Like a nosy person.
And as I should have, but I'm not talking to you. I go through the phone and I see he was dating this boy for 7 months while he was dating me, and he had sexual interrelations with this boy 3 days before he just had sexual interrelations with me.
Do you have any
Let's
receipts?
ask about that.
Do you have any receipts?
Oh, now it's any receipts.
Your
but
Honor.
I was cheating on you with she's not talking to you.
Your
you
Honor.
Hey. Right now, I'm not talking to either one of you. Mr. Wright, why don't you come on up? Stand there next to Mr. Harper.
The fake caretaker.
Mr. Wright, what do you see when you see this couple?
When I see this couple, Your Honor, I see terrible trouble because I feel as though, from my point of view of this, looking at this relationship, they shouldn't even be together. Like, Christian is very insecure and, like, very sneaky. You know, I'm the caretaker. You know, I'm here. So, like, I see things. I see...
And you're my best friend.
That's it. But, like, I see things. I see what be going on and how he be acting and how he's very sneaky. Like...
Give me examples. I need stories.
Sneaky as in, like... So, it was a period of time when I was helping him, you know, get ready and stuff, and I stayed later than what I should. I spent the night, so I slept in the bed with my friend.
That's an every night thing.
I slept in the bed with my friend, excuse me. And that's when he comes home, and he comes home thinking, like, we're messing with each other. Like,
what caretaker sleeps in the bed? Please
it is unusual, Mr. Wright.
I'm the best friend as well,
and
too.
I thought you had to have
like,
a background.
It's not giving mess with your friends. Like, he's insecure, Your Honor. Like,
no, I
you
look
see.
at the point of the matter.
Your Honor.
2 gay boys in the same bed.
Mr. Harper, I understand you believe Mr. McCormick is cheating on you and impersonating people, including women, in order to scam them.
Your Honor.
Tell me about that.
Receipts.
What I have is right here, Your Honor. I came home. Here you go, Mr. Nick. You look so handsome. That fade is giving.
May I see that, please?
Thank
you. I can't take it.
He just turned red. Red as a beet. So, Mr. Harper, you were saying?
Your Honor, I came home one day. I'm going to roll around because I get a little angry. I don't want to lash out on my friend.
You giving
because he calms me down sometimes. Your Honor, I came home and seen a spatula in my door. Your Honor, I live in a $2,000 apartment that I'm paying for a month. I wrote in, why's my door unlocked? Neighbors could walk past, come in. I come in, food on the stove, his MacBook right there. It's the food is disgusting. It's not even all edible, arranged, none of that good stuff. It's burnt. So I'm like, okay, maybe he's
You're gonna have to stop.
You is lying
No, you're gonna have to stop. I'm getting queasy.
I'm gonna back it on that for you, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. He could never say my food is burnt.
Now, what are you trying to tell me? I thought we were talking about him scamming people.
Yeah, listen, Your Honor.
And then you came in with a spatula.
Well, he said Beyonce bailed him out 2 times. Beyonce don't know you. Never called you, met you ever in life. Ever in life.
Did you claim that Beyonce bailed you out?
Beyonce knows all about me. When I got arrested, Beyonce was at my rescue like it was nothing. It was giving, yeah. Your Honor, I had video proof of Christian McCormick scamming people using a white girl, real nice body, and talking to guys in the D.C. area to get their money. Not their money, Your Honor, a prepaid debit card.
Okay, park.
I'm sorry.
And we'll look at the video of the alleged scam.
Your Honor, what we have here is his computer. Your Honor, that's his computer, Your Honor.
I see that.
When I came home, Your Honor, it's messages saying, hey, I'm about to leave out the door and meet you at the hotel room. Your Honor.
If you don't park that thing.
I'm so sorry, Your Honor. I'm so sorry.
It's never going to be parked. He's going to roll everywhere. It's rolling Ray.
Your Honor.
You're never speaking to Ray.
So how is that proof he's scamming people? Because all I saw was a keyboard.
Let me tell you. And the dude at the hotel since you know so much.
Mr. Harper, please finish this.
Thank you. I went through the computer. His phone is connected to the Mac. You know how the iMessage is connected to your MacBook if you use the same iCloud username and password. His computer was unlocked, Your Honor. He's talking to a guy, a social media site, little dating app where you meet guys for exchange of personal favors. So I'm going up the messages and I see that he's sending nude pictures that he took from somebody else's page somehow and sending it to this guy, making this guy believe that it's him.
Oh, so he was taking pictures, you said it was of a woman?
Yes.
A naked woman to a guy to make that, he kind of catfishing him. To make him believe that he was a woman, and was he asking for money?
Not money, like cash. It was on a prepaid card, so he don't have to meet up with the guy, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. McCormick, do you recall the incident he's talking about?
Your Honor, I don't recall that incident.
But I have receipts.
Excuse me. I'm not talking to you.
Mr. McCormick, do you know what he's talking about?
No, Your Honor.
You don't know where he got that story from? No. So what do you think the problem in this relationship is?
The fans and the lap dances.
The fans and the lap dances.
I love you, and it's giving, and the attitude, and the roller, and the shows, and this fake caregiver.
Why do you think he's a fake caregiver?
What caregiver you know is laid up in the bed?
I'm also his best friend.
It doesn't matter. Me and my best friends don't be laid up in the bed.
Because they don't like you.
You don't know what my friends like. You don't know what my friends like.
Well, why don't you tell me about the other aspects of the relationship that are bothering you? You say he rolls around too much. Explain that to me. I mean, not that I don't understand, because I kind of see it, but...
He gives too many shows, social media. Like example, he said Beyonce bailed him out 2 times. Beyonce don't know you. Never called you, met you ever in life. Ever in life. But she bailed you out 2 times.
Mr. Harper, did you... No, hang on. Did you claim that Beyonce bailed you out?
Beyonce knows all about me. Beyonce has my number. Man, Beyonce talks every now and then. She checks up on me. When I got arrested, Beyonce was at my rescue like it was nothing. It was giving, yeah.
Come on back, friend, let's go.
Williams come out?
Because it's giving. It's been giving.
Oh, look at her wig. Her eyebrows, her makeup.
Hi, Big Bird. Hi, Elma.
Oh, look.
you would like your case to be heard on divorce court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV.
I am done with him. When he gets to my house, he's unpacking his bags. He's done. He steals. I come home, my ID is missing. My credit cards is missing. Everything is just be missing. My friend could tell you, we get into it because my friend wants to humiliate him, but I stopped it because at the end of the day, that's who I was dating for 6 years before he was in the picture. What I want to do is keep trying to accuse this man of having sexual relations. Your Honor, I went to the doctors because of him on social media sites trying to sell his body, Your Honor. I went to the doctor with my best friend. The person I'm so-called having sexual dealings with, we
both went to the clinic and got checked out.
Yeah, we both went to the clinic and checked out, and nothing came back from me.
They don't like you.
But who goes to the doctor with their best friend and y'all both get STD tested?
Who don't? That's what you're supposed to do. I'm 22.
I don't even have time for the shenanigans at this point. I'm studying to get my MD.
He's not even going to school every day.
You're in medical school?
Yeah.
He's not
That's
in medical
wonderful.
school.
Thank you.
I don't get that a lot in here. That's wonderful.
I'm making something of my life, and I don't do $30 promos on Instagram. I'm gonna make an actual coin.
Your Honor, he treats me like I'm his sugar daddy. He don't give me sex when I want it. Your Honor,
that is a lot. Oh my God,
it's dead serious. He treats me like a sugar daddy, Your Honor. I have text messages right there on your desk
my God.
to prove it. He's not having no sexual relations to me unless I pay for his makeup, hair, and this other type of stuff.
That was really honestly a joke, Your Honor. I can admit to that. Because me and my cousin, which is my girl for life, we was texting, and I did text him and say that.
Your Honor, he owes me for rent.
Did you ask a person? Hey, I'm talking.
Okay, my apologies, Miss Girl.
Miss who?
She's not a girl. It's Miss Toler.
It's Judge Toler. Be quiet. I have a question. Did you actually ask somebody to send the front and back portions of a card to you?
No, I didn't.
Well, why do I have front and back pictures of a card? I'm asking you, did you do that?
No, I didn't.
You did not do that?
No. Hold on 1 second.
No, don't tell me to hold on. You people are confused.
Hold on.
I don't know what it is you do in real life. I don't know what you do on the gram, Twitter, anywhere else, but this is my house.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been trying to be respectful out here, but I need some of that in return, or everybody can roll out.
Yes, ma'am.
We now have not like it isn't bad enough, another surprise witness. We have Zania Williams.
Zanaya, my girl, my best friend. Come on, best friend, let's go.
Could I have Ms. Williams come out?
Because it's giving. It's been giving.
Oh, look at her wig. Her eyebrows, her makeup.
Hi, Big Bird. Hi, Elma.
Oh, look. Give her a round of applause.
Hey, Ms. Williams, why don't you tell me what you know about this relationship?
I don't like him. I don't like how he treat my friend. And you need to let him go or our friendship is over, period.
Ms. Williams, talk to me. Hey.
For army benefits.
Rolling Ray.
I'm sorry.
How do you know Mr. McCormick, and how long have you known Mr. Harper?
I've known him for 8 years. He's like social media-ish, so.
You were on my...
So
he's social media-ish.
She's kind of like on social media a lot, so I just kind of met him.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you know that Mr. McCormick and Mr. Harper were in a relationship?
I did.
And what did you think of that relationship?
I don't like it.
Because?
I don't like how he treat him.
Tell me, give me a story, something I would say.
I went to Christian's family member's barbecue, and a secret went out that Vonnie and Ray had sex with one of his family members. And it was confirmed.
At the same time? Mr. Harper, is that inaccurate?
It's all the truth. I don't know what else to say.
understand we have your mother on the line. How are you? This is Judge Lynn Toler.
How are you, Judge?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Can you state your name and tell me your relationship to the parties out here?
My name is Donetta McCormick, and I'm the mom of Christian McCormick.
And what do you think of his relationship with Mr. Harper?
Sometimes we invite too many people into our relationships instead of sitting down and really listening to each other. I believe that my son Christian, he's playing a role as a wife. However, what he wants back in return, he's not receiving.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. McCormick. I appreciate
Have a
your
nice day.
input.
Come get your son stuff at my house.
Okay, Kool-Aid Man.
Don't you ever address my mother like that?
All right, here we are. So you want $1,000 from him for 2 months of rent. Explain to me why I should give that to you.
Your Honor, the money isn't even a big deal, but it is a big deal to me because, for one, I went from the ghetto to downtown, which is very hard in D.C. because it's a gentrified area. The rent is $2,000 a month.
I gotcha.
Right. So he came to me. I came to him. I said, Christian, you want to have to start helping me around here because you going to school ain't good enough, Your Honor. He don't go to school on time. He oversleeps and all that. So I'm like, you have to start looking out for me too. Like, I need at least $500 a month. So, okay, that was $500 at the beginning of July, and going into August. That's $1,000. That's all I want from
We
you.
just got to August.
Okay,
It's
Mr.
the
McCormick,
first.
it appears that Mr. Harper is saying that he needs you to contribute towards the rent that he is paying.
Your Honor, to be honest, I need pain and suffering.
Yeah. I need pain and suffering.
She needs,
all right?
And she needs pain and suffering too.
Not only do I need to be compensated for pain and suffering, I'm going to need counseling.
I need counseling
a sleeping
too. I
pill,
need damaged
something.
goods. I could never go get into another relationship.
Why
after
do
what
you
these two boys
believe
put me
that
through.
you don't owe him rent money?
I'm not paying him rent money or
First of all, he acts like a whole housewife. He cooks all your food.
Mind your business.
No, he cooks all your food.
Thank you very much. Hey.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He cooks all your food.
Due to disorder and contempt by all parties in this courtroom, this matter is adjourned.
All right, Judge Lynn had a lot to say today. What are you walking away with today?
I don't walk, I roll, baby.
Rolling Ray, you're right. You're right, that's on me.
I'm rolling away with the thought, and this boy wants to be a girl is getting out of my house. I'm packing his bags. Once I get home, I'm putting him out. I'm calling him a U-Haul, may give him her serum for 2 nights. But other than that, it's done. I don't want no dealings with him. It's over, finito.
Rolling Ray. Judge, this is the case of Stay With Me.
I have here a couple with a lot of history, a lot of problems, but also a lot of love. Let's see if we can get through those first 2 things and find out if there's enough of the love left over.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Johnny Chambers and Henry Chambers. The 2 of you have been together for 19, married for 8. It appears, however, that your union is at an end. Mrs. Chambers, you would like $2,000 from Mr. Chambers, and we will discuss that momentarily. But before we do, Mrs. Chambers, let me start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're in divorce court here today?
We're here today because I've been with this man for 19 years. And I want to save my marriage.
Okay.
But it's been rocky from the start.
Tell me what the biggest problem is.
Communication, trust.
No.
All of the above.
Hang on, Mr. She hadn't even told the story yet. So there's nothing to disagree with yet. Mrs. Chambers, tell me a story.
Well, from the beginning, he was in another relationship. Our first Christmas together, his cousin comes, tells me how he got another girl that he had been dating, quote, at his mother's house. So, of course, I confronted him about it. Now, keep in mind, it's our first Christmas. So he claimed she popped up and brought him some stuff for Christmas. I let it go.
That's not
Were you married then?
No, ma'am.
It's not true.
Okay.
It's not
First
true,
year,
Judge.
first Christmas.
First year, first Christmas. So you kind of let that one go by. Then what happened?
Then, about maybe a year later.
No. No.
Hang on, hang on. You don't even know there was a year later.
That's how it happened.
What do you
No, no,
disagree
no, no,
with? There was a year later. So just stop. Go ahead. I'm going to give you a full opportunity.
About a year later, washing clothes, find this chick number in his pants. So I call her, of course. So she tells me how they in this relationship and just how they was engaged, how... She told me... She didn't tell me that, Henri?
Come on.
She told me that.
Yeah,
I didn't say if it was true. I'm telling you what she
Okay.
told me. But anyway, she tells me this, so I confront him about it. He claimed one night stand at the club. No problem. Okay, let that go. He claimed one night stand at the club. Let it go. Okay, so time started to go by. She started calling, maybe a year later, start calling. All just a year or two later, just calling. He telling me, oh, we just cool, we just friends. I'm like, okay.
We were. That's
So
what it
me,
was.
let her finish.
Didn't think nothing of it. I'm okay, you know, just a friend I trust. I'm trying to trust him. So then she got real disrespectful with it. Start calling 2, 3 in the morning, all crazy times of night. So I answers the phone. Keep in mind, I'm pregnant by then with our second child. About 6 months, 7 months pregnant. I answers the phone to ask her, why are you being disrespectful if y'all just friends?
Really?
So at this point, that's when she chose to tell me that he had been coming over, that they was more than just friends.
That's
so,
not
of
true.
course, I go home and confront him about it.
And he said what?
He moved out.
That's a whole lot to
Is
say
that
right
not
there.
clear? You
That's
didn't
not
move
true.
out. He moved out the same day. So me, I'm
Where
looking
did he
for-
go?
To her house.
Yeah. Now that's
Now,
true.
Mr. Chambers,
That's
you
true.
tell me the
What she
story
said is
that
true,
you
but
think is true.
She's skipping the whole scenario. When I met her, I talked to her on the phone for 8 months.
That's
Never
correct.
seen each other.
Right.
We just talked on the phone for 8 months.
Right.
So the first time I seen her was on New Year's, right? We cooked it that New Year's, everything was fine. Now, a couple of days later, I go back to kick it with her again. It's this baby there. So I'm looking at the baby, I'm like, a brand new baby at that. So I'm like, whose baby is this? Mine. So I'm like,
So she didn't mention it in the 8 months. She didn't mention that she was pregnant.
At all. That's the
Because I
first
had
thing.
no plans on
See,
nothing.
that's what she say.
I understand.
But she been sneaky. She trying to make me look like the sneak, but she been sneaky. So that's the first place.
Sneaky and cheating is two different things.
Stop.
Okay.
After that, I said to myself, you know what? I kind of like her, so I'm gonna kind of like
Roll
let things
with it.
evolve. Now, what she's saying about the girlfriend, I had a girlfriend that was in college that I no longer talk to. It was over when we went to college. Now, she did come over and bring me a gift when she came from college. She was not at my mother's house.
That's the story.
Second of all, as we got more intimate together, right, we decided not to use protection anymore, right? So as we both decided...
And y'all weren't married?
No, we weren't married then.
No.
You're right. That's a no. But at the same time, we handled it like adults. We both chose that, hey, you know, once we do this, you know what can happen, right? So she gets pregnant. So now as she's pregnant, instead of her sitting down and talking to me like a woman, like I talked to her like a man about her getting pregnant, she goes in my wallet. She went in my wallet, then wrote down my information, wrote down my social security number.
Because he lied about his name.
How did I lie about my name?
You told me your name was Rashawn, and even after
my
we
name.
decided,
That's my middle name. My name is Henri Rashawn
decided
Chambers.
to have
That's my
that
name.
adult conversation and become more serious, I'm running around here pregnant, still thinking he Rashawn.
That's not true.
So of course, when I seen his
that's not
real
true.
name,
That
I
is-
wrote
that-
it down.
that
Why
is not
else would
true.
I have?
That's not true.
That is true.
That's not true.
You're not Rashawn. You're
Well,
Henri.
why do you think she did it if she didn't? What was she suspicious of?
She had no reason to be
Exactly.
suspicious.
I
That's the whole point. She didn't have no reason to be suspicious because we had an adult conversation. She knew my name. She lying.
I did not know
She knew
your
that my name was Henri Roshan Chambers.
How you gonna get pregnant? How you gonna get pregnant by a guy you don't know his middle name?
And then on top of that,
You're right, but we was trying to start something. We was having
The
adult
reason that-
conversations.
You don't start something with a
The reason
baby.
that this
The
marriage
baby is at the end.
not
No,
gonna
we
last,
have been
because
we
on
have-
top of us getting married, she cheats.
Oh wait,
Now-
Judge, can we back it up?
I'm gonna get to you. Let
Now-
me finish the cheating story, and then we'll move forward.
When I was young, I was wild. I did things. I'll account for that. But we weren't married. I was taught that if you're not married, it's not cheating. I told her that.
He got called after
No.
we got married.
No.
Yes.
You're having a fight with her because she thinks you're with somebody else.
Correct.
When you leave, you go to that somebody else.
Correct.
That would seem to indicate that somebody else was a little more than just a friend.
That one night.
No.
Public service announcement to the women of the world.
Give it to him.
Do not continue to let your random dude live in your crib. Just don't let it.
The first dude, it wasn't physical. It was more mentally. Once again, 8, 9 months, she's dragging this dude on. He way in another state. She getting his money.
Just money.
Just.
But Judge, you have to understand what led me up to that.
What led up to that?
Because I told you when I was pregnant, he moved out. He moved in with that girl. Well, once I found out and I figured out he moved out my house to hers, I call, he leaves her house that night and moves in with another girl.
I sure did. Because
but
the simple fact is that...
Wait, let me finish because I let you talk.
Hang on. Go ahead.
So I'm dealing with all that. Bring the girl to my house. Kids find out from the kids. Go through that. I had the baby. Then he tell me, you know what? I want my family.
True.
Let this man come home, Judge. After I let him come home, maybe a year or two after, he left his social media up on the computer.
Right.
So I'm looking on the computer and I see the same chick that he been supposedly the one night stand at the club. Her picture, big as day on his backboard.
That's how you seen was a picture.
So you say.
That's how you seen was a picture.
Why would
that
a
picture
man
had been on my
have
backboard.
that woman?
That's
She
how you
got a
seen
Was it on your screensaver?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. On Twitter.
Now, wait a minute.
Not on the screensaver, on his
Twitter.
social
It was
media
on the
page.
backboard of a Twitter. That's what
Of
it was
a
on.
Twitter.
On my page. That's what it was on.
Yeah.
That's what she seen. But at the same time, Yana, I had no contact with that girl when I had the
That's
picture
what he
up there.
say. We still talking about the one night stand that he moved in with.
Yeah,
we still talking about the one
that's
night
the thing
stand.
I want to ask about. You're having a fight with her because she thinks you're with somebody else.
Correct.
When you leave, you go to that somebody else.
Correct.
That would seem to indicate that somebody else was a little more than just a friend.
That one night.
No, I went there because I didn't want to go back to my parents' house, so I went to her house. And in the process, she's calling. She had the phone number. She's calling.
Oh,
so
you
I'm
didn't
thinking to
give it
myself,
to me.
okay, I don't want to bring this mischief on you because I've done it. So I basically went out, talked to another chick.
He knew I knew
And
she
found
stayed
another
and I
chick to
was
stay with.
coming.
Now-
That's the only reason why he left.
Public service announcement to the women of the world.
Give it to him.
Do not continue to let your random dude live in your crib. Just don't let it.
But see, that's the thing.
You're a nice guy, but there are a lot of them that aren't. So don't just let them in.
Now,
I
this was years
I
later.
don't want a man that ain't got his own place. That's just me, but okay.
But I just wasn't a random dude. And at the same time,
Yeah,
what you're
this
saying
was
is
years
right. I
later.
respect
We
that.
got together.
Because I kept telling her the whole time, she wants me to move in. No, time is not right. I don't want to move in.
It took
We
a
need to
couple
get
years
further
before he
in what we
moved
need
in.
to get to before I move in. She the one insisted, now you need to move in.
Because I had a baby by then. I had a whole baby.
You need to do that.
You had a baby together.
And I'm
when I wanted him to
telling
move
her the whole
in.
time, I'm wild. I'm still young. So if I move in,
Correction.
I'm knowing what's gonna happen.
That's not true.
That
he
ain't
was
true?
telling me that it was
Y'all
us
got
in a
it. You
relationship.
got everything backwards. Both of you've got everything backwards. You've said now, though, that though sex was once a wonderful part of your relationship,
It was.
it is now a distant
It's
memory.
none void.
Talk to me about that.
Because she cheated.
But you know
That's
what,
why.
Judge?
Physically.
Let me tell you.
Okay, like I said, the first time with the dude, it was 8 months. Now, it was more mental.
No, that wasn't no cheating.
It was more mental. She doesn't consider it cheating, but it was.
Go ahead.
Now, she gets with another childhood friend, and for 8 or 9 months, she's in a whole nother relationship with this man.
Miss Chambers, your response to that?
It's true. You keep it real.
She
Judge,
found me
let's go
on
back.
that dating site because she was on there.
That's not
Like,
true.
keep it real.
What I found
You
was
gotta keep
when
it
I
real.
went through his phone.
You got something you want to tell me?
Bree, that's not stop. That was a whole different instinct. Not the
Stop.
one.
That's a whole different instinct.
Can I finish my story?
No.
Okay. Let me tell you, when I cheated, now I was faithful to this man for like 16 plus years, and he kept
cheating.
We weren't married.
Even
I
after
was
we
young.
got married,
I told you that.
We
It was
get
like,
that
what did
part.
you
We get
expect?
that
Even
part.
after we got married, we get home. Couple months later, I'm going through his phone.
That's what
he
you
up
found
on
the picture.
dating sites.
How you find me on a dating site if you wasn't on there?
I wasn't on there. I went through your
find me
phone.
on
You
there?
ain't never seen me on no dating site.
She found me on a dating site because she had to be on there too.
No, I picked
That's
up
the
his
only way that you
phone.
can find me.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Mr. Chambers.
It was on your
You
phone.
need to keep it real. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Bree, you keep it real.
She
Judge,
found
okay,
me
let's go
on
back.
that dating site because she was on there.
That's not true.
Like, keep it real.
What I found
You not
was
keeping
when
it
I
real.
went through his phone, I went through his email.
You didn't go through my phone,
and
remember?
I seen,
You called me at work.
And I seen
She called
the
me at
things
work.
on
She's like,
your
baby,
phone.
you got something you want to tell me?
Bree, that's not
Stop.
true. Come on. That was a whole different instinct. Not
Stop.
the
That's a whole different instinct. No.
Judge,
No.
can I finish my story?
No.
Okay. Okay.
You guys have very interesting lives.
Oh.
Very intricate stories. Very meaningful things to say. But I can't catch none of it. So tell me why you're so upset with her cheating when you were cheating for so long. I know you were single, but she didn't cheat when she was single.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand
It seems
exactly
like
what
a
you're saying.
whole lot of rights on your side and not very
Okay.
many on her.
This is my thing. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. Usually women are smart.
I was smart. You didn't catch me, boo.
Miss Chambers, please.
It's nothing being smart about being another married man's girlfriend. That's not smart.
Okay, but you.
Well, that's not what you're upset
It's
about,
like-
is it?
Oh, yeah,
No, he
that's
upset
no,
because I
it's-
gave away the.
It ain't got nothing to do with, see, that's what she's thinking. That's what
No,
she thinks.
that's what it
and
is.
I tell her all the time,
You're
it's
not in
your,
love with it.
It's your brain.
That's not true, though.
She knows that.
That's not true, though.
My problem is that you were another married
But my
man's
brain
girl.
don't feel the
No.
same.
Your brain ain't the
Stop.
same.
Okay.
Because I don't know what you was thinking when you did that.
Same thing you was thinking when you did it.
Okay, Mrs. Chambers, have a seat.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, have a seat. I'm just done.
Okay.
So what was your problem?
When I cheated, I wasn't married. The women that I messed with, they were single. So if in fact, like she's saying, if I got through to the curb, that's okay because I still have at least like one of them. And so I'm on, it sounds strange, but just like I say, I'm on some kind of track. The way she did it, once I found out, is like, how can I deal with that? Because we're married. If I leave this home and decide not to be with you, it's just gonna be you. When I left you, I was with another woman that still helped me take care of my kids. It's like, I lost nothing but the love of my life. That's it. I didn't bargain to lose everything.
So you're saying she wasn't smart about it?
At all.
Listen to me. She wasn't smart about it because she didn't cheat with the dude that was lined up sufficiently to take her in should she get caught.
Thank you.
Oh, good Lord Jesus.
Thank you.
I got nothing.
Because it's like I say, it's not what you do, it's how you do it.
Somebody's gonna have to revive me.
Somebody better revive her. She need revival. Somebody.
That's a whole new code of conduct that I don't know nothing about.
Nothing about.
And I'm having trouble figuring it out. Now, Mrs. Chambers, if I allow you to come back up here, you think you act like you got some sense? There was a moment in time where you two tried to rekindle your romance with a trip. Tell me what happened. I'm gonna start with you. You're not gonna interrupt, and then I'm gonna go to you.
Oh,
go.
Vegas, that was our last trip. You know, we do it every year. It's our anniversary trip. But this year was like totally different. There was no affection. There was no, usually we all over each other. We in the bedroom.
Just
the whole
take
trip.
care of business.
mostly.
I got it.
This time,
nothing.
Nothing. And we took friends. So he spent time with his friend. My friend stayed in her room. So I pretty much tried to follow him. And I gave them their space, but I pretty much tried to
and he
tag
just wasn't
along with him. But it just wasn't the same.
Mr. Chambers, why do you think the romantic light went out on that last trip?
It's just like I said, Judge. To me, it's not what you do, it's how you do it.
So you were still mad about her dating that married guy?
My wife can't tell me that she's another married man's girlfriend and still expect me to be, like, sexual with her.
But if she was a girlfriend to an unmarried man, you'd have been all right with it.
Yeah, I can take that because that's something that makes me feel like, okay, what am I doing for my wife to do this? Maybe I need to step my game up.
You still need to think.
No, maybe I need to step my game up. You
Y'all
see what I'm
tripping
saying?
me out.
Because
his logical thinking isn't correct.
If that's the case, then it's like I need to step my game up.
Y'all tripping me out.
I can deal with that.
Judge,
just
completely.
Far as,
he needs to be thinking, what caused my wife to cheat?
Mr. and Mrs. Chambers, this is too much for me to handle right now. I'm going to recess this court and join you again with a little help from somebody I know. This matter is recessed. Let's give her an opportunity to tell you. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Tell him why that happened.
Why'd you do it?
Because, Judge, think. My grandma died in October. 2 months later, my son died. I'm dealing with all that. I come home, everybody's on me. From the kids to my mama, to everybody, I'm trying to be there for him.
I think that she loves you beyond all belief. And she did one dumb thing, and the reasons that you're upset about it, to me, it just freaked me out completely.
Everybody has different needs. So for some people, they may need a little bit more comfort. They want them to just be around and to listen. And if that person isn't providing that, they may act out or may be seeking comfort from other people.
Judge, today's case, time to move on.
Today, we have a couple that was living their love out loud on social media. They are blocking, deleting, texting, tracking, trailing, and now this thing is finally at an end.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Ashley Jones and Bruce Jones. The two of you have been together for 14 years, married for 6 years. You have 3 children together, but you do not want to be married anymore. Mrs. Jones, you are seeking $300, the value of a ring. You say Mr. Jones threw out of a window, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, I will start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, Your Honor, we're here today because me and Mr. Jones no longer get along. We don't see eye to eye. And we've came to an agreement that we no longer need to be married. I've actually been on Mr. Jones's social media, and I've found a significant person that he claims is a family member on his friends list. I question her because she goes through on the pictures and only likes things that I'm not in. He told me that she's a family member, but I mean a friend of the family, but I'm the family. She's not my friend. Right. So, and so I delete her from his page. I go onto my own page and I request her. She blocks me. I go back on his page weeks later and she's back on his friends list.
Okay. Who's this friend of the family?
Friend of the family, just like I said.
There's nothing going on with her? No.
That's why, I mean, I can't get on her Facebook, but she on mine, deleting friends and
She's
stuff.
blocked you?
Yeah, oh, yeah, I'm definitely blocked. We can't be friends.
Why did you block him?
I blocked him. He asked me to unblock him. I unblocked him. I requested him as a friend. He never accepted my friend request. I sat there and I let it sit. I let it sit and I let it sit. And then finally, I went on ahead and blocked him again. And he never said anything about it again. I'm actually blocked from his friends list when I was his friend.
Mr. Jones?
I don't be on the Facebook like that. So whenever, I didn't even know she had
You don't
reached-
pay attention?
Yeah, I didn't know it was here.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I don't do the Facebook thing.
I gotta say, everybody has these shadow secondary relationships on their phones.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You blocking your husband. Not, you know, your husband has to make a friend request. My husband's not going, you know, which pictures you like. Y'all need to stop that.
It's ridiculous.
No.
It's ridiculous.
It's not helpful.
It's not.
It's not helpful. You
Not
put
at
too
all.
much credence to it.
He says he doesn't get on Facebook, Your Honor, but he gets on MySpace and Black Planet.
Black Planet? What's that?
Exactly. It's a dating site. It's a dating site.
It's nothing.
But he
she
has
was
a
on it.
page
The
on
only
it.
reason I was on there looking for you. That's why I was that's
You're
why I was
right.
on
on a dating site
was
looking
not
for you.
looking for
It's
me.
not a dating site. It's not a dating
Black
site.
Planet is a dating
But
site.
it ain't
You go
doing
on
that.
Black Planet.
Okay, well, we can't talk about Black
Yeah.
Planet.
Yeah, let's
We
not
get in
even
trouble.
worry about
Okay.
that. Because that's not.
Do you not trust her?
I do not. Not
Tell
at
me
all.
why you don't trust her.
I ain't got a reason to. She gave me every reason not to trust her.
Give them to me.
Judge, all right. Well, she cheats a lot. She talks to a lot of people. She tells herself. She told me this herself.
But
I don't cheat
you
a
tell
lot.
me the story.
I've cheated. I
Lot.
not cheat a lot.
Well, tell me what she told you.
Well, she told me about a bunch of people that she talked to and whatever, all this and that. I found several messages in her phone from several different dudes.
What did they say?
Like, what's happening with you when I'm gonna see you again? You coming back through this and that. Just anything else.
Are you chit-chatting with other guys,
I have
texting?
chit-chatted with other guys, and I told him about it. I did.
You told him about it, or did you confess? You tell somebody, oh, I was just talking to somebody. You confess when you were talking and saying the wrong thing.
I confessed.
You confessed? Okay.
I did.
You say that this blocking, who did he say Happy Sweetest Day to?
That is from his MySpace page.
I ain't got no
He doesn't have it anymore. I found this on his MySpace page. While he was in the Army and I was at home, he was telling another female Happy Sweeties Day. How are you, baby? Good morning, baby. This and that. He's never told me Happy Sweeties Day. I didn't even know what Sweeties Day was until I read it on his thing.
Yeah. I always thought that was a Cleveland thing, but apparently not. But,
I didn't know what
Mr.
it
Jones.
was. I just replied, man.
You just was saying it.
Mr. Jones, do you have a response to that, or?
I got a response, because it wasn't nothing. It wasn't, if that's all you seen and that's everything you
So then me just chit-chatting is just chit. So you were chit-chatting and it's chit-chatting.
Come on, man.
So
Come on, man.
So it's chit-chatting.
You say he doesn't want you to party at all. What do you mean
He
by
does
that?
not like me to go anywhere if it's not with him. And then when we do go out together, he's like the prude of the bunch. But he does not like me to go anywhere. He does not like the way I dress. And he does not like the time that I come in, which I can agree. He calls it
What time do you
disrespectful.
come in?
Well, if she make it for the sun
Between
come
3 and
up,
5.
then
It's an event.
Yeah. Yeah.
You stay out all night.
Yes, I do.
Doing what?
Do you expect him for him not to find that problematic? I mean, you see that as an issue, right?
Yeah, I see it as an issue. But if I tell you what I'm doing and where I am, then you should just take it for what it is, and that's what it is.
Disrespectful is what it is.
And so he keeps saying it's disrespectful.
Very
So now we're on the verge that he does things, and he goes out and goes places. I don't know where he's going. He comes back when he wants to. And this is in the middle of taking care of kids throughout the day.
Middle of the
So
day.
I don't even ask him any questions. But then I go and have fun while I'm done with motherly duties. I do everything that I'm supposed to do. I work, I take care of my kids, I do everything. And then I go and have a drink and I go and party. Sometimes I invite him, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I tell him, let's meet up somewhere. And that's just what it is. I'm a more outgoing person, he's not. I feel like if I made a decision and he made a decision and we're not gonna be married anymore and we arguing and we fighting, soon as you start having sex, you get all lovey-dovey, then you back to square one. And then you turn around and you back fighting again. Then you back having sex, then you get back to square one. And it's a pattern. So if you cut off all the intimate relationship, then we can go ahead and end it.
Don't you think, though, that coming in the next day is disrespectful?
Yes, I do.
I mean, so why do you do it?
Because right now, at this point, I've been doing it because I just don't want to be there. I don't want to be in a relationship.
Well, you in the right place. You say she's so controlling, she gets in your phone, writes down names and numbers. Tell me about that.
Yeah, she done that. I found something. She wrote down, like, all the numbers in my phone. And I guess she called them all because she had, like, the results from each phone call.
Oh.
Dude, no answer.
You know, some chick I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you actually do that?
Yes, I did.
Why?
And found what,
Because
though?
why does he go on my friends list and request every single friend on my friends list and he doesn't even know them? Why are you doing that? I want to know, why are you digging for me so hard? What's the reason you digging for me so
Well, you
hard? And I'm not
artfully
doing
avoided
nothing?
the question, but why did you make, you know...
Why did I do it? Because he does it.
But did you have any real suspicion that he was doing anything wrong?
Yes, because he takes his calls outside of the room. Every time he takes a call, he walks away. Mr. Jones walks away. He goes to the bathroom. He goes outside. You can laugh, but he does it. He walks away on all his calls.
So what did you uncover when you made all those calls? Did you find anything
I got
suspicious?
one voicemail that was a woman, but I can't say that it was somebody that he was messing with. And I stopped my search. I never finished it. I never got a chance to. I actually don't know where the book is that I wrote the stuff down in.
Was there anything for her to find had she finished her search?
Nothing. You could
He's very sneaky, Your Honor. Tell me about it. I've been in his email before, and his emails date back all the way to 2011. Who hasn't had an email since 2011?
His email dates, I don't understand.
His last email is 2011.
So why is that a problem?
Because all of his Facebook goes to there, and it's being deleted as it comes through.
Oh, I get it. I get it. Are you deleting your email and stuff?
Who keeps emails? You delete every one.
Emails?
I delete every email. Whatever you see, whatever I keep is something that I needed.
From 2011,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Everything else is trash. It's in the trash.
Right.
You still see it. It's in the trash. Trash ain't empty.
You say your sex life does not exist.
Yeah, we ain't got one.
No.
At all.
Why you figure that's the case?
I think you talked to the wrong person, Judge.
Oh, okay. Is your love life less than it should be?
Yes, it is.
And why is it that way?
Because I just feel like if I made a decision and he made a decision and we're not going to be married anymore and we arguing and we fighting, soon as you start having sex, you get all lovey-dovey, then you back to square one. And then you turn around and you back fighting again. Then you back having sex. Then you back to square one. And it's a pattern. So if you cut off all the intimate relationship, then we can go ahead and end it.
How does that make sense?
It does make sense. She's trying to get you out of her system.
I don't want
She's trying to... I never heard that before. Did she confess after you found something, or she just couldn't live with it anymore and just said it? What happened?
Couldn't live with it.
She had passed her limit of tolerable cheeks, I guess.
No, he is making us. Why are you saying that? Why are you doing that?
You say that Mr. Jones is financially irresponsible. Why do you say that?
He has been. For years, I was the breadwinner. I would go to work and he was the house dad. And I can't complain. He did cook and clean. He did do what he was supposed to do. But at some point, that gets exhausting for a mother, for kids working, and then on top of that, I'm in healthcare. So imagine dealing with the people in the healthcare field, and then you come back and you got to deal with these people in this healthcare field. You know what I'm saying? It's just different. And I've been paying bills. I've done it all. I've done it all for years. Now, I can't say Mr. Jones is not doing what he's supposed to do now. Now he is.
Now he's paying bills? Now he's working?
He is. But it was just me, and it was just like, oh, okay, you paying him, she gonna pay him, let me come here.
Well, what's wrong with that? I mean, if he's holding it down at the house, what's wrong with that?
Because I ain't know.
You know, ladies, we can't have it both ways. If we want to say we want to be able to, we want to work and we're on equal opportunity and all that kind of stuff, and you know, you are the breadwinner, what's wrong with that?
Why can't it be two breadwinners?
Mr. Jones, I would ask you a question, but I don't know what to ask.
It ain't no question. That's why I ain't said nothing. I ain't nothing. She digging her own ditch. I'll bury you later.
Is there anything you want to tell me?
I'm just saying the whole coming in and out, that coming in for the son, like it's unacceptable.
Right.
You know, it's very disrespectful. Like, what mother would you do that, Judge?
Well, that's not the issue.
Ashley.
I'm just saying, like, it's nonsense. Nobody married should do anything like that.
But when somebody don't want to be married, what do you expect them to do?
The judge.
But I'm talking to you.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see.
I just gotta say.
I see exactly what you see.
Okay.
All righty then. So, Mrs. Jones, tell me about this ring and the $300 you want. Explain to me the story about how it got tossed out the window.
Well, the ring got tossed out the window because I once again confessed to cheating.
To the same cheat or to another one?
This is the same. This is all the same thing.
A whole bunch of cheats.
No, he's calling.
A whole bunch.
He's calling, talking on the phone, and texting, cheating, which it can be. But I'm talking about a physical cheat that I did do.
A whole bunch.
And I confessed to it.
Okay.
And I gave this man the ring. I did not think that I told him to make his decision. You know, I know you're gonna leave me.
Yeah.
You know, I know you are.
I tossed him out.
He left and he threw him out the window.
Yeah.
He told me maybe a couple days later that he did it. I didn't think he was gonna do that. This ring, I really don't care about the money, the price of the ring.
Value.
I don't. The ring matched two of my family members' rings. Two of my very close family members. And it just did something to me. And that was actually one of the first things he got me. One of the only things he's got me. So I really did.
She didn't respect it at all. If you care that much about it, you didn't respect that ring.
But you gave the ring back to him and said, make a decision?
And it's gone.
I just knew he was gonna leave me. So I didn't know what he was gonna do. But I didn't think he was gonna throw it out the window.
Yeah.
Did she confess after you found something? Or she just couldn't live with it anymore and just said it? Or what happened?
Couldn't live with it.
She had passed her limit of tolerable cheats, I guess.
No, why? He is making Why are you saying that? Why are you doing that? I am a social butterfly, and he don't like it. He call it cheat.
Can you say what it is? All right. Butterfly.
Now, you guys got 3 kids together.
Yep.
As you leave each other, y'all gonna act right with the kids?
That's what I'm trying to do. He's so mean to me. After I'm like, he sees that I'm putting my foot down, so he's being so mean to me. He don't
What do you mean he's being mean to you?
He just like this not coming. He leaves out when I'm cooking or doing stuff with the kids. He disappears. Then don't come back till after the kid didn't want to come in. Where's your homework? What are you talking about? It's all done. There's nothing else to do. Why are you being so mean when we still got weddings, graduations, birthdays, kids, grandkids?
Is he mean to the kids or he mean to you?
No, he actually is extra more nice to them. He's like took all the whatever he was giving me and gave it all to the kids, which is cool. But don't be so mean to me and we still living under the same roof.
Well,
I still
Mrs. Jones, you cheated on him. You stay out all night. You know, you confess to it. You don't give him no sex at all because you're getting him out of your system. He's bound to be a little cranky.
But I didn't ask him to stay. I didn't ask him to stay. I didn't ask him to stay. I said I didn't want to be with him. He won't leave. All his stuff, Your Honor, right now is packed downstairs, and it's been packed since August, and he still hasn't left.
Mr.
So,
Jones,
what do you want
what are you
me
going to do with your stuff? Are you getting ready to go?
He said that the day.
Does he have somewhere to go? Maybe he's trying to get himself together.
And I understand that, but don't be mean in the process.
You have to expect a little crank from a man you've done that to. I'm talking, Mrs. Jones. You've got to expect a little crank from a man you've done wrong and who lives in your house still, and he's still trying to be good to the kids and take it that way. The only thing I'll say to you, Mr. Jones, is this. Don't be so obviously angry that the kids kind of know what's up. I mean, they know what's up and all of that, but don't let them feel all that agitation.
Yeah, I know.
Be decent, be courteous. You ain't got to like her. I understand why you ain't happy. Hey.
Yeah, I get what you
But just be cool with the kids. Never make it hard for him to see his children. Never make it hard.
Oh, no, I'm not that type of person.
I don't know who you are.
But I'm
just telling you.
He can do everything he can do with the kids.
I tell all the women in this process, when the leave happens, never let the kids fall into the cracks and the crevices of your dislike for one another. You with me?
Yeah, I understand. He can take a few of them.
You stay committed and loving. You stay cool. You gave him the rings and said, do as you please. He did as he pleased. He threw it out the window. You can't get mad about it now. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so.
Do you think you guys, now that this is over, do you think you guys can have a friendship?
I want to have a friendship. I hope we can.
I mean, Judge Lynn had a lot to say today. She kind of, you know.
Yeah, she got me.
She dug into you a little bit.
Yeah.
What's your reaction after hearing from her?
It's okay. I mean, I agree with everything that she said. It was just good to have a little bit of mediation, you know, so we could hear somebody instead of just hearing ourselves.
And you guys think you could be good at this co-parenting thing?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Moving on, will you ever get married again, or is...
No.
No?
No.
Judge, today's case is Russian roulette.
She's feeling unloved, and he's feeling overburdened. Let's see if I can find a way to balance out the equation.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Katrina Oren and Raleigh Griggs. The two of you have been together for 5 years, and you have one child together. Ms. Oren, you are suing Mr. Griggs for $5,000 in transitional support. Before we get to that, though, Ms. Oren, I'm going to ask you to tell me a little bit about this relationship and how we got to divorce court today.
Well, I'm here today because I'm tired of his disrespect and his narcissistic attitude that he has towards me and how he treats me at times.
Okay. Give me some examples.
So we were sitting in a car one day, and he happened to look over at another female and said that she had a big butt, and I looked over at me and said, how could you get a butt like her? And then not only that, when my daughter was 5 months, he was on a PlayStation, sitting there talking to a female that I come to find out thinking that he was playing a video game. And he sent a picture of him and my 5-month-old daughter stating that he wanted to, he basically asked her if she would want kids someday. And mind you, he made me get my tubes tied after I had my daughter. They tell me that he no longer wanted anymore, and he had sat there and had the audacity to ask her this, and that he always wanted to be with a Russian female.
Oh, she was Russian?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Griggs, did any of that happen?
Yes, ma'am. Some of it did happen, and some of it...
Okay, respond to the big butt comment.
Okay, the big butt comment is that when I was talking to the Russian girl, it wasn't like on a relationship, trying to build a relationship with this girl. It was just like on some friend level type stuff, and it was like, I asked her, would she someday have kids? Like, I wasn't asking her to have my kids.
Your Honor, it wasn't like that.
Like,
He had the audacity to sit there and say he always wanted to, a Russian female.
Mm-hmm. Did you say that?
Yes, ma'am, I did say that.
So you know that's leading her on, right? You know you're starting something with that. You know that.
And mind you, I blocked her. And I had to block her twice. And every time that I blocked her, he would go back in and at her again.
Is that true, Mr. Griggs?
Yes, ma'am, because it was just not on that type of level how she's...
Yeah, it was on that type of level. Yeah, it was. When you tell a woman you would like to have sex with, I've always wanted to have sex with someone like you. Would you ever like to have kids? That's what you're transmitting. Even though you're not quite saying it. Well, actually, you are. But you know, that's what you're transmitting. Did you tell her you wished she had a big butt?
Yes, ma'am, but I was saying it sarcastically. Like, I mean, if you would have saw this girl butt, you would have just said, I mean, like, it was a big butt. I mean,
but what's wrong with me, though? That's the question. Look at me.
Mr. Griggs, so you were being
Sarcastic.
Sarcastic. Sarcasm probably is not the word you want to go for.
I was trying to make a joke out of it. But
Yeah.
I took it the wrong
But that's
way.
not sarcasm. But anyway, never joke with a woman about her body. Just like I tell women, never joke about the size of a guy's situation. Some things are just off limits. You with me there?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Greg, I'm calling you Greg's. Is it Greg's or Greg's?
It's Griggs.
Greg's, I apologize. My bad. You could have corrected me. I take kind of criticism well. Mr. Griggs, what do you think the problem in this relationship is?
The problem in this relationship is that she's just too controlling.
Give me some examples.
One example is when, I want a night out with some friends and I'm not allowed to go out with any friends because she said so. If I does, it starts an argument. And to prevent an argument, I go ahead and agree and just not do what I want to do because she said so.
Do you think she's insecure?
Very insecure.
Do you have any other examples of the things that she does that says, I don't feel secure? That was a tough one. That was a round-away one. Think about it for a minute. He says you don't let him go out with his buddies, that you're clingy.
First off, what buddies? He has no friends right now. We just moved, and at the end of the day, it's only us. I don't even have friends. Like, it's just us. We just moved out of state, so he has nobody. Like, so whatever he's talking about, it's...
So he can't go out and do anything without
how
you?
Can I trust him? No. How can I trust him if he wants to go out? Because at the end of the day, he's always looking at females. If you go on his Instagram, all it is boobs and butt.
Is that all that's on your Instagram?
No, ma'am.
That's all that's on Instagram, period, if you ask me.
I mean,
but
my
didn't nobody
18-year-old
ask
son
me.
saw it.
There's a lot of that on there. You know what I mean? And I have a very dedicated feed, and I still see a lot of boobs and butts.
Yes, but it's all that. There's not even friends on there. Like, it's all boobs and butt.
Have you ever caught him doing anything wrong? He's looking at women on Instagram. That's why
Liking
they're there.
other women's pictures, except mine, when I post them on Facebook.
He doesn't like your pictures?
No, it's not that he doesn't like them, but he
doesn't like them.
Yeah, he doesn't comment them or anything.
He doesn't comment on them? Is that a rule now, Nick?
Unfortunately, that's what...
Well, I'm saying he's my man. When he sits there and posts pictures, I sit there and comment on them.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do. I'll be like, look at my baby, he looks good today. Or
Really?
something like that, yeah.
That's where we are.
You liked my picture yesterday. You owe me a like, Judge.
Yeah, all right. Is that where we are, though? Oh, my God. Why don't you just like her picture and let it,
Because-
beep, it takes 2 seconds.
One reason why I don't like her pictures is because I'm not even on Facebook. I don't even be on Facebook like that. I mean, when I'm on it, I'm just scrolling up and down. I'm not really just sitting on there to like people pictures and stuff like that. I'm just scrolling up and down just to see what's on there. I'm like, if I see a picture of her on there, I'm not really gonna comment on her or like it anything because I feel like people are just on there just to.
I'm with you, Mr. Griggs. I think it's a little silly. I don't know.
But he
if you-
seems to put that
If
as...
it keeps you out of trouble, throw her a like every once in a while. Keep it quiet. Now, Ms. Oren, you say he lacks compassion.
Yes.
What do you mean by that? Let me tell you something. Her body went through it. Her emotions were all over the place. She just lost a child. That's not coping, that's running. You show up a man. You walk in the room and you hold her hand. You may fall down, you may cry, you may not, but you show up. You don't get to walk off.
So, July 11th of 2016, we had a miscarriage.
I'm so sorry.
And I was in the hospital, and I was going through it, and I wanted him to be there by my side, and he wasn't. He was out in the waiting room, and he'd rather smoke and be outside and be in the waiting room than be there and comfort me. So I had to talk to the woman that's like a mom to me, and she's the one that had to comfort me the whole entire 2-3 hours that I was in the emergency room.
Mr. Griggs, your version of that event.
My version of that event is I totally cope things different the way she do, and At the time, yes, that was my first experience, just like our daughter we got now. That's my first experience, and I didn't know how to cope with that at the time of losing one. And so, I mean, I coped with it with a different way than she wanted me to.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you something. Her body went through it. Her body went through it. Her emotions were all over the place. She just lost a child. That's not coping, that's running. You show up a man. You walk in the room and you hold her hand. You may fall down, you may cry, you may not, but you show up. You don't get to walk off. You didn't do the hard stuff. All you did was knock her up. And then when things went south, you told her she was on her own.
And mind you, before that, when I got pregnant, he had the audacity to sit there and say that women are only baby carriers. And I slapped the out of him. Yes, I did.
Now, Ms. Oren, I'm going to tell you this right here. You fooled around and you messed with a cat who tells you women are baby carriers, doesn't come in for the miscarriage, always talking to other women, this and that, and then you fooled around and had a baby with him. How much sense does that make?
Because I love him.
You can love folk from across town. You know, if he's not good to you, what's the point? What's your love doing for you?
He has a lot of potential, and he's brought up...
Potential? Potential for what?
He does. It's something that I see that nobody else sees, but at the end of the day...
Maybe it's not there. You just blind. Here's my thing. Women come in here all the time and string together these long, sad stories of disrespect, unhappiness, cheating, all of this, and they stay. And they stay, and they stay, and they cry, and they don't know why. I'll tell you why. There are no negative repercussions for treating you badly. None. I'm gonna leave you alone for a second because I'm warm. But do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
If you got a daughter, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like a man that she was with to treat you like you treat her mother?
I tell him that every day.
No, ma'am.
Then why do you do it? Because you know that's what you're teaching her. She's going to watch you. She's going to model the behavior in her home. She's going to watch you walk all over her mother, and she's going to think that a dude that loves you doesn't respect you, doesn't show any compassion for you, and doesn't care about you. She's going to learn that. Is that what you want to teach her? Do you have family members that speak badly about your lady?
I mean, they can say what they want to say about her. I mean...
I'm not there yet. I'm going to get to that part. I just need you to answer the first question. Do you have a family member that speaks badly about your lady?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree with any of the things that they say? You're indignant, but you're also stagnant. You're indignant about what he's teaching your daughter. If I, dude in my life, he teaching my daughter the wrong thing, he got to go. My kids are more important. You can't, I'm mad at you both now. I don't know what to do. I might take Nick and leave. You say she wants you all to herself. Give me some examples where she's stifled you and kept you hemmed up and at home.
An incident happened when I was on my phone and I was expecting a call from one of my family members, and I go through my call log and I see them that there's deleted, and I asked her, why did she delete them? I mean, this is my family. I should have, this...
Unfettered access.
Yes, and I should have a connection with my family, and I feel like you're trying to keep me from that by deleting them off my social media.
Well, Your Honor,
do you
delete
his family?
Oh, there's reasons.
Well, tell me.
Family members has come to my house and purposely swung on me just because she couldn't get a hold of him, and it's just a lot of drama throughout that whole entire family. When she calls him, a family member ends up calling him. She has nothing nice to ever say about me. It's not like she's calling to check on how he's doing or, what he's doing with his life. It's always talking bad and down on me constantly. There's nothing nice that comes out her mouth.
Do you have family members that speak badly about your lady?
I mean, they can say what they want to say about her. I mean...
I'm not there yet. I'm going to get to that part. I just need you to answer the first question. Do you have a family member that speaks badly about your lady?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree with any of the things that they say?
No, ma'am.
How do you handle that in real time?
How I handle it is just ignore it. Same thing she should do with it. Ignore it. I mean, because they're not here with us. I mean, they can say what they want to say. At the end of the day, it's just me and her.
Do you ever check them?
Nope.
No, I mean...
Sure doesn't.
I have respect for them, and obviously they don't have the same respect for me that I have for them. So, like I said, I just ignore them.
But you feel no obligation to defend her or her feelings?
It's just words to me. Words that.
But it's more than words to her. But you don't care.
I care. I just handle it in a different way that she does.
Well, you don't care enough to be uncomfortable for her. That's what you keep telling me. You get into situations with her, but if something that you have to do for her makes you uncomfortable, you simply don't do it. You don't go in the room once she's had the miscarriage because it made you uncomfortable. She had to fend for herself. Your family members trash her, but since you don't feel like doing anything about it, she's on her own. You never stand up for her and defend her. Do you understand? Or compassionate for her. Did I get that wrong? If I got that wrong, disabuse me of that notion. Do you love her?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Griggs, you said in your paperwork that you want her to get a job.
Yes, ma'am. And
explain that to me.
I mean, that's where a lot of my really anger come from towards her.
He never appreciates me. I cook for him. I do his laundry. I take care of the kids all day. That's a full-time job itself.
Right. So, Ms. Oren, you want $5,000 in transitional support. Tell me where you going, when you're going, and how you plan to use that $5 grand.
Basically for me and my children, and for emotional distress, what I've been going through for 5 years with him.
I feel sad. You're not going to get any transitional support, one, because you never married, and two, you ain't leaving. You're indignant, but you're not done. When you're indignant and not done, all that does is tell the other person, I don't have to do anything for you. He ain't gonna start caring. No upside for him. He's who he is, he can get what he wants, and he's sick of it now, and probably gonna move on at some point. Be ready. Be your own woman. Don't let him decide what you can and cannot have and do and do not say. You know what I mean?
Yes. And he does threaten that to me sometimes, like how he wants to go back home.
Because it destabilizes you.
But we're home. Like, he has nowhere to go.
You're not. That's what I'm saying. You keep reading the fairy tale, and the horror story is right in front of you. You can use all that language you want to use, but that's not what he's committed to. That's not what he's interested in. And until you get there, this is going to be the best that it gets. Mr. Griggs, I wish you were a better man. I really do. I hope the only hook I got with you is your daughter. She'll live whatever crap you give her mother. And if you don't love her at all, at least love your daughter enough not to make her life as limited as you're making hers. You have to care for people, you have to be kind to people, you have to be uncomfortable for people, you have to give to people. If you didn't want a woman with a whole bunch of kids, you shouldn't have stayed with her and knocked her up. But you did. I know nothing's gonna change. You go home and be the same guy. It's up to you. You decide what kind of life you're gonna have. Either a good one or a bad one. But remember, them little girls are watching. You can take it if you want to, but it's not fair to make them. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Judge is saying this is really over. There's no point for you to stick around. What's your reaction hearing her say that and only advice she had for you today?
I'm just gonna give him a chance and see what he does.
We'll give him a chance.
I have benefit of doubt that he will change for his daughter's sake.
Judge Lynn hopes so. She didn't really think that that was even an option, but counseling, what can you do now to...
Yeah, we could do counseling together. I feel that that would help us out a lot.
Judge, today's case, stir crazy.
They have argued over potato chips. He has driven the car into the house. I'm going to talk to this young couple to see if we can get their anger issues under control.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with America Martinez and Nathaniel Cook. The two of you have been together for 3 years, but you've been separated for the last 6 months. You have one 13-month-old together. Yeah, I know, right? Ms. Martinez, you want $500 for the dents you say he put in your car when he drove it into the house.
It's my car. It's my car.
All righty. So, Ms. Martinez, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today?
Well, we're here today because Nathaniel has a real big anger problem, and that has took a toll on our relationship for a very, very long time. And I've tried to work with him plenty of times with his anger, and we just can't get along.
Well, give me some examples of the things that he's done in anger.
We were actually moving at the time, and we were taking some of the stuff out of the house, and he didn't want to take the rest of the stuff. So I was like, I'm not going to do it by myself. You know, I have a man in the house. He can help me. He didn't want to do it. He was frustrated already. He was already...
That's not even the case.
He was nagging about taking the rest of the stuff. So I told him, can you at least help me with a little bit and we can leave some of the stuff? And he was like, no, I'm not helping you. I'm not taking it. And I was like, this is the stuff that we're going to need. So he walks inside, doesn't even say a word. He walks inside, he grabs the coffee table and he throws it towards the wall. He's breaking laps. He's breaking laps. And he's saying he's paying for it, but half of the furniture in the house, I paid for it.
What about the TV set?
The TV that I paid for.
You didn't pay for that TV.
I paid for the TV.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute. Let's just get the story out.
I paid for the TV with my hard-working money, and he's like trying to figure out how to work it. He can't figure it out, so he throws it and breaks it.
What about the time he beat up the steering wheel?
We were talking at the time, and we were talking about our relationship, and things been rocky, very rocky, and every time we try to have a conversation, it never works out. It ends up the same way, and it's just like, I'm really tired of doing the same thing over and over again. Like,
well, tell me about the bag of chips.
Okay. Well, we were at the supermarket and we were buying groceries, and we can never agree on the same foods. I like to eat healthy. He loves to eat junk food and whatever he wants. So I told him I was going to get everything. I was going to go ahead and mark down all the stuff that we were going to get. So he was like, okay, I'm fine with that. But as soon as we get there, he wants to get what he wants to get. And we already agreed that I was going to go ahead and I was going to be the one getting the food. But he wants to get chips. He wants to get stuff that we don't need. And I'm trying to help him with, because he wants to eat right. And I'm trying to help him with that. But
so
he
what
just
happened?
Doesn't agree.
She wanted some nasty chips.
I wanted Lay's, and he wanted... I wanted Lay's chips, and he wanted something different.
He wanted
Doritos.
But did you two actually get in an argument in the grocery store over what bag of chips to buy?
Yes, we did. And it was embarrassing. And I didn't know what to say. I just stood there and he
I ain't
went
got no filter. I'm gonna go off anywhere. I'm gonna do it. I mean, we gonna get into it over Lay's. We gonna get into it over TV.
It's like that
Mr. Cook, tell me why you're so angry.
Well, I come from a dark background. I'm from Houston.
Well, tell me about
Houston,
it.
Texas, 5th Ward. So, I mean, I grew up in the slums. Like, I'm talking about the bottom. 7 years old, I'm selling crack. Got no guardian. I'm slanging rocks at 7. So I'm doing me, like, since I've been young by myself.
Right.
So 7 years old, I had a guardian, like, through a foster. They put me in school. Well, I went to school with a pound of weed, show and tell. At the time, I don't know what this is. I'm thinking I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, because this is all I know is the streets. So I get taken out of school, I do that. my grandma ended up getting guardianship of me. You know, rest her soul, she passed away from breast cancer. So when she get guardianship of me, but it just really ain't no structure, ain't no foundation.
Right.
So I ain't gonna lie, I'm running over my grandma too, which I didn't mean to, but at the time,
you were a kid.
I'm doing it, but I didn't know I'm doing it.
Right.
Because all I know is the streets. You know, since I was born, that's all I know. So, I mean, I was born a crack baby, you know what I'm saying? The only reason that I didn't go through that because crack wasn't in my system, so they let me, you know, I was able to stay with my guardian, and then I got taken away, and I just went down that wrong path. You know, I felt alone, I ain't had nobody. What am I supposed to do? You know, so that's where all my anger comes from, because she says she loved me so much, she says she want to be there for me, but we fighting over you know what I'm saying? If it's that big of a deal, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's where my anger comes from, because like some of the stuff we get into is so I mean, excuse my language, but it's so miscellaneous.
Work with me. Yeah, I know.
apologize, but it's so miscellaneous. Like it's small.
Well, give me some examples. What do you recall, and what is her? No. Tell me what she does that instigates or causes a problem.
Like she does that shutdown game.
Okay.
I call it the shutdown game because it's a game, honestly. And like we will get into something. It could be something so small, something so big, and she'll shut down. And I'm not talking about shutting down for an hour. I'm not talking about shutting down for a day. I'm literally, I won't get no nookie for a week. I won't get a kiss. I won't get a hug. Like, I'm talking about for a week. But we got a son together. We're supposed to be, and nothing goes on for a week. I'm talking about the house will go to I mean, excuse me. I'm talking about, it's just like...
trying. I know
it's just
you're
like,
trying.
come on, man. Like, we're supposed to be together. We love each other. Like, I'm working. I'm trying to give you my all. Like, we don't have to get into it over little stuff. And, like, she's a big flirt. Like, I know she's gorgeous. She's drop-dead gorgeous.
How am I a flirt when you were the one getting caught talking to supposedly your sugar mama that how I met you?
You
wanted to go back. No, you're listen.
Miss Martinez, you tell me about the sugar mama.
Okay, well, he leaves his phone around me, and I know that was a mistake because he never does that. And I was curious because he's always on the phone. And just like how he said, we grew apart. So me, I'm thinking, like, you know what? I'm curious. I want to go through the phone because I think I have a gut feeling something's going on. So I go through his phone, and I recognize the girl that he's talking to. It's an older woman. And he's, the way I met him was he was actually talking to her, and she was taking care of him at the time. She was his sugar mama. So that being said, like, of course I'm gonna get angry if you're still talking to somebody knowing that she's still sending you money. What are you doing?
But what about time she slept with another woman?
What are you doing?
What happened there, Mr. Cook?
He thinks I slept with somebody, but I did out of spite what he did, because I caught him cheating, but I never slept with anybody. I came home with hickeys on my neck that one day, and from there we talked about it, and I was honest with him. I was open and honest with him, and he didn't like me that I told him the truth.
Let me tell you
but I'd rather tell him the truth than lie to him like he does me. He doesn't tell me the truth. I have to find out for myself, and that's something I don't like. If we don't have honesty in our relationship,
what you got?
Exactly. How are we
Mr.
going to
Cook,
work
what did you want to say?
I mean, we could talk about the sugar mama. You want to go there, or we going to talk about
Well, let's talk about the sugar mama.
All right,
let's talk about the sugar mama.
All right, yeah.
What makes you think that he's cheating or doing something?
It's just the way he is. Like, he's very controlling. Like, the way he is, he doesn't let me do anything.
Explain controlling to me.
Okay,
give me some examples.
You want to go out and twirl?
No, I don't.
She's 21. My sugar mama's 61. All right?
Yes, thank you.
I did time. I was incarcerated for a while, most of my life, really, 17 to 23. So I'm 26 right now. When I got out of prison, I had a sugar mama. But long story short, my sugar mama met me in prison. I took her from her man in visitation. She started taking care of me. So,
was her man in prison too?
Yeah, her man was in prison too.
Okay, and you pulled her during visitation.
Come here, yeah. So,
well, you got game.
I mean,
you got game.
Hey, I'm all right. So look, so that's how that went. She started taking care of me, dropping money, activating the phone. So of course, man, I'm in prison. I ain't got nothing. I got no family. Been alone my whole life. I mean, the love word ain't being thrown around. It's just about money. So I get out of prison, got nothing. She buys me a Nissan Altima, buys me a phone, puts me on, drops a couple racks in my pocket. So, you know, me and her meet on social media.
Right.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be 100% honest. Man, I fell in love with her the first FaceTime, you know what I'm saying? I had $52 to my name. I took the bus from Houston to San Antonio the second day, less than 48 hours, knowing, we ain't left since. We've been together 3 years. Like, I fell in love with her, love at first sight, dropped
If
my
you
sugar.
fell in love, then why were you still talking to people though? That's my main thing. If you were so in love,
look, at the
why
time,
didn't
let me
you
be
just
honest,
why
let me be
didn't you
honest, let me
stop? Why
tell
didn't you cut her off? Because that was our agreement. Because I knew about her
we were
at first.
financially
And you
unstable at
said
the
you
time, and I wasn't her or nothing. She
It
just
doesn't
wasn't
matter.
saying
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Your problem is that he continues to have conversations with this sugar mama.
Honestly, I feel like they're not conversations. I feel like he's doing something, he's cheating or doing something because obviously he's not getting what he wants from me.
What makes you think that he's cheating or doing something?
It's just the way he is. Like, he's very controlling. Like, the way he is, he doesn't let me do anything.
Explain controlling to me.
Okay,
Give me some
they can
examples.
be-
You want to go out and twerk?
No, I don't. There's me as a person. What I used to do is way different from how I am when we met. I changed my whole entire life for him. When we met, I was an entertainer. I was doing my own thing, and then from there, I stopped doing everything, and now I'm a family person. I'm a family woman, and all I wanted to do was spend time with my family. He had a big problem with me going out with my sisters. It was my sister's birthday, and she wanted me to go out with her, so I was like, okay, well, you know what? I never go out. I hardly have fun.
She
like,
didn't
why
say
not?
that at first. She said she was going to her mom's house.
No, I had told him, and he was upset because he was like, oh, well, since it's going to be nothing but girls, I want to go. And I'm telling him it's only girls. Like, I never have a girls' night. I never get to enjoy myself. And he feels like, okay, well, if he's not there with me, I can't do anything.
Now, Mr. Cook, what is your response to that?
Because that's not good company. That's not good company, you know? I understand that she has good friends. I am controlling. I admit I'm controlling, but because, like, the lifestyle that I went through, I know what it means to take a loss, and I don't want her to take a loss. So I'm going to take that loss for her beforehand. So I try to lace her up and just show her the right way. Like, if you're going out with people that constantly get in trouble, constantly...
Like, I'm gonna be
let him finish.
Like, that's not good company. Now, if you had a good homegirl that I knew was about you, that wouldn't try to hit on me when you're not around, do stuff like that. Like, if I knew you had a good homegirl, then all right, baby, go have fun. Here's a couple of $100, like, go do what you want to do. But
you don't trust her?
At all.
She believes that you were cheating on her with the sugar mama or whatever, and she did something stupid with hickeys one night. Cannot all that she's done for you, the other 1,000 days that you've been together, overshadow that one night? You love her to death. She changed her whole life for you, but you don't trust her. Is that where we are? Just let me know.
I trust her, but, I mean, ever since that incident with that other woman, because how do we know it was another woman? We're just saying that here today. You know, in my heart, I feel like it wasn't another woman.
Does it alter your opinion at all that she came home and told you about it?
She didn't tell me. She walked up with hickeys from here to here.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
So, I mean...
As soon as I got there, because when that happened, we were already going through a whole bunch of stuff together.
Can I tell you how I am?
No, you're going to let me speak.
Just go ahead.
Well, speak then.
But we have been going through a rocky relationship at the time, and he thought it was okay for him to do whatever he wanted. And that I'm not going to take that. As me doing everything that I'm doing to take care of him, to help him, I'm not going to be disrespected not one bit. Yeah. So I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to let him take advantage of me or think like I'm his personal pet or he can do whatever he wants, because it doesn't happen. That's not going to happen.
When you don't listen to me, what happens?
Nothing happens. I'm a grown woman. I know right from wrong.
Come on.
Mr. Cook, are you happy about being controlling, or is it something you'd like to stop?
It's not even like that. Let me explain this to you.
Okay.
I love her to death. Like, I'll do anything for her. Right now, at the drop of a dime, even though we're here today. My thing is like, I'm not really too worried about the hickeys. I'm not too worried, like, even if you did get which is a big thing in my mind. Like, because you know,
you keep saying it, so
that's a big thing to me.
Right,
that's a big thing to me.
I get you. We're talking about one night, Mr. Cook. We're talking about she believes that you were cheating on her with the sugar mama or whatever, and she did something stupid with hickeys one night. Cannot all that she's done for you, the other 1,000 days that you've been together, overshadow that one night? That's about you being brave. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can stay on being insecure about that one night and be frightened, but that means that you're weak because you're so afraid that something like that might happen again. You can't even trust her anymore. You can't even love her anymore. You can't enjoy her like you can.
I'm being naive then, I guess, but...
What I'm saying to you is this, Mr. Cook. I think you're a good guy that had a horrible start. a good guy that has a horrible start. I believe you love the living daylights out of this woman.
I do.
I believe all of that. But all I'm saying is don't mess up the best thing that you've ever gotten over one day. You see what I'm saying? Over one day. You know, be brave enough. If it goes back there again, you a grown dude, you a man. You can step forward if she's if she's not trustworthy, but she isn't cheating, and she is trustworthy. Let's get that 24 hours. Let's pluck it up and just and kick it over the fence and let it go.
I understand.
Because it's a gift.
If we can do that, though, if we can kick that over the fence, then why can't we kick the sugar mama situation over the fence?
I'm going to help you with that.
Exactly.
I'm going to help you with that. When you love somebody who's got a big neck taken out of them because of what their upbringing, you have to be uber cool. You know what I'm saying? He's jumping a lot of hurdles. He hasn't had an opportunity to learn how to love and to socialize and to communicate the way the rest of us do. He didn't have any script to read off of, so he's making it up as he goes along. And what you have to do is you have to realize this is the cat I picked. A guy with no script, a guy with no understanding of how it's supposed to go. So you can't go toe-to-toe with him with his anger. You have to come across as uber calm. You can't get the TV working? Well, I'm not quite sure what's happening. And you let him mess with it because it's a TV. No, it's a TV. And Ms. Martinez, you have trouble keeping your mouth closed. And I think the less you say, the more he'll hear.
We understand.
The calmer you speak, the more he'll talk, the calmer he'll be. You can be the emotional guidepost in your relationship should you choose to do so. And that's your gig because you've had experience. He has not. That's all I want to say about all of that. You don't want $500, do you?
I mean, not really, but I do pay for the car. And I am. That is gonna come out my pocket.
The car's still in my name. It's still my car.
But I took over ownership.
You're gonna pay for that dent, right, though, Mr. Cook? That's the first thing you're gonna do as say, hey, I'm a new man from today forward. I'm gonna help you, and I'm gonna lead. I'm gonna let you lead, my love.
See, but the whole thing is, I mean, we ain't even talked about the car, how that happened. All these play into each other.
But you drove into the house,
Oh, yeah, I drove it into the house, because the house is mine,
small,
and the car is mine.
What did I tell you about that mine thing?
I know.
What did I tell you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear me?
I'm talking about at the time, that was my mind frame.
But I'm telling you, your mind frame is different now.
Of course.
Right?
So you're
gonna pay for that $500, right?
We're gonna pay for $500.
Mr. Cook, I like you.
Thank you.
When I saw your paperwork, I wrote stupid tax all up and down it. And the stupid tax is what you pay when you get angry, you get upset, and you tear something up. But I think you're paying the tax on behalf of a society that let you down, and I apologize for that.
Thank you.
And I hope that you take this opportunity to take this wonderful woman here and let her lead you into the light and love, and you do so calmly and caring. Do you understand something, Mr. Cook? I hope nothing but better days come for you from here on forward. I really, really do.
Yes, ma'am.
$500 in favor of Mrs. Martinez. This matter is adjourned.
What happens now?
I think we can work on it. I think the big problem is we just need to communicate more. And hopefully we can be able to get over this hump and maybe just work things out and see where it goes from there.
You're a new man walking out here today, right?
Yes, sir.
दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा दे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा दे मौत दमाल दुनिया दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी खाक समाए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए आए हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी ऊंचे लम्हे महल बना दे ऊंचे लम्हे महल बना दे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमा दे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमा दे हाय कुछ नहीं खड़दे नाल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कुछ नहीं खड़दे नाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े आए मावा तू बिछड़े लाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए मावा तू बिछड़े लाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी हाय कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओह कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी हाय कंजरी दी मिसाल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओह कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी पुत वे तुड़ा नी मिट्टी दा वीरा पुत तुड़ा नी मिट्टी दा वीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी सुल्तान भी आए बड़े बड़े सुल्तान भी आए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए हरे हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हरे हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन